And then we'll go live after that. So in like 3 minutes or so.
At Carnegie-Mellon, every year comes down to 2 minutes.
Hello, good morning, Buggy fans.
This isn't just a race.
Really tight into the free roll.
It's a battle.
She's got a little bit of late entry. She's spun. She's going sideways. She counter steers. She held onto it. She is slow. Pass on the inside.
Both teams neck and neck, pretty much a tie. This is all about the back hills right here. The transition together, this is about as close as you can get. This is racing, folks.
No engines, no power, just gravity.
CMU is probably going to pass CIA by the first lap.
Right, and there we see Barracuda's.
Oh, there she goes now.
Whoa.
A little twitchy, but yeah, through clean.
Yeah, Blackburn was maybe trying to. Oh wow! Kingfisher just passed.
This isn't just engineering.
And there we see Pika getting ahead of CIA.
This is raw power.
Holy cow,
That is the furthest shove I have ever seen. But we have our own timer right here. Going across, wow, fringe beat.
almost an identical.
Oh, wow. Pretty much simultaneously grabbing that hill too.
That was a shoot turn from Spirit that was probably their best.
Well, hill two pusher, a lot of power right there. And he does it with the cartwheel.
Precision or chaos, there's no in between.
They've come wide here to try to get through the chute. They basically took the chute back together. Oh, they hit. Contact.
And let's see what happens here in the chute. This is going to tend to block on their lines. Avarice taking the inside line. Oh, and Avarice. Oh, wow. This is tight in the chute. Oh, man. I got butterflies. An SDC. Oh, wow. And who would be CIAB? And we got a little bit of a wobble right there. CIA's going to pass. Oh, my. You can hear it. The crowd roaring. Can't she beat
Sometimes
the 2:36,
hundredths
23?
decide
Gonna put her
everything.
hand on there, and a 2:35.37. I think so. Look at Apex. What is going on right here?
To finish this race in first place, 2:25.
Oh!
This is going to get really
This is going to be really close here coming into the finish. Neck and neck. A.J. Collins, can he sprint out ahead? Handle on the push bar, and CIA by a nose of a buggy.
Built by students, raced by teams, remembered forever.
Remembered forever.
Good morning, Buggy fans. Good morning, Carnegie-Mellon University. We are live. It is the second day of Sweepstakes, a real, live, legitimate race day finals. This is exciting. I am Will Weiner. I will be your host today. Got some awesome buggy experts with me in the booth, so we're going to be bringing you all the action. If y'all want to go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Kelly McDowell, and I've worked at Spirit for now the past 3 years. I've been involved in buggy in general, though, for 4. I work on all the buggy designs for Spirit for the last 3 years, and the T-shirts.
Yeah, hey everybody. My name's Lewis Rockwell. I'm currently the BAA Vice President, and when I was in school, I was on SDC. I was the head mechanic.
And do we got our man in the booth?
In the booth? No, I'm down in the chute.
Shoot, wow. It's early.
It's early, Will. You got it. It's no problem at all.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yes,
We
you got
5
Ben
more hours of
Maskey
this.
down in the chute. Class of 2011, I was on CIA when I was a student, but that was a bit ago. Did some Buggy alumni stuff, and now I'm just enjoying standing up here in a little bit of a breeze down at the bottom of the chute, but it's looking dry after the rain last night, so looking forward to some exciting races today.
Yeah, the races today are going to be extremely exciting. This is the first time that we've seen a 2-day race day in multiple years now, and looking at heats from last night, they're going to be really close today. So there's going to be a lot of really, really good races, and it's going to be really entertaining to watch. So I'm looking forward to a really great race day today.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see kind of like both A and B teams kind of going against each other for the first time as well, because it's my first 2-day race day. And I'm super excited to see those kind of close finishes.
Yeah, and just looking at some of the qualifying times, if you want to look at yesterday's leaderboard, cmubuggy.org, you can also catch all the times and everything on there for today's races. It's going to be some tight racing. Just to give a little bit of a rundown of what we're going to see today, kicking off with some exhibitions. So get those, the first one getting underway in about 5 minutes. Around 8:50 a.m., we will start with the all-gender races. Smaller field, so we had no qualifiers there, so those are the finals. After that, we will have the women's finals, then the men's finals, and time permitting, a few more exhibitions there. We got the leaderboard up here, just looking ahead to what we're going to see with the women's prelims. One thing to note, this is the first year with the 6-second penalty. So SDCA actually had the fastest time yesterday, but they got moved down one slot because of the 6-7 penalty. On the men's, a very similar kind of stack, very close CIA SDC up top. I think the fraternities, kind of that logjam fighting for third place, is going to be really exciting. Anything else y'all are looking forward to today in terms of just teams to look out for, races to look out for, areas people are going to improve potentially?
Yeah, just a note on those 6-second penalties. So there was only one penalty that was enforced yesterday, and that was on that SDCA team for a lane violation. So, I think we're going to expect a much faster time from them today than what we saw that's shown on this leaderboard here. It's going to be really interesting to see how they perform today, see if they can stay inside the lane this time. I think one note for the all-gender race, this is obviously still a pretty new division. I believe this is the 4th year of the race, maybe the 3rd year of the race, and I really enjoy watching all-gender because it is so unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen. Like, heat selection is always a mess because you have no idea who's on your front hills. You have no idea what the times are going to look like. So I've always really enjoyed watching that race.
Yeah, all gender is always a really competitive race, and I really enjoy watching it, especially because it's only kind of one day. You get kind of all these really, really fast A teams, so it's kind of exciting to watch. And I'm on Spirit, so I'm always excited to kind of see what Spirit has in store for that re-roll, and seeing what it looks like with actual heated wheels and not the second time for the pushers. So I'm super excited to see us roll as well, but SDC as well, I'm super, super excited for.
I think it's going to be a lot of close racing today. Like, I was talking about this last night. I have there's no clear favorite today. It's going to be...
I was going to say, the odds on DraftKings are... there are no DraftKings. But no, really, it's one of these things, another big storyline. There was no truck weekend, right, this year. So yesterday was the first time these drivers are really going at race day speeds. How do they adjust to that? How do they drive a little bit more comfortably, potentially? It's a lot up in the air today.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think also for the first time, we're experiencing a 2-day prelim and then a finals for the first time in a while. So I think because of that, we're kind of also seeing maybe potentially people had some strategy and went a little bit slower or went a little bit faster. So I'm curious to see if people can stay consistent with their times.
Yeah, I think the importance of not having truck weekend this year really has a huge impact on the teams. I think this is the first time in at least 15 years where there has been no truck weekend rolls.
Yeah.
For context, teams start to, up their wheel treatments and, get all their fast pushers to come out in the weeks before race day. So usually that truck weekend period is a very crucial preparation time. So the fact that the teams haven't gotten that this year, they're seeing huge jumps in speed. And honestly, yesterday the drivers handled it better than anyone could have ever expected. They did such an amazing job across the board. So I think we can expect some clean racing today as well.
Sweet. And just got word, 2 minutes until the start of the first exhibition heat today. That is Pica Men's C and the Spirit Mexhibition, as it has been titled here. So please do clear the course for the safety of yourself as well as the athletes. But yeah, right, there's so much unknown today. I'm really excited. As we get through, we're going to have 3 of these exhibition heats as mentioned. And then with the all-gender, this is the 4th year. I was looking at the history of it. But, the winning time has increased by about 10 seconds every year. At some point, you imagine it to level out, but could be another record there. SDC, a 2-time defending champion. I know Pike, it sounds like, has put kind of a lot of resources into their all-gender team this year, especially only rolling A-team on men's and women's. They could be a contender, so I'm excited for those. There are going to be 4 heats of that, so that's all gas, no brakes coming up in just a little bit.
Yeah, and Luce, you got to be excited to have the 2-time defending SDC kind of all gender. Do you have any kind of insight on that?
Yeah, so I actually, the first year that SDC broke that record, I was the Hill 2 pusher for that all gender race.
Nice.
So I, definitely always love watching that all gender race go. Yeah, I think this year Pike is definitely the clear favorite in that race. Like we said, every year it changes drastically compared to the other races. Yeah, so the all gender race is going to be a lot of fun this year. I think one note for today is it's a lot colder. So I think the times are going to be different.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just seeing a boot.
That's bold.
We'll see what happens. I believe that's Hani, who won first boot.
And he's doing it in the Hill to 1.001 transition. Like MC.
You can see him bouncing away.
And on these exhibitions, don't necessarily take this as gospel for what a buggy race will look like. There are only 5 pushers in an official regulated race. I think we've seen 5 already by Spirit.
Spirit with a big pass on Hill 2 here.
I believe that's Eddie who pushes the.
Oh, and he lost the push bar.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get there on Hill 2.
So we may see a pass here in the free roll. The portion when they are pushed down onto Shenley Drive. That's where these buggies will reach top speeds, well over 30 miles an hour, sometimes even close to 40. But looks like Spirit stays in the lead there. Which buggy is that?
That is Invisid. I believe Macy, our head driver, is driving right now. She is an amazing driver, and I'm so excited to see what she has to bring today.
Yeah, and Raptor being one of the fastest free-rolling buggies in history, of all of buggy history, so you definitely expect them to catch up a little bit coming in.
Invisid hitting that transition
Absolutely.
flag, Piker right behind. Spirit coming now, hitting the shoe flag, making that turn. A little bit of a slide, but keeping it clean. Don't want to go too hard on exhibitions. Really tight to the bales. A little slide again, Pike falling behind. Raptor careening through the chute, but making it nice and clean. Coming out to Hill 3.
And here, the Hill 3 pickup. One of the things.
We got 2 pushers on Hill 3 here. Look at that. That's some coordination.
Oh, got it.
I will say, whatever methods Spirit is using, actually putting up an okay time, given where we're at. I think they're about 1.2 minutes at the stop sign. Pike MNC giving chase here on the back hills.
Yeah, the great thing about exhibitions is you're allowed to cheat.
I was just going to say, hey, that might be a little bit of cheating at the beginning. They had a couple more than one person on Hill 1. I don't
definitely.
know.
Definitely a couple 6-second penalties there.
Maybe a little bit more than a couple.
And wow, this is going to be really close heading into the finish line. Spirit employing an entire 5-man team, and Pike pusher running for his life.
Are those the
away
front
from
hill
the gaggle of Spirit mechanics?
Tristan pushing Invisid right now in that beautiful, maybe strawberry or a heart outfit. Truly
Let's
amazing.
see, will Spirit have their hands on the push bar and their hands on one another's back coming across? Let's see, just one man going across, but a 2:42.14, that's a pretty fast exhibition time for both folks out there.
This may be hypothetical, but I believe it was because of how many pushes.
Yes, one might imagine. Again, I love the exhibitions, and that's one of, there's a zillion great things about having 2 days of racing and good weather within that. But it's always nice to be able to actually get the full exhibitions. Those are obviously the first things to go. But so many of these alums are out here. Sometimes it's celebrating a anniversary of something. Sometimes it's the mechanics who are really some of the biggest unsung heroes of a buggy team get to have a little bit of time in the limelight and all that. So fun exhibition to kick things off.
And so it looks like here, typically Lara is the driver of Raptor, but today it looks like their new driver was behind the wheel. So I think that might be their first race day race ever. So that shout out to them.
Wow, that's amazing. That's so exciting, especially for such a fun race. That's got to be super exciting.
That's a great first race day race for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just such a fun race, and I think everybody's super, super excited, I think, in general, to get so many fun exhibitions and fun races, especially for the 2 race days. It's such a treat to watch every single year.
And so for those who don't know what we're watching right now, this is the drops test. At the end of every race, we always test the brakes of every buggy to make sure they operate as intended. The historical context for that is back in the day, 30, 40 years ago, teams would actually take the brakes out of their buggy to save some weight, and obviously that's a huge safety concern. So now we always test the brakes right after the race to make sure no teams are pulling shenanigans like that. Not that they would.
But even then, too, just making sure mechanically everything is functional and
working correctly,
and in line. And we sort of alluded to it, but I think worth reiterating about talking about just in general violations and DQs, the new rule with 6-second penalties this year and how that's a change versus prior years and how that might come into play with what we see this afternoon.
Yeah, I don't know if we even saw too many yesterday. I think we only saw one, if I'm correct.
Yep.
I think, Lewis, you probably know a little bit
Yep,
more.
just the one. Yeah, so, Will, I don't know if you actually know this, but myself and Nate Klein, he was the old chairman from CIA, we actually wrote these new rule changes last year. So
we have.
Good for you.
yeah, it's definitely been really interesting to see from a third-person perspective what things are looking like. Oh, man, we have a whole list of DQs here for the exhibitions.
Yeah, I guess the DQs are yesterday's exhibition rules, so you're able to kind of see what the various teams have rolled on these. Been a lot of fun exhibitions so far. A couple more coming up here. CIA and the Thrivers, which I assume is fringe drivers.
That would make sense.
Are coming up shortly. But right, no, I think these are really important changes, Lewis, as you were alluding to, just in terms of some of these would be minor mistakes that don't really alter the whole outcome of a race, but would get a team just done for 100%, especially in qualifying. Now, 6 seconds is major, but it's not just completely invalidating everything and all the work.
Right,
Yeah.
so Nate and I's goal when we were writing those rules was to make it so these violations were still enforced with a penalty strong enough to the point where no team would ever see any incentive to commit any of those violations, but still have that penalty be proportionate to, the severity of the crime, I suppose. We've seen that in the past there are several examples from recent years where, teams had an excellent performance, but they made one, small mistake, and that, cost them their entire year. So I think, the game's completely changed now with the change here.
Yeah, and I think it's so amazing that we have a little bit more leniency on both ways. Like, I think everybody doesn't want, one thing to define their entire buggy year. So being able to have kind of this a little bit more space and wiggle room for it, to make sure that whatever team deserves to win, and I think everybody really wants a good competition every year, and for nobody to get DQ'd off of something small.
Yeah, especially in buggy where you really only get one race a year. It's not like other sports where you get to compete every weekend. This is a one-and-done opportunity, to be honest.
Yeah, which is both super, super fun on race day, but also really, really stressful for everybody. But today we got 2 days, so that's pretty exciting in general.
Yeah, it's a privilege to get 2 days of race day.
Yeah.
Especially with the Pittsburgh weather, you never know what's going to happen. It rained last night, and I never knew. I was like, oh, it might rain out the entire shoot, but
Right.
it didn't.
It really came down, and nice to see things have cleared off. The sun almost coming up over whatever that apartment building is called there.
That one over there, of course.
Someone once told me Mr. Rogers lived out his final years there. I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to keep perpetuating that rumor.
Love it.
Well, the sun has been making it over down into the chute. The weather is looking really nice out here. Just a little bit of cloud cover, but otherwise we're starting to heat up.
Yeah, I think we're so lucky to be experiencing 2 days. I'm just super, super stoked. And I'm super excited to see if everybody can keep their times as well. I think it's tough to stay in the same mentality for 2 days in a row. So seeing those kind of challenges and how every single team overcomes them, especially pushers and drivers, I'm super, super excited.
Just about 2 minutes now until this next exhibition. That will be, again, CIA Alumni, I assume, and then Thrivers, Fringe Drivers. I really just read what's in front of me. So if anyone ever wants to give me more information or have me read your names or whatever, always happy to do that on the exhibitions. And then after that, we will get right into the all-gender races. That's going to be kicking off at 8:50 a.m. With CIA and DG. So that's going to be a lot of fun right there, and we'll get into that a bit more.
That is an extremely fluffy dog that we are seeing on screen. I got 2 pups of my own, so I'm going to be on the lookout today.
Yeah, no, shout out to the camera people have been really doing a wonderful job dog spotting
Yes, absolutely.
throughout this weekend, which is perhaps more important than the races themselves.
Truly, at the end of the day, well, I'm actually here just to watch the dogs, actually. Who cares about Buggy? I'm here to see the fluffy pups.
And we're about
That's a
1
hot
minute
take.
away. Yeah, it's early. Looks like we got the Buggies coming out onto the course. We are under 1 minute now till the start of this, the second of the 3 morning exhibitions. We are scheduled to have 3 exhibitions at the end of the day as well, including the always competitive, always fiery Buggy Alumni Association versus Sweepstakes grudge match.
I'll be on Hill 1 today.
Oh, wow. There you go. For BAA, right?
Yeah.
Super fun. You'll win.
They all blend together.
11.
Guy seems like everybody's setting up right now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
One thing to note, too, that's kind of fun with the Frivers, it looks like they're all wearing their helmets and safety harnesses. So that's actually the gear you're loaded up into the Buggy with to, we talk about safety a fair bit, help maximize safety and all that.
So this Hill 0.5 for Fringe there, that was the driver of Balsa, the new wooden buggy from the Fringe group. CIA looking really quick over the top here.
Looks like, about 28 seconds or so at the...
Oh,
Yeah, I just missed the push bar.
Can you spot all 5 safety items?
Ooh.
Maybe not right now. We're looking at a CIA Buggy coming
A little
down
bit of a wobble.
in the free roll.
yeah, so for context, all the drivers have to wear 5 pieces of safety equipment. That includes a mouth guard, that includes gloves, that includes safety goggles, that includes a helmet, and what am I missing?
The harness?
Did I say harness? Harness is the 5th.
I think.
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, anytime the driver has to be wearing all 5 of those things during their roll, and if they're not, they're actually disqualified.
Safety is super important, especially for Buggy. When you're going down the free roll, it's everybody wants to make sure that it's safe and
CIA's
fun, but still
Goldfinch
competitive.
passing the transition flag, heading down into the loader part of the free roll.
So one
Getting the
note,
chute flag really early, coming in around the corner, making a tight turn into the chute, passing close to the bales, keeping it very smooth. Ooh, a little
beautiful.
scrape at the bottom there.
Yeah.
There's a bump. Fringe right behind. Those fairing covers are wide open, so you can see all the wheels, but keeping it smooth and clean. No scraping like we saw yesterday in exhibitions. And coming out cleanly out of the chute
Super
into
important,
Hill 3.
especially for
so
Buggy
traditionally
when you're
Goldfinch is
going
rolling
down
on
the
much
free
larger
roll.
wheels on the back than we're seeing today. If you notice, the rear end of the buggy looks like it's scraping on the ground.
I
It's a
thought
very
I-
interesting choice.
I thought I heard that coming up the top hills, a little bit of a scratch and a scrape. So interesting decision there.
Yeah, I'm curious. I've seen some wheel things for the past yesterday and today, so I'm curious if people are trying out new wheels because of the 2 days.
Yeah. And, we were talking about safety earlier, and kind of a testament to that. There were a few, spin outs in the sheet yesterday. No real injury or anything major sustained there. A lot of the drivers even re-rolled and ran again, which is pretty impressive when you consider they're going in at about 35 miles an hour, which would be grounds for a ticket on a normal day. I guess also that turn is now illegal, so many tickets to be sustained by the teams.
Yeah.
Well, it
But-
looks like they're stopping the buggy early. At the
Yeah,
beginning
I
of Hill
wonder if they heard about the scritching and scratching.
It's a good question. I don't know the context there.
let's see, the Freiburg,
anything major sustained there. A lot of the drivers even re-rolled and ran again, which is pretty impressive when you consider they're going in at about 35 miles an hour, which would be
as they transition.
French does have 8 drivers this year, as I understand.
I guess also that turn is now
That's
illegal, so
drivers.
many tickets should be sustained by the team.
I was like, oh my goodness, training that many people, really, really difficult. So big props to French.
So I'm hearing a rumor here that I just heard word that CIA might have been having a small mechanical issue on that roll, hoping that doesn't impact their later races today with that buggy.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully they make it through. I think everybody wants to see a good couple races. I think everybody's expecting something really good from CIA, SDC.
Right, because Kingfisher, that's their men's 18 buggy according to this. So that, something they do not want to mess around with, especially with the goal, right, to repeat as champions there.
Yeah, nobody wants to scrape the paint jobs as well. As somebody who's been painting for that long, it's always heartbreaking to see a little bit of a scratch. So I hope everything works out good for them and they'll get that figured out before men's or women's.
Yeah, and like you said, pending any issues, CIA is the favorite coming in. They're the first seed on men's and women's, so they're looking to keep those positions throughout today. So they're, obviously SDC is right on their tail, but it's going to be tight for them.
Yeah, super, super exciting.
Goldfinch being one of the most beautiful buggies on the course, I absolutely love that paint job.
I am a little offended, but I do definitely agree.
I didn't say the best. I said one of the best.
Hey. Just
Spirit also does an excellent job with their paint job.
Thank you. I was just fishing for compliments.
Kingfishing? I don't know.
Or finching for gold fishing. Hey, okay.
We'll workshop it. We got one more exhibition here. We got the SDC men's C.5. I think we saw C.75 yesterday.
Lots of decimal points for the SDC exhibition.
Yeah, so
not exactly sure.
No D teams rolled out this year, but 2 fractional C teams. Whatever that means, and then Spirit alumni as well. So that'll be a fun one. And then we get into the all-gender races. And again, this is one where it's really hard to map out year to year what you're going to get. Obviously, everyone's an A team, so I am looking forward to all of those and that excitement coming up there.
Yeah, and having all gender is just like such an opportunity. I think you said 4 years, right, that we've been doing
This will be the 4th, yeah.
Yeah, I'm super, super excited to see those times, and hopefully we cut down another 10 seconds, but you never know. SDC set a couple good times, so I'm super excited again to see the
Yeah, I would say 2:25 is a pretty competitive time on men's or women's race. I mean, that's the record for women, but men's too, that would have been a qualifying time yesterday.
Yeah.
Here we are in the exhibition.
Just goes to show how good SDC of a team is,
SDC definitely has a great history of winning, especially recently.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think they're looking to continue that this year.
Yeah.
So moving into the next exhibition was Spirit Alumni and men's SDC 0.5. So again, with these exhibitions, we really have no idea what to expect over the hill. There's for normal heats with all gender men's and women's races, the teams are able to get a prediction on how fast their front hill pushers are, how fast their buggies are in the free roll for those pushers, and then all the chairmen meet together to try and schedule the heats in a way that's going to pose the least amount of risk to the drivers, so they can race safely and have fun, but not put themselves at risk of crashing in the chute specifically.
Yeah.
With these exhibitions, it's very hard to know because you have no idea who your pushers are going to be. So the drivers are all trained to keep themselves as safe as possible. We'll see what happens here. We're looking at Goldfinch walking down the hill right now, looking like I'm not actually sure if it finished the race this time. So
I don't think it went across the finish line. They came out and kind of paused it, maybe 20 feet short there.
Yeah, but it's definitely worth to stop for an exhibition. Nobody wants any problems during an exhibition, so hopefully everything's okay and they can get that checked out right before all gender if Goldfinch is running for them. But yeah, definitely big shout out to all data and chairmen. It is so difficult to figure out who's going to push what times at what time, and making sure everybody has an average time and figuring all these things out is super difficult. So big props to them, and I believe that's a kilt.
Yeah, no, actually this Spirit alumni team, they are all pushing in kilts today. I have been informed. They have also given me a roster card. So they get the full introduction today. So congratulations to them. On Hill 1 for Spirit, Mr. Joe Frick. It is actually what Frick Park is named after, that man right there, after his buggy escapades. On Hill 2, class of 2015, Glenn Filan. Hill 3, one of the key men behind the Quantum Leap, class of 1987, Tom Felmley. On Hill 4, class of 2015, Shannon McCullough. And on Hill 5, Mr. K-Mac, Corey McDonough.
That was super fun.
Really getting your voice work out.
Yeah, I don't know, I gotta warm up. Anyway, put something from me.
I don't know about the Spirit guys. You got me ready to run through a brick wall.
Yeah. I love these kilts as well. They're so amazing. I hope they're wearing shorts underneath that though.
Yeah, hopefully none of the somersault pushes.
Yeah, maybe not a repeat of last year. I think we are all good.
We don't need to find out.
Pushing team ready at Hill 1 here. You see the buggies coming out to the line. So one fun fact, a lot of times teams will hold their buggies in the air above the start line. The reason for that is they often heat their wheels to make them roll a little bit faster around the course. And keeping them up in the air will help them stay warmer, not losing heat to the ground. So they'll hold it up in there as long as they're legally allowed to by the rules.
Yeah, and hopefully they get behind the line at 6 seconds, I believe.
5 seconds.
5 seconds, close enough. And the hard thing is putting it down in time and then sprinting behind and making sure the pusher has a hand on a push bar. So there's a little bit of risk reward to floating it.
Ready, set.
Here we are with the final exhibition of the day. The Spirit alum looking to bring it. Joe Frick trying to go neck and neck with the current student of SDC C.5.
Hill 1 for SDC is absolutely motoring. Look at this.
That is a really far shove. The depth of SDC is just wild. Not the cleanest transition there between Joe and Glenn. Glenn making up for it though, coming with some momentum into Hill 2. Really nice shove down by SDC C.5.
If I'm correct, I do believe that I think it was Glenn who made Invisid, so I think he just pushed his own buggy. I could be wrong on that. But always so exciting to see the alumni come back and see how long Spirit and other teams have been existing for.
Yeah, and Lust, I mean, this is a fast time by 56-second stop side time. That's one of the real metrics we'll use throughout the day. That's fast.
I believe that beat their B team from yesterday, actually. That was a very fast.
Lust just passing the transition flag. Lily coming down from STC, about to hit the shoot flag. Passing there, making a nice, smooth, wide turn. Holding on, Spirit right behind, Invisid again, coming down, hitting that shoot flag. Making the turn. Ooh, a quick turn on Invisid. While STC is coming out into Hill 3. This is making a close pass by the bales on the inside, turning wide, and then turning into Hill 3, coming out a little clean, a little fishtail at the end.
Yeah, nice pickup on Hill 3 by SDC C.5. It's just crazy to show the depth that SDC has, that they're rolling these dudes out in an exhibition heat. And this is probably going to be what would have been a qualifying time for men's finals. 3-4 transition happens there. Tom Felmley passing that off. Looks like he maybe took a spill right at the end there after the transition. We'll take a look at that.
Yeah, and SDC switching into Hill 5 here under 2 minutes. That's usually a green flag for a very fast time. So yeah, definitely, again, SDC looking really, really strong in this exhibition. Always good to see Lust rolling fast. Definitely have some fast. That was one of the buggies I had in
It's a fast buggy. It's a good one.
Yeah, Lust is such a nice color too. And I know I'm just going to be talking about
3-4 transition happens there.
But such a beautiful
222 for that is
exhibition. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that would have been like 9th place qualifying yesterday. Here we got Corey McDonald
usually a green flag
pulling up for Spirit C, and For some not so recent alums, they're actually putting up a pretty nice time too, coming in here at a 2:44.67.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty nice there. So congratulations to both. Nice to see the
Contrast, I guess.
contrast, but also just clean exhibition rolling, especially with that little bit of questionable scratching or whatever with Goldfinch.
Yes.
You never want the exhibitions to get in the way of the performance of the actual competing teams there. But good job, good effort out of everyone there. And we are about to get into the official races, the real races, with all gender going to be kicking off here. But first, we're going to go ahead and roll a recap package from last year, give you some excitement and hype on what you can expect to see coming up.
Looks like STC's at the drop test. Spirit's coming right behind them before we start that video.
And again, that paint job is just so pretty. I believe Kerosene this year as well just looks super, super good, which is Apex's Buggy. Shout out to whoever chose that paint. Just glimmers in the sunlight.
I was told this morning that they used the same paint that came from some of the old 1990s Ford Mustang Fox bodies. So that's a cool throwback for them.
Yeah, that's a great choice.
And
no, you got it.
You go ahead.
I was just going to talk about Invisid real quick, and it's interesting to have such a shiny Buggy right next to Invisid. And Invisid has I believe, I'm forgetting exactly what it is, but the main reason that we don't repaint every single year is we can't sand it down. I believe that there's some, like, if we sand it down, it would be toxic. So that's the main reason that Spirit doesn't repaint Invisid every year. So really interesting to see that contrast.
Yeah, and here we are watching the drop test. This is something, as we've mentioned a bit, but I noticed it's getting a little busier here. Oh, wow. Flip, there you go. But all teams must pass the drop test to prove that their brakes are functional. And that's one of those little things that is always a little bit of anxiety after a team puts up a good time, but can they get the drop test brake precisely as asked? That's played SigEp in the past. That's one of these teams this year we're looking for maybe a top 3 finish if they can get everything together. It's been trouble for them, though. Historically, they've had very good teams and just never quite stack it together on race day. That being said, they were mini race day champions this year, but we're actually going to take even more of a step back and look at a 2025 recap so you can see some of the excitement and action from last year in one of the most unique race days. Actually, I've just been informed we have 2 minutes until the start of this race, so we're going to go ahead and roll that a little bit later just to make sure we don't cut off the start of this one. I'll go ahead and just run through the rosters as we get here into this first all-gender finals. In lane 1, you will have CIA in Starling. On hill 1, Haeyun Song. Hill 2, Annie Marcelino. Hill 3, Chenerai Hess. Hill 4, Lucy Colburn. Hill 5, Adeline Gao. And the driver, Ezrin Flowers Carrier. And in lane 2, in Insight, is DG. On hill 1, they have Kevin Murphy. Hill 2, Zach Shanker. Hill 3, Esther Lynn. Hill 4, Delara Kaglar. And hill 5, Demetrius Demamos, the driver, Jolie Wang. And one thing to mention, especially with DG, this is their first build for the house, which is pretty exciting. It is the first ever sorority buggy to actually complete an official time around the course, and would be cool to see them get some trophies here. Really exciting to watch them.
Yeah, so for DG, they made some really serious history yesterday with that banter rolling around the course. It's a monumental achievement for them, and everybody should be super proud of them. Note in this race, they're rolling Insight, which is an old fringe buggy, actually built in around 2003, I believe. I was also born in 2003, so Buggy's been rolling for a long time, but it's still nice and solid, and rolling nice and strong. It's a testament.
That long of a time, we're super young. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, I'm super stoked to see what DG has in store with them being, I feel like, a more newer team with all their newer buggies. I mean, their paint job, again, is really gorgeous. I love the black and white and the fire. Doing those organic lines, I think any person who's painted a buggy before knows that could not have been easy. So big shout out to whoever painted it, but also just making it in general super, super difficult, especially without a lot of knowledge or history of the past. That's super hard. So big props.
Cool. And really exciting stuff for them. Also exciting stuff for CIA, looking for maybe a triple crown this year. And let's go ahead and watch their hype video, see what this team is all about. And that is CIA. You see them down in lane 1, DG with insight in lane 2. And as mentioned, something to watch with these all-gender races is just from hill to hill, there can be huge variation. So buggies overtaking each other. I'm excited for this as we're about to start.
It's a CIC and SDCB, but I believe it is
CIA
and DGA, yeah.
And the Hill 1 pusher for DG looking very strong. Look at this.
Super fast.
And that's pretty impressive depth, even just with the great men's A team they rolled out. Being able to have that here with all gender. That's a really nice time, about 20 seconds there from the Hill 1 to 2 transition.
That's a great time for them.
That's an incredibly strong front hills for DG right there.
Yeah, wow, that was about 28, 29, I think, to the crosswalk.
And again, this is one of the things I love about all gender. Like usually you would expect a heat of CIA and DGA, regardless of who's pushing what to go a certain way. But in this race, obviously we're seeing a different result, and it's really cool to see how fast teams are going in this race.
Although I will give CIA the edge in terms of outfits with the butterfly capes or whatever it is they're rocking there. As we come into the stop sign, 57 seconds. Again, that's a metric we'll look at all day to compare different buggies as they come into the chute.
Inside just coming down past the transition flag. CIA nowhere to be seen at the moment. Inside's got all road to themselves. Hitting the chute flag and ooh, a quick turn. Scrubbing out a little bit, but coming in close to the bales. Coming in nice and clean through after that. Quick turn, staying close to the inside of that. CIA now passing the transition flag 2 and coming down the free roll into the chute, heading towards that chute flag as Insight gets picked up on hill 3. The pusher is burned. Starling here coming through the chutes, turning nice and cleanly on those big wheels, carrying that momentum through, just coming in close to the inside as well.
Yeah, and that's one thing we'll also be monitoring all day is when a buggy has a really good chute turn, sometimes it's coming a lot faster than the Hill 3 is expecting, and they're sprinting trying to catch up to it. But a good transition, good catching up to that for the 3 to 4 as CIAA is now on their Hill 3, the pretty clear separation with DGA out ahead as they're getting close to the 4-5 transition as we cross to about 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, and I think that's what kind of determines a good Hill 3 versus a great one. Definitely how experienced you are. It's maybe not the most technical hill, but where you start definitely is. And experience really, really helps with that.
And DG putting up a really fast time here.
Yeah.
Crossing just over 2:35, which was
ahead as they're getting close to the 4-5 transition.
2:37.86.
2:37.86 for them.
Yeah, that's a very good roll for
That's-
DG. That should be definitely up there in contention. I'd expect that to be a great.
Absolutely.
Up there, right up there.
Absolutely. That was a super, super strong hill 1 and 2 push, and went pretty far into 3 as well. So big props to the 1 and 2 hill.
So DGA setting the bar for the rest of the teams to try and match today.
Just over 2.
And there we go, CIAA across just under 3:05. Shout out Pitbull. So nice to see a couple clean rolls early, especially, you know, CIA, there was that issue with Kingfisher in the exhibition. So you got to think stakes kind of all of a sudden rose just in the truck, needing to worry about that, needing to get their all-gender team ready. But they came out, they looked good. DG, though, really setting the high watermark there for what we're going to look for in terms of the time to beat with a 2. They're giving them a 2:38.28. What is the trophy structure for all gender?
That's a great question. I believe, I'm not 100% sure on this, I believe it is top 3 get a trophy in all gender. Note for all gender, the teams are only allowed to enter one buggy. There's no B teams. It's all timed finals. So the men's and women raced yesterday, and the top 10 are coming back today. For all gender, they are rolling all of their buggies at finals today. I could be wrong on the top 3. I'm not remembering correctly, so I could be wrong. I could look it up.
Yeah, I also don't quite remember exactly what it is, but either way, any team should be super happy to get trophies for all gender. It's a big accomplishment. And super, super excited to see, you know, what everybody else has in store and if they can match DG, because that was a super, super strong time for them.
Yeah, and as mentioned, right, such an exciting team, DG. I think personally it's easy to root for the newer teams that are building. When you think of really the story of that team too, where they had, you know, these couple chairs who were really excited in 2019. We all know what happened in 2020, and the fact they were able to still pull it together and transition a team culture when you're really losing almost 2 years of buggy, kind of with the way the school year and the buggy years were there is pretty incredible. And let's go ahead and watch their team hype video, see a little bit more about Delta Gamma.
I gotta ask him, cause if I don't, I don't know. Let's go. What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know? It's in my lip gloss, it's cool. My lip gloss be popping. I'm standing at my locker, and all the boys keep stopping. What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know about me? What you know? It's in my lip gloss, it's popping. My lip gloss is cool. All the boys keep jocking. They chase me after school.
You know, we are having a couple issues with the Jumbotron here at the top of Hill 2. So we'll make sure that gets fixed. But that was an awesome video. We got to see it here in the booth. Rolling here, a couple interesting teams. Apex A, the first ever all-gender champions, as well against SigEp A. So SigEp A is going to be in lane 1 in Barracuda. On Hill 1, they have Jonathan Youngblood. Hill 2, Juliet Brown. Hill 3, Autumn Bright. Hill 4, Luca Diem. Hill 5, Jack Fallows, and the driver is Miyamoto. In lane 2, Apex A is rolling Helios. Hill 1, Liam Swain. Hill 2, Madhav Anugopal. Hill 3, Sarah Tillinger. Hill 4, Alyssa Gamble. Hill 5, Audrey Kyan. And the driver, Sarah Ober.
I'm super excited to see Apex race. They're one of my favorite teams every year. My roommate, Iris, does mech for them. So I have a little soft spot for Apex, and I'm super, super excited what they have to bring today.
Yeah, and this is a special year for Apex. It's their 15th Raceday.
Wow, congrats.
So I too have a soft spot for them. I guess it's been enough years. This is maybe no longer a known fact, but I was actually the OC for the majority of.
Wow.
So in some ways, I created Apex Buggy. I didn't. But shout out to all of them. It's really cool to see the longevity of the program and the way it's really shaped buggy culture in a way, with just the openness and kind of building the collaborative spirit. So awesome to see out there, and with new builds and all of that.
Absolutely.
Apex is they've had a huge impact. And they've also, not only have they had a huge impact on buggy culture for all the teams, they've also grown into a very competitive, fast team. I mean, we saw them won the all-gender race. They won the all-gender race a couple years ago. They're often in the top 6 for other races, so they're a great team.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to definitely be watching out for them today, and I'm super, super stoked to see what they have in store for us.
And we have 8 total teams rolling here in all gender, so this is the second of 4 heats. Right now, DG, the team to beat, 238.28. If we look at Apex, when they won back in 2023, they had a 245.58. So seeing if they can maybe top that a little bit and see what we're able to do.
Yeah, Apex is such a great team, and who are they racing? Give me one second.
SigEp.
SigEp.
Yeah, and SigEp. So Barracuda currently, I could be wrong on this, I believe Barracuda holds the fastest ever top speed in the free roll ever recorded on Raceday. That's always an incredibly fast buggy.
Wow.
SigEp's always able to find incredible pushers, so they are always a dark horse to compete. If they're able to put all the puzzle pieces together, they're going to be looking for very good performances in every race they compete in.
Yeah, and I believe they had a really good time for men's as well, so we'll see what they have in store for us for all gender. Seems like everybody's floating again. I don't know if any of you guys are newer people, but floating, basically all you're doing is making sure those wheels that are heated stay heated and they stay warm all the way up until 5 seconds, where they put down the buggy and then try to get behind the line, because it is a DQable offense if the mechs are near the buggies. So that's just a little bit about what floating is.
Second race here, SigEp coming out pretty strong, perhaps a dark horse here, able to take this trophy. Again, we have so little history on the all-gender. It truly, truly is anyone's race. Hard to predict, but a nice neck and neck. Hill 1 as they're coming here. This is going to be pretty close with the shove-off. And let's see if Apex able maybe to separate a little bit here, but no, it looks like SigEp still out up in front as we're getting into Hill 2.
At the same time here, it's going to be real tight.
It's going to be tight.
And Apex getting a little bit of a deeper shove as they let go, so that was kind of interesting. SigEp shoving pretty early. Apex, that deeper shove, seems like they might have some more momentum and an opportunity to pass here in the free roll.
Because they're so close, Barracuda might be pulling away, and like you mentioned, Lewis, before, with Barracuda having a super fast free roll time. But I think it's up to the drivers and how much experience they have.
It also looked like Apex might have been a little bit of a stronger hill too there, so that might offset any of the difference.
Yeah, only about a 1 second difference here as a stop sign as they flow into the chute.
Yeah, I see them coming over the hill here into the transition flag. Barracuda just out in front of Apex there as they come down into the chute flag. A little bit of separation coming out. Barracuda pulling away just a little bit. I have to question if the Apex driver pulled the brake just a touch. Coming through, Apex pulling wide as they typically do. Coming through both clean, both scrubbed a little bit on the turn, but coming into hill 3 nice and hot. Going to burn that hill 3 pusher just a touch there. And Apex picking it up right at the bottom.
Yeah, let's see. SigEp having a bit of a lead here, but again, you never know what's going to happen on the back hills. Looks like Apex had a slightly better pickup on hill 3, so we'll see what their momentum is as SigEp makes the 3 to 4 transition. Apex maybe 2-3 seconds behind them there. SigEp starting to gain some separation here on the back hills.
And again, this is the type of race that we really like to see in Buggy, where they're pretty close coming around the free roll, but they're still nice and safe, and the racing is still very fun. This is perfect heat selection here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's always super, super fun to see them go close in the chute, but make sure everybody's safe and okay. The drivers did a really great job.
Apex had a slightly better pickup
SigEp
on
looking
hill
to
3,
beat
so we'll see what their momentum is.
38,
As
28
SigEp makes the
time
3
that
to 4
DG put up.
transition. Apex maybe 2-3 seconds
And it's
behind
going to be
them
close
there.
here as they are
SigEp
getting
starting
near
gain
to the finish line
some
here on
separation
Hill
here on
5,
the back hills.
trying to take that number one spot. Again, all gender, really anyone's race as they approach that finish line, coming up over at a 2:35.07, so that's going to move SigEp up into first place, pending drops and all that fun stuff. Apex A still coming, bringing up the rear there with their Hill 5. Audrey Kyon looking to get them in under 3 minutes. And they do a 2:53.5. Nice time out of them, competitive time, and another good race, like you mentioned, Lewis. Really great driving there in the free roll. Seeing the teams staying close, but able to be safe and maneuver through it all.
Yeah, and one note, I mean, both DG and SigEp here set times that will be second place in last year's all-gender race. So this is looking like a very fast year for the all-gender competition, which is always great to see. I think, one of the goals when this race was created was we wanted this race to be just as competitive as the men's and women's races. So seeing the teams continue to get faster and emphasize it more is really, really awesome to see.
Yeah, we're just watching the replay right now again, how close they were in the free rolls. Just again, great driving on both of their ends, on Barracuda and...
well, and despite the cold this morning and the early time, they're actually hitting some pretty good speeds that we saw yesterday. We had SigEp hitting nearly 34 miles an hour, and Apex was at about 32 and a half. So they're already heating up well, and it looks like the teams are prepping properly.
Yeah, and it is a few degrees cooler than yesterday, but at the same time, the sun is out, and I think that's something that really just helps in terms of the course conditions. You can see the back hills and the chute fully awash in sunlight, which is going to help with their speed there. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, this next heat looks extremely exciting. It's renewing an old rivalry from the 90s. You got Spirit A and Pica A right up next to each other, so this is going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, two teams always really bring it with pushers. On the Raceday preview show this year, heard a lot of good things about this Pike all-gender team, perhaps the favorite in the clubhouse as we're halfway through that official SigEp time. And looking at their drop test here, because that has plagued them in the past, but looks like all good there from what I could see.
The Barracuda's been very consistent this week at drops. I think their mechanics have done a great job at tuning up those brakes to make sure they can pass this test reliably.
But yeah, I'm really excited for this Pica Spirit race. One of these things, it's just hard to figure out the heats in something like this, especially with no truck weekend, no real quality timing data. So this could be, Buggy is technically a time trial, but I think this one might really be a race.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the other buggies, it is a race. It is absolutely still a race. The buggies in your heat absolutely will impact your final time, and that's part of the competition. So I think that's definitely an element of how Buggy is structured. Makes it more exciting for everybody to watch.
And here we have some drone footage. This is actually from the first race, CIA and DG. Able to see DG take that nice chute line there. CIA will come in a bit wider. You can see there bit of separation between them, but really nice to have these angles here and just see how crazy the turn is that these drivers are making, especially when you're laying prone Superman style, going 30 some miles an hour. This is a replay now from this most recent one with Apex and SigEp A. You can see kind of how close they were and the width of that line being taken by Apex.
Helio's taking a very wide line there. That's an unusual line for them. So, maybe they're trying new things to see if they can squeeze a little bit more speed out of it. It's great to see that.
So that's actually pretty common for Apex. They tend to like to go wide. I was talking to the drivers about it a bit at Design Comp, and it's just the line that they typically take. And they hear it a lot that it's an unusual line. It's unusual for a lot of the other teams, but they see it as avoiding a lot of the cracks and other things that happen in the chute, things like the grate and other potholes that appear. So they prefer that line.
Yeah, that's one of the really cool things about watching all these teams compete. Although, to an untrained eye, the buggies may look similar, they all have very different steerings and braking systems, and, the drivers are in different positions within the buggy. So, there are definitely different optimal lines for every buggy driver combination. So that's always interesting to watch.
All right, let's go ahead and look at these teams here. In lane 1, we're going to have Spirit A in Invisid. On hill 1, Darren Kwan. On hill 2, Andreas Lizardo. Hill 3, Prakruth Archar. Hill 4, Pranav Nimaguda. And hill 5, Macy Cha. And the driver, Cadence Ching in Invisid. And in lane 2, we have Pika A in Raptor. On hill 1, Knox Foster. Hill 2, Pasha Danica. Hill 3, Liv LaFond. Hill 4, Andrew Porco. Hill 5, Danny Lee. And the driver, Laura Whitwick.
And again, looking at the the heat selection times and the projected speed of these pushers and Raptor's incredible speed in the free roll, Pika is definitely looking like the favorite here. So the other teams are going to really have to fight to keep up with them.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see Laura roll again. She's such an experienced driver, so I'm super excited to see her push.
Yeah, so Pika's driver was the former safety chair, actually for 2 years. So it's really interesting to see her getting back in a buggy, getting back in that perspective.
Yeah, and she was on the broadcast yesterday. She was awesome. Spirit as well, always an awesome team to just see their energy and their hype. So let's go ahead and watch their team preview vid. One of the great buggy rivalries of all time, Spirit and Pika renewed once more here. Both teams looking for an all-gender crown.
Oh my gosh, they're neck and neck up hill 1. This is awesome. This is awesome to watch.
This is super exciting. It seems like Spirit's a little bit ahead. They got some green tape on, and Andres then takes it on hill 2. He's a very experienced pusher, so
but it seems like Pika making up a little bit of room there. Absolutely. And this is going to be a really close shove off there, and it looks like Raptor has a little bit more speed.
Oh, we already are seeing
roll.
A pass here. Look at Raptor already coming around Spirit here. This is interesting.
They're super, super close.
You see Invisid wobbling a little bit there, maybe seeing Raptor
looks like
coming out of
came
their
to a stop.
Yeah, looks like they stopped. Pika, the only team daring to go in close to the curb there. Pretty much everybody else keeping it on the repaved road outside that white line. Pika zooming through at about a 58-second stop sign time. Looking good, looking fast as they come into the chute.
Raptor coming through transition flag with Pika on their opposite side flagger. Passing by the monument there, coming in nice and straight. Hitting the chute flag, taking a nice, easy turn into the chute, carrying it through the road. They can, taking it close to the bale, swinging wide out into the chute, and making the corner into hill 3, carrying a lot of speed up. Let's see how that pusher will. Oh, they're way up the hill there.
Yeah, and even so, still got burned. That's a lot of momentum. Beautiful free roll right there by Raptor. A really nice hill 2 push into all that. Hill 3 managing to catch up. 2:35. The time that Pika looking to beat here in order to hop on top of the leaderboard. one of the teams we really thought could be in championship contention in this all-gender race as we're here on Hill 4. They're moving fast. It's going to depend a lot on this Hill 5.
And Pika's going to be really close to this all-gender course record here. The record standing at 225.62 with SDC's Paranoia from last year. So it's all about to this Hill 5 to see if they can break that record unofficially.
And let's see, Danny Lee certainly motoring, trying to get it. He's staring down that finish line. And again, we're looking like what might be a record time as we cross over 222, 223.
They might,
It's like just past that.
Just
Hand
past
on the
it.
push bar at 228.02, but a very fast time, 7 seconds faster than SigEp A. Going to move them into first place and putting the pressure on Fringe and SDC in the final heat there. With and Spirit too, right? They stopped there. I assume that's a decision for safety with the pass there.
Yeah, I think Cadence is a super smart driver. This is her second year driving, so I think that's a totally fine choice to make, especially, you know, having a couple spins. So I think it's super safe. I think also that 1 and 2 were super close. I'd be interested in seeing what Spirit has to offer and see if they can get close to the top couple times.
Yeah, I mean, I assume they would be granted a re-roll there with the
Absolutely.
Stop for safety.
Yeah, the green tape is interesting though. Normally we go with black tape, so we got green tape around the windshield. Everybody kind of has their different kind of ways of getting in the buggy. Some are front and some are back loaded. I believe Pika's is top loaded, so they go through the top of the buggy.
That's
which is
correct.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, so right now the only buggy on the course that, you know, is still actively racing that has a top loading system is Raptor. So in most buggies you'll load in from the front, so the driver will stick their feet in first and wiggle into the tube. In Raptor you actually have to get in through the top, so it's just a different loading mechanism. Both are allowed.
So a really competitive time for Pika. We got the official number 227.95, so only a couple seconds off of the course record. SDC, two-time defending champion in this race. The pressure is going to be on with them to beat Pika. Pika looking to take home their first ever all-gender crown here. Assuming we're probably going to have a re-roll there from Spirit, so who knows what they'll be capable of. They were looking really neck and neck with Pika there on the front hills. Obviously Raptor, a really fast rolling buggy there, but good to see, you know, just clean driving, smart driving, and really something we were maybe worried about with no truck weekend that has been playing out pretty well this year.
No, I think that's a testament to how well the drivers and the teams prepare even before truck weekend. I mean, there are rolls practices every weekend throughout the year, and you know there are teams that are out there every single weekend, even in freezing temperatures, getting rolls in to have their drivers practice. I mean, this year we saw drivers roll like almost 100 times throughout the year at practice. So stuff like that is a great preparation as well.
Yeah, I think buggy is such a sport of passion. It's a lot of dedication for 1 to 2 days. And I think everybody feels really passionate about it. Even waking up like 4 o'clock in the morning, that is difficult, especially for a couple college students. So big props to everybody for how much time and effort and energy they put into it for all teams across the board. Because even getting here, doing making sure that everybody kind of makes it is really difficult, and getting caped and everything, it's hard. So
Right.
big props to all the teams.
And especially nice this year that we can actually celebrate that, have 2 full days of racing. The sun is out. I forgot that was possible, but it is nice and high in the sky there over. I actually got intel from Gina Castellano that is Park Manor Apartments, and Fred Rogers and his wife did live there.
Hey,
there you go.
So we are literally, it's kind of fun. We literally are in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, even beyond WQED. But literally, the CMU is Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. So that's
I don't remember on there them having buggies, but I guess I guess maybe it was only 1 week of the day. Maybe they skipped it to watch.
Seems like they fit. No one wakes up that early in Imagination Land.
They're living the dream.
Anyway, speaking of waking up early and all that, we have the women's and the men's races coming out of this. So if you're just waking up, maybe on the live stream, you want to be here in person. It is electric atmosphere. The hills are filling up with
The sun's
people.
coming out.
The sun is out. It feels nice. It feels lovely. We got one more all-gender heat, most likely a re-roll after that. Then we'll be getting into the women's and the men's races here. So come on down, check it out. It is a perfect day for buggy racing.
Yeah, and so again, Pike is setting the bar very high with their sub 228 roll. I think Fringe and SDC are both going to be looking at that, wanting to beat that time. So this is going to be a really interesting race to watch here. Again, SDC, the two-time defending champions in this race, current course record holders. You know they have a chip on their shoulders to defend that title, get the hat trick.
Yeah, and SDC has such quick and fast pushers, absolutely. I'm always keeping an eye out on them.
Yeah, I mean, even the exhibition C.5 team we saw or whatever.
Blazing fast.
Yeah, so I'm expecting some speed here for sure. Let's go ahead and look at the rosters here. In lane 1, we're going to have Fringe A in Bermuda. On hill 1, Owen Den Ul. Hill 2, Vince Top Miller. Hill 3, Moyo Akoma. Hill 4, Rowan Sullivan. Hill 5, Alex Miner. And the driver, Abby Miller. And in lane 2, you have the two-time defending all-gender champions, SDC. They're going to be rolling Paranoia. On hill 1, we have Seonhyuk Lee. Hill 2, Jacob Kwan. Hill 3, Olivia Wu. Hill 4, Svenja Mawik. Hill 5, Kondrej Curie. And the driver, Elizabeth McBride.
Love that drawing of Olivia Wu. That's amazing. Love that.
And Elizabeth here, she might be one of the most experienced drivers on the course in terms of how many rolls she's gotten. SDC always puts her through, you know, every day at rolls she's doing at least 7 or 8 rolls when she can. So she might be totaling several hundred rolls at this point in her buggy career.
And SDC, a team known for their discipline. They're on top of everything. They have such a deep program. And let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about them here with their 2026 hype video.
Oh, you want a villain? Let me show you how I evil. Oh, you think I'm difficult? I'll show you all my evil. Sharpshooter, lethal, top of foot, like an eagle. Welcome to your races, I'm a machine. Diesel. Gotta crush you all beneath me. You bitches in my pup, you're drooling for a squeaky. I squash you like a bug. Battlefield greasy, my nuts are few peachy. Dead, deceased, like wow. Ain't the town blue, right? It's all around you. Ain't the town blue.
SDC ready! SDC roll! Phenomenal!
And awesome to see that there. SDC hoping for maybe a three-peat this year, qualifying at the top on the men's and the women's side earlier. Is that right? No, sorry, they qualified in second on the men's and women's side because of the 6-second penalty there. A good opportunity, though, for them here to get the lead. Last year they had the course record on the all-gender of 225. They're going to need to be that fast again. Pika A putting up a 227.95. So the pressure's on for SDC. And Fringe, again, with this race, just so little history, who knows what they're going to bring. Could be fast up over the hill, and that could cause all kinds of problems. So we have no idea. I'm excited to see it.
I think all gender teams, there's always a little bit of mystery. You never really quite know what you're going to get. And so I think we've seen some really, really great racing today, and I'm super excited to see SDC and see if they kind of follow through on defending champions.
Yeah, and if Elizabeth, wins this, if SDC wins this race, this will be Elizabeth's third all-gender win.
Wow, props to her. And Paranoia is a beautiful buggy, too.
Yeah, so again, there's a lot at stake here. It's going to be a great race. SDC has a chip on their shoulder again. They're ready to go.
And again, the final heat, in all likelihood, will have a re-roll for at least Spirit within this, depending on what happens here, probably just Spirit, but we will see. Then we move on to the women's and then on to the men's on this absolutely perfect day out here. We're loving it. The dogs on the Jumbotron are loving it. Hopefully everybody else in attendance is loving it as well. Been just some excellent racing so far this weekend. And yeah, look at that overhead footage.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Fips gleaming in the sunlight. The grass is green. One nice outcome from such a cold, wet winter. The lawns are certainly watered.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, it's days like this that really make CMU campus shine. I think any student's happy to be here when the weather's good. When the weather's bad,
well, you know,
stay
it's
inside.
one of those things. We get 8 days like this a year, and
Yeah.
it makes you grateful for it. And that's probably also why we work so hard, is because it's miserable to be outside.
9, 8,
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
So here we are, SDC looking to defend their crown in Paranoia, but Fringe looking pretty fast off that Hill 1. SDC starting to make a little bit of separation there, but this still looks like it might be a tight one going into Hill 2.
It's an early shove on Hill 1 there, but
big shove, a bit of an early transition, but
definitely that's a
SDC
contender for Marnock in the hill right there.
really
Seems
getting
like
some
it's gonna be a big
separation.
push.
1-2. That's a nice deep Hill 2 push as they're into the free roll, getting themselves a few seconds difference now versus Fringe. SDC Buggies, that's Paranoia there. Always just looks so good, so smooth in the free roll. I do enjoy the more complex paint jobs, but there is something just really nice about that solid color
Absolutely.
flying down there.
We don't have an eye on a clock right now, but STC is looking nice and strong. Looking like a 58 right at the stop sign based on the clock that we see on the screen.
Yeah, we see Paranoid just coming over the hill, hitting that transition flag. Fringe right behind them. Bermuda coming down. STC passing the monument, just about hitting their meatball. Getting through the chute, nice. Clean line, not drifting around, keeping it very clean for STC. No drifts at all. Bermuda following right behind.
Yeah, great.
Also not scrubbing anything, keeping it close to the bales on the inside and staying close as they come out into Hill 3.
And looking at this pickup here by SDC, getting burned a little bit, but still plenty of momentum maintained by Paranoia. You never want your Hill 3 pusher to have to shove too many times, and that's a 3-push Hill 3, kind of an extended final push as they make that transition to 4, and it's looking like it's going to be close. Again, Pica right now in first place, a 2:27.95. That's what SDC is going to try to top.
And this is going to be close coming into Hill 5 here. It's going to be a really tight race. Condridge pushing for Hill 5 for SDC. It's going to come down to him if whether he's going to win this race or not. Condridge is moving too.
Looking like a bat out of hell, though. He is flying. Looks like they want to set another course record, baby. They're going to be close to doing that. They're going to be close to this Pica time.
Oh, it's going to be so close here.
And Fringe making up some good time. We are over 225, 226, 227. Hand on there, 228.3.
Wow.
So it's looking like, again, these are unofficial times, especially, I'm not sure, with it not displaying beforehand. I want to make sure we get confirmation of the time from the actual timing table, which will show up very shortly on CMUBuggy.org. But it's looking like Pike maybe beat them by about 0.4 seconds or so, which is pretty impressive. And congratulations to them if so, as we look here with drops and wait to get that official time.
And again, this time is unofficial. We don't know the official results yet, but it's going to be very close, right down to the wire. This is a game of tenths of a second. Every single inch matters.
Yeah.
And if you saw for SDC there, Condridge really made up some good ground on Hill 5. He was pushing for that. So
Yeah,
I know he gave that his all, so good for him, man.
Yeah, and I do see the time coming in. They have it scored. Again, Pica had a 2:27.95 for SDC. That was a 2:28.77, so about 0.8 seconds behind Pica. So pending, of course, everything is unofficial until they have the full chairman's review and drops and all that. But it looks like Pica for the first time ever, are going to be your all-gender champions this year in 2026. Great to see that house get some trophies, house with such storied history. Now, obviously, we will have a Spirit reroll as well here. So among all the other contingencies, I do believe we're going to get to see Spirit going again, and they'll know the number they have to beat. Looks like Spirit A and Apex A are going to get a reroll.
Yeah. That's super exciting.
Yeah.
I think, seeing the driver slow down, making sure everything's safe. It seemed like they had a stronger Hill 1 than Pika, but then their Hill 2, Pika's Hill 2 was a lot stronger than Spirit's. So we're going to see if that Hill 2 pusher can do better, and that's Andres Lizardo.
So we will see what happens there. Apex, I know things were pretty close there in the shoot with them and SigEp. So imagining maybe the driver did put the brakes on, or maybe that's some of the reason for, it looked like there was a little wobbling maybe going into the shoot with the potential for a pass. So they're going to be granted a reroll as well here. But things are looking pretty good for Pike here. Spirit going to have to be very fast, going to have to be near a course record if they want to take home the championship. Again, Pike sitting there at 227.95, SDCA in second at 228.77, SigEp A 235.01, DGA 238.28, Fringe A 238.81, Apex, we'll see with their reroll, and CIA just over 3 minutes, 4 seconds. But awesome to see so many teams sub 240 here.
Absolutely.
Yes, this year was much, much faster across the board than what we saw last year. Again, last year was the very, crazy weather carnival, but we did get the all-gender races in during carnival, so those races happened normally. The men's and women's races happened the weekend after during bonus race day. But despite even the fact that we had those results from normal carnival last year, we saw much better performances this year across the board speed-wise.
Yeah, pretty much everyone, SigEp, DG, Fringe A, would have been right about the second place time from last year. So that's just great to see the evolution of the division and teams getting faster and more parity.
Yeah.
So we've got just a couple minutes here until this re-roll. Then we'll get on to women's, but interested to see what Spirit's able to do here.
And anytime you see Buggies, competing for the top roll with less than a second just separating them, it's really, really special to see. It gets everybody up on their feet, gets everyone excited and ready to roll.
Yeah, I love that these are super, super tight, and I'm excited to see what Spirit has on the back hills. And see if maybe Apex, they said they slowed down, if that's correct.
I believe so.
I'm super excited to see what comes from them, since they were the first winners of All Gender.
So big update for All Gender. This is a rumor, it's not confirmed yet. We did hear that Pika's back right wheel fell off between the finish line and drops. So that may result in some legal discrepancy later. We'll have to check that result. But yeah,
so that means
interesting update.
That means, the time is a couple seconds apart, so Spirit and Apex still have the chance to get up there and get a good time.
Yeah, and we're, again, this is getting into legal gray area here. So there is a rule against loss of mass on the course. So if anything comes off of your buggy, whether that be a hatch or a piece of tape or anything like that, that is a disqualification. There's also a rule that you are not allowed to mechanically mess with your buggy at all between the finish line and the drops test. So if Pika did have to screw their wheel back in, that would be a disqualification most likely. But again, that's all going to have to come down to the head judge and the tape review.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. I don't know if I saw it myself, so we'll see.
I certainly didn't notice anything.
I didn't notice anything either, but I mean, maybe I wasn't paying attention to drops.
and that's also one of those things, though, like how much footage do we have
exactly
between the finish line and drops? So you hate to see a team lose like that, but, the rules are there, and they're there for important reasons.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing Spirit A once more. They will be in lane 1. Let's read the names again. Why not, eh?
Heck yeah.
Can I read? Yes. They are going to be pushing Invisid On hill 1, Darren Kwan. On hill 2, Andres Lizardo. On hill 3, Prekrith Archar. Hill 4, Pranav Nimagoda. And hill 5, Macy Cha, the driver, Cadence Ching. And in lane 2, we will have Apex A in Helios. On hill 1, Liam Swain. Hill 2, Manav and Gopal. Hill 3, Sarah Tillinger. Hill 4, Alyssa Gamble. Hill 5, Audrey Kyan. And the driver, Sarah Ober. So the pressure is on here for Spirit, trying to take home their first ever all-gender title, or at least put up something in the top 3.
We've already seen their front hills being really fast today, so we expect that to continue through this re-roll. It's all going to come down to the back hills for them and the shoot turn.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really, really fun to watch this one.
Yeah, and Apex put up a 2:53 the first time out. Again, they took some speed off. There's kind of a log jam around a 2:38, 2:35. So seeing if they can get somewhere closer to that neighborhood, move them up into a top 5 spot of the 8 teams who have been out.
Rerolls are also tough because you already have some pushers who are giving it their all the first time, especially on the front hills. So we might lose 1 or 2 seconds on that. So I'm kind of excited to see what everybody has to offer and if they can keep with their times or even do better.
Let's see both buggies down on the course with plenty of time for the start in this final reroll.
Noticing there that Spirit placed the buggy down pretty close to the right side of the lane. The driver having to do a correction early on, but that pusher is still flying up that hill.
Yeah, he looks super, super fast.
And as you mentioned, it's so taxing pushing a hill, just walking up hills 1 and 2. And the fact they're doing it a second time in a row, pretty nice transition there, 1 to 2. Apex 3 or 4 seconds behind. Spirit looking to get a great shove here on hill 2, taking it in pretty deep.
Beautiful shove from Andres. And now it's all up to the free rolls.
So Apex and Spirit both moving down this free roll here.
Yeah, both teams looking good. Apex looking to be a bit faster maybe than they were the first time out. This was around where Spirit braked the first time, so we have no real idea on what is in store. Those back hill pushers still fresh as we approach the stop sign. They're going to come around there right at about 1 minute, so slightly slower than the top couple times we've seen so far as they head into the chute.
Yeah, but everything
Seraph
else
coming through and hitting that transition flag, coming down past the monument. Helios right behind for Apex, hitting that transition flag too. Spirit now entering the chute, hitting that chute flag, taking a nice clean turn, much better than their earlier turn. Helios taking that wide line that Apex likes, coming in straight into the chute, scrubbing a lot of speed there as they make into the turn. Spirit coming here into hill 3, might be burning their pusher there a little bit there. Yep. And Helios here coming through. Let's see if Apex can catch up. But
yeah, that was a beautiful turn there for Spirit A. This driver having a spin yesterday, really bouncing back very well from that. She's doing an excellent turn there.
Absolutely, and I think that just comes with veteran drivers, but I know that she was beating herself up over it, but she is an amazing driver. She shows up every single rolls, and she's amazing.
So here we are, Spirit now already into 4. Apex making that 3 to 4 transition. 2:27.95 the time to beat. 2:35 the time if you want to be in the top 3. So here comes Spirit through. Apex just a few seconds behind them, looking for a top 5 finish for themselves as well as we get that 4 to 5 transition. Here comes Spirit, hill 5.
Oh, and here is Macy, who is one of our drivers for Visit. She's a fast runner, though. So
this might be one of the fastest driver runners, pushers I've ever seen. This is incredible.
Yeah, we also had Cadence on our women's C team as well, and they both are super, super quick.
And this is one of those things you see with all gender. Pretty fast hill 5 from Apex A, maybe gaining a little bit of ground on Spirit there as Macy trying to make it into that finish line. She does with a 2:48.63, so nice time for them. Let's see Apex looking like they're going to be actually a couple seconds slower than their first time out. And that's one of those things sometimes that happens. You just have a team having to do the race twice, you know, in maybe a 15, 20-minute span. That's a very tough athletic feat to be able to do it with as much energy and force the second time out.
And there's also the factor of your wheels being different on the treatment. There's a lot of factors that come into play with those difference in times. But right now, looking at the results, based on what we're seeing, unofficially, Pika's looking like the champion of the all-gender race this year. SDC in second, SigEp in third as of right now. Again, this is all unofficial. There will be a tape review later today to confirm these results, and the announcements will be, or the official results will be on the BAA website and announced later today.
And here we're doing drops again, making sure that everything is okay with the brakes. So cadence is going down, and they have the thing called the flag, and they're holding it right at the stop, and to make sure that the driver stops at the right time.
And I did actually get an update just now from Viewpoint, the folks who help produce this, about the lost wheel. I guess what was happening is they're pulling the buggy off. Someone's foot was out on the course. The wheel actually hit someone's foot and popped off. So it seems like that may be more forgivable, just in terms of it wasn't naturally caused, if you will, but there was actually an obstacle that the buggy hit, being the foot of some overzealous onlooker. So again, we'll see what chairmen decide out of that. But it looks like for now, Pika will be your champions. Congratulations to them. Their first ever all-gender win. And, you know, that had been a rivalry of kind of the 2000s, Pike and SDC, and perhaps renewed right there with less than a second of time separating the two of them.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens for sure later on, but either way, that's got to be stressful for the team. So good job to everybody who pushed and ran, and all the mechs. I'm sure you guys tried your best, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
hope for the best.
Overall, that was an excellent all-gender race. I always love watching that race and how close it is and how unpredictable it is. So, you know, great job to all the teams this year on that race.
We are cruising right along. We have about 15 minutes until the start of the women's heats. I believe we have that scheduled for 9:54, the first one there. And that is, talk about unpredictable and exciting. I'm really interested to see how this goes. Both the men's and the women's side yesterday were very close. Some real log jams on a lot of parts of that leaderboard. You know, who's going to come in third, who's going to come in first. Some really exciting battles to watch. I think there are going to be some very close heats, and that's going to be getting underway again, 9:54. So we are right on schedule here, race day 2026. You mentioned a really exciting, really good, really competitive all-gender. Any other big takeaways from y'all just about what you saw out there?
Yeah, so for the all-gender race, I think that was kind of, you know, again, such an unpredictable race. I think this is sort of what in line with what we would expect. For the women's race, we're looking like lots of very close heats. You know, at the end of the day, we only have 10 teams who make it back to finals, and you have 5 heats. So those are the top 10 fastest teams from yesterday. So they are all going to be closer than the heats that we saw yesterday. There's really not much anyone can do about that. So I think we're going to see some very close races, potentially some, you know, passes in the free roll, some close buggies in the chute, and it's going to be really, really entertaining, really, really high energy, and great racing. And again, like you said, Will, this isn't just a time trial. This is a race.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited. I've pushed maybe 3 years now for Spirit Women's, and I'm super excited to see the women's race as always. I think women's races are so competitive, and I really, really get excited every single time I see them.
Yeah, and there's been such a rivalry developing with SDC and CIA going back and forth, who's the top team. And you know, we saw that again last year, some kind of chaos with the DQ. SDC ended up getting the win. And let's go ahead and actually look at a recap of some of last year's action so we can know what to expect coming up here. Good morning and welcome, Buggy fans, to Race Day 2025. Things a little bit different, a little bit funky.
FICAP's 1970 streak has been restored to its original glory. We might see a pass here.
And it looks like we do. And there you go, short circuit going. And here's Atlas. Awesome to see we just have multiple teams building multiple robotic buggies.
Here we see a lot of pushers lined up. This is the always fun one shove and pass. Everyone make sure you touch the buggy just to get a say, because you know there's going to be that one person who gives a huge shove and it passes 3 more people.
Spirit, founded in 1985. Within 3 years, they were able to build up a program that not only won, but set a course record that would last. Buggy fans, we are here for bonus race day 2025.
This SigEp meant to be pusher looking very fast on hill 1, creating lots of separation. This is going to be quite a competitive time for the SigEp B squad.
Very fast looking hill 1. A lot of separation between these two teams. Transition from 1 to 2 there. Barbie looking good coming into the free roll.
Props to DG, it's a young team.
They put up some really strong times. They are working on their first build, which is really exciting.
Solaris able to come through a solid hill 3 pickup there.
Let's go, guys!
Looking like a pretty competitive hill 1. Baltic just now starting to separate. Looking good there on the women's side. They may be fighting for the top spot.
Oh, yeah.
In the chute. And what a turn. And wow, Monkeys are getting a little bit. Yeah, Blackbird was maybe trying to. Oh, wow. Kingfisher just passed Blackbird. Who's gonna be the one to push it? It looks like, oh my, hold on, we got Dan coming in there. A photo finish, folks, coming across the line. BAA! Absolutely blasting that boogie, just zooming. Hands on the push bar, 225.65. Hill 2 controlling that push bar, making that turn. STCA giving it all that they've got. Pretty much a perfect shoot turn. Getting the hand on the push bar, 211 for CIAA.
You're good.
All right. And we are about to get underway here with the women's finals of Raceday. Some really exciting stuff for those of you just joining. I am Will Weiner hosting here. If you want to introduce yourselves again, I know it seems like we got a lot more people out here.
Yeah, and it's a little bit later in the day. It's not 7 o'clock anymore. My name is Kelly McDowell. I have been a part of Spirit for about 3 years now. I do all the paint jobs and all the shirts and all those lovely things.
And yeah, my name is Lewis Rockwell. I was the head mechanic of SDC as a junior when I was in college. I graduated in 2025. I'm currently the vice president of the Buggy Alumni Association, so I help out in that way nowadays. So very excited to see these women's races today. I'm expecting a lot of very close heats. It's going to be really good racing, and really excited to see it.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and introduce the teams that we got in there. First off, in lane 1 will be CIAC. In Roadrunner, Hill 1, Tiffany Yang. Hill 2, Indy Lee. Hill 3, Niati Bangalore. Hill 4, Jessica Kai. Hill 5, Julia Hugh is subbing in. Hill 5, Yari Gonzalez. Then the driver, Taryn Olchan. And in lane 2, we have SDCB with Lust. Hill 1, Anna Zaniolo. Hill 2, Iris Huang. Hill 3, Izzy Miller. Hill 4, Rachel Pratt. Hill 5, Emma Gelman, and the driver, Lily Yang.
Yeah,
and we are very close to starting here. If people can make sure to clear the course, you see the buggies are set and out there.
Yeah, you don't want to get run down by one of them. They're going super fast.
And the women's finals have begun. A second day of racing, a beautiful sight to see. SDC, DC, IAC neck and neck, starting with this Hill 1 push right here.
It seems like SDC is slowly pulling away from CIAC.
And looking
great
close.
shove there on 1. CIA pushing off to 2 now. SEC making some good separation on the front hills here.
And SDC, your third place finisher last year, almost coming in second, and pretty good, maybe a little bit of a stumble on that Hill 2 push, but looked like still plenty of power as they are going out into the free roll. Saw a bit of separation by CIA, but look at CIA seems to be making up some ground there potentially.
Both of these teams always having excellent free roll performances, so I'm expecting them to maintain a pretty similar distance on this free roll. Looking really, really fast for both teams.
Yeah, this is a super exciting heat for Heat 1 of today for women's. CIA and SDC, I think, are some of the favorites to win. So
I think we're seeing around a 102, 103 for SDC on the stop sign time.
Lust passing the transition flag, heading down to their meatball for the shoot. CI passing their transition, coming on in. Lust turning in nice and cleanly. A little bit of a side of coming through the turn, but holding on to a lot of speed. Runner following right behind for CIA. Coming in nice and cleanly close to the bales, not skimming to anything. Lust zooming up Hill 3 to get burning the pusher.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. CIA has really rolled out super well from the chute. SDC a good pickup there, so it seems like they'll maintain their lead. But something I was curious about coming into this race, just CIA really been almost perfect with their chute turns so far, but SDCB fair bit of separation. Last year they finished in third place with a 2:45.45. Looking to have something in the neighborhood there. Again, the top 6 teams today will be taking home trophies and hardware, and SDC looking to collect that. Looking for a repeat first place finish with Bain. Was last year's champion, as this B team though going pretty fast here on this Hill 5, trying to set the high water mark as we go into today. We're expecting some very competitive races.
SDC getting third place in prelims yesterday, looking really, really strong right now, coming in fast. Speaking to the depth of their female pushers from this year.
Yeah, I was just looking, I think, yesterday, CIA.
And let's see, they come across right there at 2:42. 2:20. That would have been good for second place last year. That is blazing fast for a B team. CIAC now coming across a 2:52.74. That's a really nice time for them. That would have gotten them a trophy last year. Obviously a little bit colder, a little bit wonkier, but both teams got to be very happy with those times.
Yeah, so for those that are paying attention, CIAC was about 5/100 slower unofficially based on that time from their performance yesterday. SDC dropped around a second and a half.
And everybody's just going over to drops right now.
And all these times, of course, unofficial. We do look once we get them up on CMUBuggy.org. We do have that in SDCB, giving them a 2:42.14. CIAC a 2:52.65. And then, of course, the teams do have to pass drops. If y'all want to kind of go into what we're looking at there and what we want to see out of a successful drops test.
Yeah, so in the drops test, the way that works, there are 3 lines that you'll see on the pavement down there. You have the start line, you have a stop line, and then you have the brake line. The way that works is the buggy will free roll for around 15 to 20 feet down the asphalt, and the driver will have to pull the brakes at the second line, and the buggy has to stop before the third line in order to pass the drops test. After that, the safety chair will have the buggy brake and release the brakes a couple times. That will make sure that the brakes can be actuated multiple times during the race. And again, that's just to make sure that the buggies are safe and can be stopped if the driver needs to during the race.
So here we have those drops tests going.
It does seem like successful, maybe?
Yes.
Yep, I think so. And those were a couple successful shoot turns as well. I don't know, Ben, if anything you've been seeing down there in terms of the way teams are driving or the way things are rolling in the shoot.
The teams have been doing pretty well so far today. The cold weather probably helping them not get too fast, too quickly, too soon. STC was just starting their signature drift through the chute that they do, but carried up a lot of speed there. We were definitely seeing some difference in the speeds. Speaking of which, SDC clocking in about 34 miles an hour, coming through to CIA's 32. So those difference in speeds will definitely add up over the course of the free roll as they come around, adding those 10-second difference that we saw there, not just the pushers.
Yeah, and if you're SDC, you better be feeling pretty good about that pretty significant time drop from yesterday. Feels good going into your other races later today.
Yeah, especially from a B team. You don't really expect like such a fast time, but I guess from SEC, they always show up and they have some great pushers on their team. So super, super exciting to see on their side. And it seems like everybody passed drops safely, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, great to see that. Next heat, we have Spirit B coming up in Apex A. Apex celebrating their 15th year as an organization. Some very exciting stuff there. And let's go ahead and check out a video package, see what Apex is all about. And kerosene, that beautiful new buggy by Apex. Here we have drone footage from that previous race to kind of go over those shoot turns we were talking about there, seeing how clean both really rolling in there.
Seems like next we'll have Spirit B versus Apex A. Super excited for this race.
Yeah, Apex A qualifying in 10th there. Going to see if they're able to improve on that. They will be in lane 2, and Spirit B, who qualified in 6th in lane 1. In that lane 2 will be Apex A, as mentioned. They are pushing Solaris. On hill 1, they have Charlotte Savitz. Hill 2, Tegan Duncan. Hill 3, Nadia Getty. Hill 4, Claire Swift. Hill 5, Sam Leong, and the driver, Mia Evans. And in lane 1, in Zook, is your Spirit B team. On Hill 1, Chloe Trujillo. Hill 2, Alani Timmons. Hill 3, Amara Vergara. Hill 4, Miranda Trujillo. Hill 5, Viviana Antonio. And the driver, Cadence Ching.
I'm super excited to see this race. Normally I'm on women's B, so I'm hoping Alani takes it for me in Hill 2.
There you go. Are the Trujillo siblings? I was asking this the other day.
I think they're twins.
Oh wow. Okay, there you go. The Trujillo twins. I like that. That's a fun moniker. And they will be going in just under a minute. Looks like we're getting the buggies to the course shortly. There will be, of course, 5 total heats here. 10 teams qualifying today. The top 6 going to go home with trophies. There is, of course, always potential for re-rolls following that. But here we are in the second of 5, Spirit B, Apex A. Again, Spirit B qualifying in 6th place, so that would have been good enough for a trophy. They had a 2:49.8, so looking to get a little bit faster time than that. Guarantee themselves some hardware.
And Apex qualifying with a 2:56.96 in 10th place, so only a couple seconds separating Spirit B and Apex A here, and there are 3 teams between them, just to give you some perspective on how close these women's teams are this year. Anybody's really in contention for these lower trophies. It's going to be really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, and I personally love Apex and I love Spirit, so I'm super, super stoked to see them both race against each other, especially 2 great paint jobs. I believe it's Helios racing this time, and that is a difficult buggy to paint. So big props to last year when it was painted, to whoever painted that.
And let's see, the buggies should be getting on the course shortly here as we're getting ready underway, yeah. Under 30 seconds here until the start of this race. I believe, is that Solaris?
Solaris and...
It is Solaris, yeah.
And here we go. This race is off. Both teams looking to take home some trophies. Spirit there in lane 1, Apex in lane 2, and the team's pretty close so far through Hill 1. Spirit looking to make up a little bit of ground as they're getting into that shove. You see both teams cheering them on as we're gaining some separation. Hill 2 for Apex is fired up. Spirit makes that transition. Alani Timmons coming in towards that crosswalk.
Spirit making some good separation down to Hill 2 here. That's a great shove from them.
Yeah, Alani drives Zook for us, so I think she knows what a good Hill 2 looks like.
And the Spirit to driver pusher ratio, the conversion there is really good.
It is,
I've
yeah.
never seen anything like that.
Or I just really love my drivers, so I know them by name. So I shout them out. I love all you guys.
Spirit B a little bit wide. Apex hugging that white painted line a little bit closer. Looking at a 107, hitting the stop sign there for Spirit. Apex a little behind that, a 111 as they're coming to the chute.
Spirit's Seraph coming through with the transition flag. Apex not too far behind them with Solaris. Candace driving nice and smoothly for Spirit here, hitting that chute flag, hitting a nice smooth turn. Oh, looking beautiful there. Solaris right behind, hitting the chute flag. Seraph through cleanly. Apex following right behind. Mia keeping it clean through the chute. As they come into Hill 3, Seraph staying a little wide.
And again,
ready to get picked up.
Thus far today, Spirit has looked excellent in the chute, despite their challenges yesterday, so that's a really great turnaround.
Really fast rollout from
out.
Apex there. You can see Spirit's Hill 3 running for her life with the pressure of Apex from behind, getting a little bit of separation there. But a nice rollout for Apex. Pretty close in that 3 to 4 transition, and this is one of those cases you have an A team and a B team, seeing if the pushers make a difference here on the back hills. You can see both teams gathered up at the finish line. 2 of the best in terms of just team culture, energy, enthusiasm, trying to cheer and will their teams on up these back hills. Spirit maintaining a slight lead over Apex there, but Apex trying to overcome in that fourth to transition.
It's going to come down to the wire. This Apex pusher looks incredible here, coming down to the wire.
Yeah, you got Sam Leon trying to make up ground against Viviana Antonio. Who's going to have it? They are pulling closer. Apex A here. Can Spirit keep their distance? Can Apex overcome that? Who's going to come across that finish line first? Apex gaining. Apex gaining. We're looking, but Spirit coming through just a nose ahead at about a 2:51.62. Apex maybe a half a second behind right there. And you mentioned kind of coming into this, these teams not separated by too much. Spirit losing a couple seconds from yesterday. Apex gaining a few seconds from yesterday. And Apex got to be really happy with themselves with the finish there. Exciting, clean race out of both.
Yeah, that should be around over a 4-second drop for Apex between days. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's a pretty big drop right there. So great performance from them.
Absolutely, and I think when the buggies are that close and still safe, but that close together, I think it just makes everybody a little bit better with a little bit of competitive spirit. So super amazing race to watch.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Do you have any idea why Spirit might have lost a couple seconds versus yesterday there?
I don't know exactly what it would be. I haven't talked too much with the pushers today because I've been commentating. So I'm sure that it's probably just one or two things, and it's difficult to keep up really competitive times for the second day. I think this is the first time that a lot of our pushers are for the first time pushing for a second day. So making sure that you're still in that competitive spirit and mindset and being able to do it again is hard, I think, for all teams.
Yeah, at the end of the day, buggy is such a complicated sport, and there's so many factors that come into play. You know, there's differences in your pushers between days. You may have differences in your wheel treatment. Maybe the mechanics executed better yesterday. Maybe the weather just made a difference today because it's a little bit colder, a little bit more windy. The shoot turn looked excellent for Spirit here. So, but maybe there may have been a little bit of slide.
Maybe a little bit wide in the free roll, a little further out from the curb. You know, one of those things that can affect. But wow, what a thrilling race as we see the replay of the finish line
down
there.
To the wire.
That was down to the wire hand grab. That was amazing.
Yeah, one of those other technicality rules. Your hand must be on the push bar coming across the finish line. You can't just shove the buggy and you know, Superman it or whatever.
I would love if that was what Hill 5s were, but that would be unsafe. So it's kind of like finishing a race with a baton in your hand. Sure, you can run a 4x100 and just tag each other, but you have to have that baton.
Yep, and those times coming in, Spirit B a 2:51.57, Apex A 2:52.06. So just incredibly close on the leaderboard.
The real kicker there for the finish line is that it's not just when the pusher crosses the finish line, it's when the nose of the buggy crosses the finish line that you gotta have your hand on. So you really gotta know the length of the buggy and where that's crossing, because it's not necessarily the clearest thing to see as you're coming up behind it as the pusher.
Yeah, and you've definitely seen, there's been plenty of times in the past where the pusher on Hill 5 will push the buggy a little too far, and they'll have to reach for it right at the end. Sometimes they even dive for the push bar at the end.
He was just
Saw a good summary and highlight reel of those in the history of buggy presentation yesterday of some very tremendous attempts.
Yeah. So Tom Wood is an old Pica alum, and he's always put on a really great presentation for history of buggy. He's been around for a very long time watching buggy. He was the safety chair, I believe, in '71. So he was the second and third safety chair ever. So he's been watching buggy for a very long time. He has a lot of great history knowledge, and it's always really interesting to listen to him talk.
Yeah, and I think with like transitions in general, it's kind of difficult to see where your lines are, and I think that's where experience really comes into play. You want to make sure that you're transitioning before the second line, otherwise you get a DQ. I think we saw one from yesterday with Apex's male team, which is so unfortunate because they had a really, really strong team. And that's just one of those things that comes with experience, which, you know, it's always sad to see when people just don't quite know where the line is.
Yeah, and again, I mean, that might come with the reduced practice. There weren't a ton of push practices this year.
Yep.
There was no truck weekend. And one note on these transition violations, this year, if you only have 1 foot outside of the line, it's actually only a 6-second penalty.
Wow.
But if you have 2 feet out of the line, then it becomes a full DQ.
Yeah.
So
I think
the rule's getting a little more complicated.
Yeah, just to make Buggy a little bit more of a complicated sport, because it's not complicated enough already.
Yeah, everybody loves that, right?
Heck yeah.
And, you know, we were talking about coming into this, how close things are going to be. Just looking at the leaderboard right now, SDCB, you know, clearly in front with a 242.14. But then after that, in second place, you have Spirit B with a 251.57. Apex A, a 252.01, and then CIAC, a 252.65.
Wow.
So all of those teams really barely a second separating them. And that's kind of what we were thinking we would see there. Again, only the top 6 are going to be getting trophies. So this is going to be really tight, really interesting to see what's going to happen with these next 3 remaining races.
Yeah, I think it's also such a testament to every single mechanic, every single person, that these times are so close. Like, big shout out to all the pushers who are pushing, but also the mechanics who are in the trucks and the tents and hiding in the back. I respect your guys' work so much. It's really difficult to get everything out on time and heated correctly. So that's also a testament to all the mechs out there.
Yeah, and here we now have this third heat. This is going to be a close one. Only about 4 seconds separated these two teams in qualifying. In lane 2, you're going to have CMU A in Jaeger, one of the fastest rolling buggies out there. Hill 1 is going to be Ray Rentzipis. Hill 2, Anna Gu. Hill 3, Natalie Chadwell. Hill 4, Annika Santham. Hill 5, Sophia Jutke. And the driver, Dylan Banano. And in lane 1, you're going to have Fringe A with Blind Faith. On Hill 1 is Grace Smith. Hill 2, Emily Sergio. Hill 3, Kim Hansen. Hill 4, me and Scotty McGee. Hill 5, Ella Garudo. And the driver, Juliana Navarez.
Yeah, and Dylan, he's one of the very few male drivers on the course today. So this Sigma Nu women's A team is really interesting and unique in the sense that they have all women pushers and a male driver.
You see buggies both there being floated. Yesterday in qualifying, Fringe A put up a 248.26, CMU A 252.37. So again, pretty close teams.
Here we go.
Ready, set.
These buggies are off. Fringe coming out the gates pretty quick. CMU trying to hold up right alongside them. And this will be very interesting. Fringe had the faster qualifying time, but if CMU is able to get, into the free roll at the same time or slightly ahead, that could really affect things here. Pretty much simultaneous push off between the 1s and 2s for both teams. They're in parallel coming into this shove, and let's see where they choose to push off. Not the strongest Hill 2 push from either team there, maybe because they were so close, wanting to make sure that they're safe and maintaining that distance.
Looks like Fringe slowed down a little bit there on that Hill 2.
Jaeger rocking some multicolored wheels today. Very unique to see.
I was just gonna comment
They're
that.
flashy. I like them.
I love them. Whoever's idea that was, that's great.
And yeah, as mentioned there, Ben, it looks like, Fringe maybe took a little bit off on that Hill 2 push.
Yeah.
CMU getting some separation, 103 on that stop sign time.
And CMU historically one of the absolute fastest teams in the free roll portion of the course.
And Jaeger's passing the transition flag there, nice and quick, looking great. Blind Faith, ooh, a little swerve up by the transition flag, lost where they were. Chute flag for Jaeger. Jaeger coming in, CMU coming in nice and clean through the chute, keeping all their speed as they come in, turn into Hill 3. It looks like Blind Faith stopped there right after the transition. Not sure what happened there. Hope the driver's okay. Looks like CMU's picking up real late in Hill 3.
CMU rolling out so far, blowing past their Hill 3 pushers. So they went up to the crosswalk. That's unbelievable.
And that's a great rollout, but again, it's tough. The pusher didn't really catch it there. You lose so much of that momentum. Only 2 shoves on that Hill 3, and we'll get an update with when we know what has gone on with Fringe. But that plagued CMU yesterday, if I remember correctly. Their Hill 3 got burnt there as well. No one else inside again with Fringe A stopping CMU A coming through here on their hill for the time to beat right now, 2:42.14 with SDCB. And just a beautiful roll, but they didn't use so much momentum on hill. So much of that momentum. It's mainly two shoves on that hill for these back hills, pushing that Buggy Jaeger, which is so fast in the free roll. A big log jam around the 251, 252 number as well. So we'll see if CMU able to kind of break that up, put themselves in a good position for a trophy as we're crossing over the 240.
Looks like CMU's going to be nice and close to those times.
This is looking like a super competitive time.
And let's see
what happens.
Coming across a 248.75. So that's going to move them up into second place. A pretty good improvement from yesterday. We mentioned they had a 252.37. So they're shaving off about 4 seconds. We saw that from Apex shaving off about 4 seconds. So things shaping up very interestingly. We do have word the driver is okay there. Unsure exactly why they stopped, but it looks like we may be able to have a re-roll for Fringe, hopefully. But again, not quite sure exactly what will happen there.
Yeah, I'm always so excited when re-rolls get granted. I think we work so hard for 1 or 2 days of the year, and so I'd be super excited to see Fringe run again.
Yeah, so unsure exactly what happened there, but great job by CMU A jumping up to a 248.68, so cutting off about 4 seconds from yesterday. Again, only the top 6 times are going to get trophies out there, and they're setting themselves up well positioned to be able to do that with just 4 more teams rolling and 2 more heats.
Yeah, and coming up here, we might just have the heat of the day coming up. It's going to be Pika A versus SDC A in the same heat. That's electric. I think everybody better be extremely excited to see this. You don't get to see these 2 teams in the same heat very often. This is going to be fun to watch.
No.
Absolutely.
And you know, Pika A, not their fastest time yesterday at 252.10. That being said, they always have good pushers. They recruit really well. Normally from the women's basketball team, get a lot of them out pushing. And so again, something like we saw there, you were thinking Fringe was going to be coming up first over the hill. CMU kind of beat them there, totally threw that race off. Potential for that here with SDC and Pika. Yesterday, SDC did have the fastest overall time, but they had the 6-second penalty because of a lane violation. So they actually qualified in second. SDC looking to repeat as champions here from last year. So seeing if they can defend that. But again, because of that penalty, they got a little bit tougher of a draw with Pika in this heat. What's that going to mean on those front hills? How's that going to affect their final time as they're hoping to hold off CIAA?
And like you said, there are so many factors that come into play here. Like, you know, the pushers for SDC are going to have some extra motivation here because they have some extra runners next to them. They know they have an incredible team that they're competing against in the same heat. So that's going to give them some motivation to run really fast.
Absolutely. I think sometimes the competitiveness can either get to you or make you better, and we'll see here if it makes them better. Or, you know, we've seen some stops in the free roll like Fringe and Spirit, so we'll see if there's if they get too close on Hill 2.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, this is racing. This is not a time trial.
Absolutely.
This is part of the game, and I love it. It makes it so much, it's so fun to watch. It's going to be really, this is going to be probably the most exciting race of the day up there for the women here. It's going to be really, really, really good. I think based on what I was seeing from yesterday, I believe over the front of the hill, I think SDC will be a little bit ahead, but Raptor tends to roll extremely fast in the chute, so I could definitely see them catching up in the free roll.
I think either way, it's going to be a super entertaining last 2. We also got CIA next, and then that's going against Spirit A. I think CIA got, I believe, the highest time last time, which was a 2:35.
Yeah.
So good things coming out of them as well, not just SDC.
Well, and of course, right, SDC rolled the 2:34, so they're about a second ahead. But again, because of that lane penalty, but we've seen teams really cutting a lot of time off, so I have no idea what's about to happen, and that's the beauty of it and what makes this so exciting. So these are the 2 teams we're going to be seeing here. Pika just presumptively one all gender, depending on some of this controversy over the wheel. They're looking to have a definitive top time here, get some trophies on the women's A side. They are in lane 1 with Raptor. Hill 1 is Savannah Gibbs. Hill 2, Savannah Zhu. Hill 3, Kai Hirschenrother. Hill 4, Zoe Gavros. And Hill 5, Nicole Timko. The driver, Laura Whitwick. And trying to take back the title for what would be a third year in a row, I believe, SDCA had the penalty, but they did have the actual fastest recorded time yesterday. They're rolling in Paranoia. On Hill 1, Izzy Narad. Hill 2, Ellen Angwin. Hill 3, Kate Bergen. Hill 4, Elizabeth Schaefer. And Hill 5, Taya Spellmeyer. The driver, Elizabeth McBride. This is going to be a fun one, everybody.
Especially with an experienced driver like Elizabeth, like Lewis you were mentioning earlier. I'm super, super excited to see this race and see how things turn out.
Laura and Elizabeth both. It's going to be...
Absolutely.
I think those two, if any two drivers had to be in a heat where it's going to get close in the shoot, I'd probably pick those two. I think they're ready to go.
Oh, absolutely. I think they're super, super skilled drivers, and I'm excited to see what they bring.
And we will be finding that out very, very soon. Again, yesterday, SDC rolling a 234.03 was about a second and a half faster than CIAA A team. And compared to last year too, again, the weather and all the conditions really were not ideal, but the winning time last year, SDCA, was a 239.06. So looking to be a lot faster than that potentially.
Wow.
And again, talking about this back and forth, this rivalry with CIAA. Last year, CIAA was disqualified in the finals. They rolled a 234.74. So all kinds of storylines, all kinds of drama. SDC, Pica, definitely a rivalry there, and we're going to be seeing them going head-to-head. Right now we have the drone shot from this last race, so this is looking at CMU coming through the chute, and just so fast, so clean. It's hard to believe, the drivers are really making this happen at that speed, at that tight of a turn, but they are, and we're expecting some excitement in the chute here on this one as well.
Yeah, I think anytime that two A teams go up against each other, it's a nail biter, and it's super, super exciting. We saw that a little bit with the all-gender races, but we're definitely going to see that now with all the prelims.
Especially when it's A teams with the caliber of Pica and SDC. This is going to be an insane race. And going back to CIA's performance from last year, they had a great role for their women's team, but unfortunately they were disqualified because they did not have a representative in the lead truck, or in the follow truck, sorry.
Wow.
The reason you have to have somebody in the follow truck is in case there is a stop on the course, somebody needs to be there immediately to get the driver out of the buggy, and CIA did not have somebody available to do that, so that is why they were disqualified from the women's race.
And, talking about SDC, right, they did at least get some hardware on their B team last year. SDC B ended up coming in third place right behind CIA B. So that's its own rivalry there. But right now, SDC B pacing the field with a 242.14. CMU A, a great performance, cutting some time off, 248.68. Spirit B sitting in third at 251.57. Apex A 252.01. CIAC 252.65. Fringe A stopped right before they came into the chute. Don't have a ton of details on that, but we may be seeing them getting a re-roll. Unsure if that's been granted or requested or anything like that, but we will keep y'all abreast of that situation. And then these two remaining heats are going to be really exciting. We've got SDCA Pica A and then CIAA Spirit A. So thrilling day of races. I just a testament to so much parity within this women's division, and we're probably going to see something pretty similar from the men's coming up after that. A lot of really close finishes. About 3 minutes here until the start of the race was a little bit of a delay there, just making sure they were able to get the fringe buggy and driver off the course, but we have gotten word the driver totally fine, so that's always great news whenever there is a stoppage of a buggy.
Yeah, and I think it's a great sign that SDC B right now is leading with the times of the 2:42. That's always super exciting to see a B team up there. I think that shows really good signs for SDCA, which is next.
Yeah, in the last couple of years, I mean, we've seen both from CIA and SDC, especially on the women's side, their B teams are often as competitive as most of the other teams' A teams, which speaks to the depth of both of their buggies and their push teams, especially on the women's side. I mean, we've seen it before where I believe even CIAC got a trophy at one point. So,
yes.
It's definitely, that's a testament to how good both of these teams are. And Pika A is no slouch either.
Absolutely. I think, again, I'm super, super excited and on the edge of my seat for the next 2 races. I think they're going to be some of the best races today.
And we are just under 2 minutes until we see this race here. Some beautiful footage of a beautiful day here at the intersection of Tech and Frew Street. You can see the crowd starting to form. Just a picture-perfect day. Put this on a CMU brochure or advertisement video. Come to this school. It's like this every single day. We promise you.
I will say this sun is feeling fantastic down here in the chute after that thotty.
I think we've all earned a nice couple race days after
one or two
the past couple years. As I see Blind Faith actually getting carried up right by the booth here.
And an important note, we talk about the sun. It feels good to us. It also feels good to the buggy's wheels.
Yes.
So as the day warms up, we will expect the warmer temperature to actually result in faster rolls for the teams. So when we look at heat selection, there is an advantage to having your roll be later in the heat. So a roll that's in heat 5 might have a slight advantage over a roll that's in heat 1. And typically when we are selecting our heats, the teams that have the top seeds will pick the later heats because of that.
And we are under 1 minute until the start of this highly anticipated heat. Again, SDC and Pika, you see both buggies now coming out onto the course. Absolutely wild, to just be told, hey, on finals, you're going to see these two teams up against each other. But it made sense time-wise.
Ready, set.
SDC and Pika, a rivalry renewed. SDC looking to defend their title. Pika hoping to play spoiler, get some excitement into the free roll. SDC pulling up ahead, but a little bit of a stumble there. It looked like maybe on that hill 1. Still a very fast time in contention for Queen of the Hill. And she shoves it off there. Pika, couple seconds behind. Looks like SDC gonna maintain their lead, be clean into the free roll. SDC, the fastest qualifying time, disrupted by a 6-second penalty. Pika looking pretty quick, going to be improving probably on their day 1 time. But SDC, the class of the field, they want this title. And this will be an interesting one, just seeing how Pika, the only team rolling as close as they do to the curb. SDCA building a bit of separation, though.
Wow, Pika looking really, really tight inside there towards the curb. I think most of the teams are staying out wide this year just because it's a little bit better pavement out there. It's not quite as bumpy.
There's a lot of asphalt over there. I was follow car for a bit at the beginning, and it was
SDC's coming in the transition.
But overall, this looks
coming down.
This looks
really
like good separation.
Catching
this is
up
great.
On behind SDC. SDC turning in, making a nice clean turn, wrapped right behind, turning smoothly in, both one after the other, both very clean, very smooth. No slipping and sliding around here. It's looking great as they come into Hill 3.
A really nice rollout from Raptor. Looks like they closed a bit of distance there. And
wow,
look at that pickup. Look at that momentum from Raptor. This is going to be close. And this is a situation you imagine SDC is having, a faster backhill pusher. But when things are this tight and you're getting a near simultaneous 3 to 4 transition, this is going to be a fast backhill. How is this motivating SDCA? They need everything to be nearly perfect, as close as things have been between them and CIA. CIAA, you see both teams watching with anticipation. SDCA now making a little bit more of separation, showing the class of their push team. Pika really putting a nice performance in there, but the question is, what's this finish going to be? Again, something around a 2:34 is what we're looking for, a winning time. SDCA, Taya Spellmeyer absolutely flying on this back hill. They want the title. They want an undisputed victory after everything that's gone over the past couple years.
Wow.
And they're going across a 2:32.42.
And that's a solid second and a half drop again from yesterday, same as their B team. So definitely seeing a solid improvement from SDC's teams today. Obviously, we're having the 6 second.
And now Pika coming across a 2:46.14. That's going to move them up pretty high on the leaderboard. SDCB a little bit faster there, but they got to be happy. They cut about 6 seconds off from yesterday. What a race, what a run from SDC. We're going to wait till we get the exact time here and we will announce it for you. And that's a 2:32.34. Excellent job by them. The pressure is on now with CIA in this final run. That'll be about 3 seconds faster than what CIA ran yesterday. So really thrilling stuff.
Yeah.
A great performance from SDCA there. There's going to be
Absolutely.
a really exciting final heat. And speaking of exciting, we have a special guest here, Mr. President Farnham, joining us. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. Thank you. It's good to be with you.
You excited to see some buggies?
It is wonderful. What a great tradition. And I got to tell you, this is the best weather we've had in a decade at least.
I know,
it's so
I know.
enjoyable.
It really makes a huge difference.
Absolutely. Well, I want to take a second to actually welcome all the alumni and parents that are back. Happy to have you back. And also thank all the students and staff that are involved in just organizing all of this. Congratulations, everybody. What a wonderful event. And it's such a great event to bring our community together. I was told that there are more than 5,000 people who registered from outside to be here for the weekend.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming out to Buggy
Well,
so early in the morning.
It's not so early in the morning
It's
for me,
still
but I know for our students.
Early for a college student.
Yeah, for our students, it's pretty early in the morning. Anyway, when is the final race for that?
So this final women's heat is coming up right here. CIA and Spirit A. Really some wonderful racing been going on so far. There's been a great rivalry between CIA and SDC these past few years, and CIA has this one final opportunity to try and beat SDC, who's sitting ahead right now. So it's going to be some thrilling stuff.
And we never know with Spirit as well. Again, I'm on Spirit, so I always cheer for them. So they're also racing in this, and I'm hoping the best for them as well.
Well, the most important thing is that we're going to have a great day today with the carnival. I haven't had a chance yet to walk and see all the booths, but there's some amazing booths as well that are there.
Yeah,
I've already had my funnel cake yesterday.
There you go.
Nice.
And I already had my donut this morning, so I'm all sugared up and ready to go.
That's a win.
Anything else you're really looking forward to today on this final day of Carnival? Any other traditions you're excited about?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, we have a number of alum who come back, and we have the first year, 5th year, 10th year, 25th year, and 50th year anniversary of our alum. One of my favorite events is a luncheon that we organize for alum of Carnegie-Mellon who are back here after 50 years, their 50th anniversary of them. That is by far my favorite alumni event because they were here 50 years ago as students and graduated, and their perspective is always a lot of fun to listen to. That's at noon that I'm going to be attending it. But there's so many things to do. There are dozens and dozens of events anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I want to again thank everybody who's participating, and again, once again, welcome our alumni and parents back, and happy Carnival, and to all of our students, good luck with the rest of the semester.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much
Wonderful.
for joining
Pleasure
us.
to be with you.
Thanks.
Really great to see you. Making some time to come out here. So thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Farnham. Awesome to have you on the broadcast, and awesome to just have what a beautiful day of racing. So great to have that there. And as he was saying, so much just awesome stuff going on throughout the day, all the reunions, all the different departments, all that fun stuff. But there is nowhere I would rather be right now as we're getting a replay of the drone angle of SDCA there and Pika A, as we have one race left to go for all the marbles. 232.34. Excellent time from SDCA.
Yeah, I think just an amazing hill 4 as well. I saw her book it, and whoever was that hill 4, just an amazing job pushing that buggy. That looked really good.
And we're going to have two of the top teams here. CIA. Last year, they had the fastest time on the course, but because of a DQ, that time did not count. They did not get the trophy. SDC just put up a great time. So the pressure is on the team in lane 1, CIAA in Goldfinch. On hill 1, they have Anya Pepper. Hill 2, Justine Katz. Hill 3, Anna Prouty. Hill 4, Jasmine Chow. And hill 5, Pauline Zhuang. The driver is Amber Chang. Can CIAA put it together and get a win? But it's not going to be easy for them, not just because of SDC, but because of the team in lane 2. Spirit A would love to play spoiler, get up and over those first 2 hills, make some interesting scenarios in the free roll. Spirit A, they are rolling. Serif on hill 1, they have Ella Sanfilippo. Hill 2, Naya Bowrin. Hill 3, Nelly Keffer. Hill 4, Evelyn Wu. And hill 5, Catherine Chen. The driver, Macy Chia. This is going to be a fun one.
Again, the time to beat here for CIA is 2:32:34. That's the time that SDC put up today.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see both. I think, again, it's going to be probably really competitive, just like the last one. So, again, these are probably going to be some of the best, especially women's races for today.
Yep, and we have the buggy coming out onto the course for CIA there. Spirit to be joining them shortly. Just 1 minute until the start of this race. And then we'll see if we have a re-roll. There could be potential for Fringe A to have one there. Yeah, maybe other things that escaped our view. So CIA heated, treated, and potential storyline here. We saw Goldfinch in the exhibitions, and it sounded like it was dragging a little bit.
They're back on big wheels now,
I was just going to say.
So they changed their wheels out for this race.
That could either mean that they're older ones or that they're newer ones. So it could go either way. Or they were just trying to roll on some smaller ones to save their good wheels. So we'll see what happens here with that.
Buggy's getting lowered down. So here we are, the final women's heat of Raceday 2026. CIA wants to be the undisputed champion. Spirit looking to make things interesting, though. They are staying very close. CIA just starting to separate themselves on hill 1 as they get towards the 1-2 transition. That's blazing fast. They've shoved off. Spirit now catching that hill 2. CIA getting a couple buggy lengths ahead, picking up a bit more distance and momentum as they have a high but powerful shove off into hill 2. Spirit A shoves cleanly as well into the free roll.
Yeah, those are 2 very good front hills there. I think we're going to expect some very fast free rolls here. Spirit's not too far behind. They're both rolling very fast.
CIA back on those big routes.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what their stop time is on the stop sign.
Let's see, they could be close to a sub 1 minute. That's a good sign for them,
Nice.
right at about 1 minute. So that's right in line with what we saw from SDC, getting a bit of separation. So Kingfisher looks to be rolling well as
Goldfinch is passing the transition flag, coming down cleanly through the chute. Spirit right behind them. Invisit coming up cleanly. CIA taking the chute flag, starting their turn. Turn a little wobbly coming through, but looking clean. Otherwise, staying close to the bales. Little sounds coming through. Invisit right behind, rolling nice and clean. Staying a little wide, a little slide. Oh,
what a save!
That hay bales. coming through.
Oh,
coming
Macy,
a little bit of
that's
speed, but coming into hill 3.
That's an amazing save from Macy, our head driver.
And that's been a challenge for Spirit so far this year. CIA, very deep pickup.
Do you guys
Spirit,
see the
you
thing
heard
rolling
a cheer.
on CIA's right wheel? There was something flapping off there.
I was
Did you
just
notice
going to
that?
comment on that. I did see that.
So that potential storyline as well. Yeah,
Wow.
you see
It does
CIAA
seem like
maybe
they're-
got something caught on their wheel as they're coming around. Spirit pushing in that back hill as well. You heard a huge cheer from the Spirit fans up here as the buggy got through the chute. CIAA making that transition 4 to 5.
And this is going to be close at the end here for this time. Time to beat 2:32.34.
They nearly have to beat their women's 18 record.
So let's see.
Hill 5 is flying. It's going to be close.
Really fast, Hill 5. 2:32.34, the time to beat. Is CIA going to be able to do it? Are they going to take the trophy? Spirit A in pursuit. We're over 2:32 here. Hand on the push bar. 2:35.56.
Very competitive.
So a very good time from them, but not quite fast enough to top SDC. Spirit A coming at 2:44.42. That's going to put them just ahead of Pika, just behind SDC-B. So a really nice roll for Spirit there. But you see SDC starting to celebrate around here on the sidelines, looking like they are going to be your champions about 3 seconds faster. We have the CIAA time in at a 2:35.47. Like you mentioned, though, kind of interesting. I don't know if something got caught on the wheel or was coming off.
I was just going to mention that. I don't know exactly what that is.
Or they could petition for a re-roll for that if it is, a foreign object.
It potentially was on the wheel the whole time. I don't know if I'm seeing that correctly.
So an important note, both of these teams rolled very similar speeds to what they did yesterday, so that speaks to their consistency. It's still very, very solid times for both teams.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking at the wheel right now. It does seem like it was on there from the start. Very, very interesting to see what happens there and what people will say about that in a slow-mo.
That was the most incredible save I have ever seen in my entire life. That is a stud of a driver.
Just an amazing driver, like so dedicated to the team and like such a smart person.
Somebody needs to make an edit of that with Tokyo Drift.
Oh, trust me, I will.
I did wear my Fast and Furious shirt today.
Good.
In spirit of that.
Love it.
Hey, Spirit. Hey. Shout out.
But honestly, beyond that save, too, just the fact that they were able to put up a similar time to yesterday.
Absolutely.
With that in the chute, really, really impressive driving. And just great to see them getting through cleanly. So
now we're waiting. Do we have any rerolls coming?
I do not see any on the schedule, but that does not mean they do not exist. Waiting to get word on that. So congratulations to SDCA. They are looking to be your champions here on the women's side of things. 3 seconds well ahead of CIAA. SDCB taken third as well. So 2 of the top 3. And it looks like we have no rerolls as of right now. Spirit A in 4th, so congratulations to them. Pika A taking home a trophy as well in 5th, and CMU A in 6th. Shout out to them. They've quietly put together a really strong year, a really strong program. Great to see that. I'm sure Mark Estes is over the moon with all that happening. Of course, all this pending drops and whatnot, but as far as I know, no re-rolls on the schedule until a little voice says something different in my ear. Those are
Another
your women's
backflip
races.
for us from Tristan.
That's correct. No rerolls.
Great, and
Wow.
really, really exciting stuff as we're getting into kind of the transition into the men's races set to start at 11:08. Great job by SDC. Really a great job by a lot of teams cutting off significant time from yesterday. What are other observations you all have from that race there?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It looks like today, after these women's races, SDC looked like their old selves from 10 years ago, returning to their dominant position on the course on the women's side of things. That was excellent racing from both their A and B teams, both getting a top 3 finish. Spirit A also looking incredible with a great shoot turn on that buggy. And Pika and SigNu getting into the trophies right now tentatively as well. So it's great to see the fraternity team still putting up great women's times as well.
Yeah, not just men's from yesterday, but also today too. So props to them for that. I'd be curious to see what happens with that CIA wheel and see what that exactly was, and if there's any kind of like DQs in the process. But besides that, I'm super stoked at all the races that we saw today. Everybody just looked amazing while doing it, and it's hard to do that twice in a row. Not only the first day, but also put up even better times the second day. So props to the pushers for that.
And I think there was a lot of anxiety, I guess, from the students that those women's heats were going to be pretty close. And I think what we saw today was some really clean, safe racing. And I think that's excellent to see.
That's the most important thing, that nobody gets hurt, but we're all competitive and have some good times. So super stoked.
Every single heat there was just so fun to watch. And I think everybody here is, it was electric. And I expect the men's races to be exactly the same. And I know we're all anticipating that one.
Absolutely. I'm super stoked to see both of them out, and I think that everybody like really showed out and put everything they could on the course. So good job to everybody, not just the pushers, but the drivers as well. And again, Macy for that amazing save in the end there. That was just super impressive.
And one extra note here for SDC. This is actually their 50th race day on the course.
Oh, congrats.
So that's a very, it's a big deal for the organization to have a really rich history in the sport. And it's great to see them rolling very well, just like they did 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And Ben, I know you'll be swapping out of the chute after this. What are your big takeaways today?
From yesterday, it looks like a lot of the drivers really were able to understand and clean up their lines through the chute, understanding what it meant to roll at full speed with all the prep needed that they didn't get to do on truck weekend. So a lot of the things that we were seeing yesterday is drifts, fishtails, some slides here and there. Really didn't see much of that at all. From what we were seeing in the chute, even hitting the cracks and bumps in the road that they hit yesterday, they were avoiding those today. So the drivers learned a lot from yesterday. Clearly, that's something that they didn't get to experience during the practices and the truck weekend that we missed.
Yeah, and I think another note here that's something that's going to be relevant for the men's races to pay attention to is looking at the differences in times between the preliminary and the finals races across teams. So you notice that SDC is consistently dropping a couple seconds, indicating that maybe they have some more left in the tank for their men's teams as well. Other teams staying around the same as what they did yesterday, some teams dropping even more than that. So it's going to be really interesting. I think the leaderboard is going to shake up a lot on the men's side, and it's going to be really awesome to watch.
Yeah, I think everybody's super stoked to see what happens today. Again, this is the first time that we're doing a 2-day race day in a long time. So even with the people who have been here 3 years, 4 years, they haven't experienced 2 days of race days. So I'm excited to see if the consistency is there or if there was strategy yesterday and maybe like not going 100% in the tank.
Yeah, and special also shout out to Spirit as well. 1, cleaning up their lines through the chute. 2, dropping a ton of time from their times yesterday. Hats off to them, literally and figuratively, for their performances.
I'll take them back. I'll tell them. They're going to be super excited. But yeah, I love my team, so big shout out to them. But also everybody else did such an amazing job and really such a competitive, fun racing this morning.
Yeah, and awesome. And I think we actually have a really great drone angle we're about to see here of that save in the chute. And these have been just awesome to see and give you really a perspective of how incredibly fast these buggies are going through there.
CIA is always so smooth through the chute.
Absolutely.
And then
we got the zoom in too. Oh, so
what
good.
A save, just somehow staying off of the hay bales.
I
Great
can't
stuff.
believe she saved that, or they saved that. That's an incredible save. I've never seen anything like that.
She's just amazing. I'm so proud of her, and I'm sure to shake her as soon as I get there and scream in her face because she did such an amazing job.
Awesome. Well, what a thrilling morning of races. We got men's coming up. We're going to take a quick break, roll some packages for y'all, but just want to say thank you to Lewis, Kelly, Ben. Great job. It's been a pleasure calling with y'all. We're going to switch out some folks in the booth, show you some highlights, recaps, all that fun stuff. We'll be back on here talking in about 10 minutes or so, plus minus. So thank you for listening here on WRCT Pittsburgh 88.3, checking out the live stream. Again, we're going on a quick break, and then we'll be back with the men's races in just a little bit.
Happy finals day, everybody.
All right, 88.3 FM WRCT Pittsburgh. My name's Andrew Widdowson, graduate from Carnegie-Mellon in 2005 and the lead of the WRCT Forever Fund. And I'm so excited to introduce Elizabeth Cook, who is the director of, well, what exactly is it that you do here?
My official title is Director of Student Involvement and Traditions. A lot of the students here would say, is that Slice? Yes, that is what Slice was a couple of years ago. We transitioned so that we could focus on all the things the students do here to drive tradition at Carnegie-Mellon.
And there are so many things. This is such a wonderful weekend because it's a celebration of our culture, our traditions, our rituals, right? I was talking with you yesterday, and you said what I thought was the most amazing thing. You said, "This is my Super Bowl." Can you tell me more about that?
It is. I mean, I get to do student tradition work all year round, right?
Yes.
So I get to see all the highs and all the lows and all the amazing things that our students create across 350 student organizations. And then I get to this weekend, and it's just everything all at once. We have the booths that they're being built all year round. We have our a week, like inside the parking lot. We have our independent musicians organization that's setting up. We have Holy that's coming, and then we get to Buggy and not truck weekend this year, unfortunately, sad. But seeing all these students out, seeing them do the things that they love, this is literally my Super Bowl this weekend every year.
Would you say that you have the best job in the world?
Any single human that would ask me what I do here, I'm like, oh no, I have the best job on this campus. You can't take this job from me. I love it. I adore it.
Right. Students in Bloom.
Yes.
This weekend, it's a magical time to be back
at
Carnegie-Mellon.
It's the best. I love seeing the students do the things that they love. This is what they do in those tiny moments in between classes. This is what they do when they're applying what they're doing in their classes. This is what they're doing as a hobby, and it has nothing to do with their classes. All of those things are so great, and I love seeing it in motion.
Booth, Buggy, sleep loss. Pick three, right? So that being said,
pick two of three, but may not do all three.
But, you know, it's so formative, and the skills that we build here as students, not only in the classroom, but here in this very weekend, from competition comes the muscle memory and comes the memories that drive some of the things that make Carnegie-Mellon students special when they go out into the workforce and beyond. So thank you for helping to nurture and bring that up in our culture.
You're welcome. It's my privilege.
All right. Now, so if our alumni listening, watching at home, want to help support, even if they're not here this weekend, what's an easy way for them to give back to this whole shindig?
Yeah, so CMU.edu/give is how you can give anytime. Any one of our 350 student organizations can take a donation in directly. I manage all of those accounts for them, and I help them spend them. But you can also give to broader funds like the Michael Murphy Student Experience Fund.
Which is so rad.
Right, and
Dean
that helps us do all the big stuff, right?
Yes.
Like as opposed to the student organization-specific stuff.
Right, so you can go into CMU.edu/give and be like, Taiwanese student organization, go. And it just takes it?
It does, and then it gets to me.
Excellent. Well, alums, you know what you need to do. But again, I'd like to thank Elizabeth Cook for making this whole thing happen.
The students make this happen.
Making the behind the scenes happen for our students so that they can have these great memories. So with that, I'm Andrew Widdowson. This is Elizabeth Cook, and you're listening to WRCT Pittsburgh 88.3 FM. Take care.
So one of the big things always is disqualifications, and things have changed a little bit this year in terms of the 6 second. But as we're getting into this, always nice to have a little primer. So we're going to go ahead and just roll through some of the most common reasons for disqualification in buggy. Just play the video up. Let's hear. We only have 2 buggies on the course there.
Ready, set.
I'm not sure what happened right there, but
And I do not see.
yeah, no Barracuda out there.
Yeah, Apex is going to miss this heat, so it's going to be a solo run.
Ready, set, go.
It's going to be close, but it looks like Fringe just got it. Neck and neck finish
and
right
Pika
there.
didn't have the push bar.
Ooh. And he didn't. Wow. Fishing Club did not get the push bar.
It was probably
Around a 3:08, so pretty solid time from them as well.
Has our speed record announced.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
They ended up hooking the wheel there as they were putting it down.
Yeah, Firefly's been a bit of a workhorse for Apex. It's really good to see.
They're both up there. A little bit of a slip there. And that's tough there. That looks like that's probably going to be a 5-second violation on SigEp.
So we are at 10. Spirit is running to the line. They're going to be late here and get a 5-second DQ, unfortunately. And we are off.
Like we said, just anything that you can put in front of a driver that they can see. That's all you need.
Hannah Montana, perhaps I missed you Christmas calendar.
Oh, that is not a good sign.
Very clean set of races, so I don't expect
So we'll get to the men's races after this. There'll be 11 men's heats.
Oh, wheel fell off.
Oh, we lost a wheel over there.
Spirit lost the wheel and spun at the same time.
Oh my. A lot of action down there in the chute.
It's generally picking it up, and it sounds like we do have a spin. And,
Apex not too far behind. And Spirit, Spirit is going to hit the hay bales, but Apex makes it through cleanly and is able to avoid a collision.
Hopefully we're not seeing too much of that in terms of disqualifications. We are about 2 minutes away from this first men's heat, so we'll go ahead and introduce you to the teams, and then we'll introduce you to the new broadcast team up here with me in the booth. But first up in lane 1, we have Delta Gamma A in their brand new buggy Banta. On hill 1 is Jack Okenfull. Hill 2, Chandler Huffman. Hill 3, Denise Mutitanalu. Hill 4, Austin On. Hill 5, Bennett Matthews. And the driver, Enos McCare. And in lane 2, SDCB with Lust. On hill 1, Poon Bodhisvarnachat. Hill 2, Tin Chi Lo. Hill 3, Andrew Jiang. Hill 4, Alex Leung. Hill 5, Braden Frund, and the driver, Lily Yang. And this is going to be, by all accounts, a lot of very close races. What are you all excited about as we get into the men's in under about 2 minutes here?
Yeah. To introduce myself, my name's Amari. I have been D-Team, B-Team build lead for Spirit Buggy for a very long time now. And what I'm especially excited about is that almost none of these drivers have seen a Saturday before. This is the first 2-day race day in about 3 years. So any driver who's been here is already experienced. So all that these drivers are relying on right now all of these new drivers are relying on is their own talent. They've never been here before.
I think it'll be great as well. I'm Christian. I was the Pika chairman for the last 3 years, and I'm really excited to see these teams come out and race on the second day, jumping after this countdown's done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
The starter didn't go off.
Let's see, the starter did not go off there. This is interesting.
Boy, it's been a long time since that's happened.
Yeah. Oh, is that Brian? We got you, Brian?
It is. Brian Arsham down in the chute as we get restarted for this heat, it looks like.
Interesting. I wonder if that's going to be grounds for a reroll.
Maybe. I don't know. A lot of these teams, they come out maybe 40, 30 seconds before their roll. So this extra time may really affect some of these teams' setups.
Yeah, and obviously the teams, a lot of them will heat and treat their wheels, so they time it exactly to when the start of the race is going to be. So the longer these buggies sit on the course, the worse condition the wheels will be in. So this definitely could affect them down in the chute. So yeah, reroll definitely possible, but we'll hear more about that, I think, as the day goes on.
It seems like they're restarting, and very shortly they don't seem to be leaving the starting line. I guess they're restarting the timer and are going to count down again.
Yeah. And this should be an interesting heat. If you look yesterday, it was on a reroll, but SDCB rolled a 219.81. DGA rolled a 223.44. So only 4 seconds between the two teams. We saw a lot of variation on times from day 1 to day 2 on the women's side of things. So this could be very interesting.
Yes, with men's, women's, all gender, and women's again. Between yesterday and today, teams have had a lot of time to clean up any issues they might have had in the morning today and yesterday, and we can see huge time drops today, so expect anything to happen.
Especially considering how close these teams were yesterday. The entire spread from 1 to 10, 16 seconds. 1 second at like buggy speed, that's just like the nose to the pusher's feet. So 2 races coming in 1 second apart from each other, that could mean huge things for both the leading and the trailing buggy.
And especially to something like this buggy Banta, we don't have as much data on how fast it's going to roll because it is a brand new build for Delta Gamma. Obviously, shout out them. The first ever sorority buggy to be built and make it around in an official race. And good to see that they got a men's team qualified today. And I think, like you mentioned, Amari, it's going to be the story of the day, really, just how close these teams are. Not a lot of separation from top to bottom, and even if you're separating the first and the 16th
10th,
first and 10th team with the 16 seconds, there's just not that many ways you can put together 2 team heats that there won't be somewhere. It's incredibly close. Did just get word timer's going to be reset to 20 seconds as soon as possible and re-roll. So we are trying to just make sure the timing system is looking good. Everything will be in order so these teams can go as successfully as possible. So we do see the buggies exiting then. I don't have word. I'm not sure if we're just going to jump to heat 2 and then have heat 1 go back again at the end. Both of y'all have been on buggy teams. What can you imagine it's like in the tent right now dealing with some of this chaos?
I was a mechanic for a long time, and I'm telling you, it is really difficult not to freak out. There is so much pressure on you, but both of these teams, these DG teams, this DG Mech team, they've looked incredible all of yesterday. I think they've got the levelest heads you could imagine.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that teams are trained to deal with adversity from time to time, and this is one of those circumstances. It's not to say that they aren't slightly panicking or a little bit more stressed. I wish them the best and hope that they're able to deal with this, and I'm sure they'll be able to come back just as fast.
Okay, and it sounds like the re-roll scenario is what's going to be happening. So they started the 10-minute timer, so we will jump into things with men's heat 2, SigEp A and CIA B, and then this first heat will actually be the first re-roll heat, DGA and SDC B. So always a little bit of chaos on race day. Things were maybe rolling a little too smooth so far.
I mean, I honestly, I'm trying to remember the last time we had a starting gun, if you will, failure, and I don't know that it's happened since there was a starting gun. I mean, it's been probably, 15, 20 years since we've had something like this.
Yeah, we came here expecting re-rolls. We didn't think it would be both of the first rolls as buggies.
I think if this is the worst problem that we're facing, I think we're in really good shape as a buggy community.
I will say course conditions down in the chute looking perfect. The sun is out. It's warming up a little bit now with the sun. It's still a little bit chilly with the wind blowing, but a nice a jacket will do the trick down here.
Yeah, I mean, given what we've seen the past few years, this is paradise. And you mentioned course conditions pretty good. I know a lot of new people have showed up here checking out the race. So we're going to go ahead and give you a little video to explain the different elements and parts of the course that you're going to see this buggy, which essentially acts as a baton in a relay race, going around so you can familiarize yourself what you're about to see in these races.
A buggy team is made up of 5 pushers, 1 driver, and the buggy itself. At the start of the race, the Hill 1 pusher is the only one allowed on the line. If the buggy or pusher strays from their lane, it's a penalty. Hill 1 has arguably the most prestige attached to it. The fastest pushers during the races get crowned as royalty of the hill. The Hill 2 push is very important because it starts the free roll. A good final push can mean a faster free roll time and a better rollout for Hill 3. During the free roll, the buggy is generally going too fast for a pusher to keep up. Buggies can reach speeds of about 40 miles per hour. The stop sign time is an important metric of how well a buggy is doing in the free roll. Flaggers on the course ensure the driver is taking the correct line into the chute and that the chute is safe to enter. The chute is the most difficult part of the course for the driver and also the site of most accidents. Drivers must turn very quickly while avoiding sliding or spinning out. The Hill 3 rollout indicates how well the buggy did in the free roll. This can be measured by the number of windows on Porter Hall that the buggy passes before being picked up by the Hill 3 pusher. On the back hills, it's the pusher's speed and strength that keep the buggy moving fast. Transitions must take place between the designated markers or else the team will be penalized. The final hill is challenging because it is flat and the buggy can get away from the pusher. The final pusher's hand must be on the push bar when the nose of the buggy crosses the finish line, or else their time will not count.
And so in just a few minutes, that is the course we will see these teams racing on this absolutely beautiful day here at Carnegie-Mellon University, here at the intersection of Tech and Frew streets. The sun is out, it's warm enough, and we'll be having some racing. So again, it is confirmed the first heat will occur actually as a re-roll. So in just about 5 minutes, we will have SigEp A and CIA B rolling against each other. This is another very interesting matchup, especially after SigEp was your mini race day winner this year.
Yes, they put up a very fast time on mini race day. I was there in person, and it was a great showing by the SigEp brothers and their house to put up a very fast time, and we hope that that momentum carries over into these finals races today.
They have had a hell of a weekend, especially they're really improving year over year over year. And now their A team is fourth. They are vying for maybe top 3 or even that top spot.
And keep in mind, last year they had a second place time during the race day that happened the week after Carnival. An unfortunate DQ for pacing that was one of the prompts that led to the new time penalty changes. And here, I mean, SigEp A looking at the 2:16.72 on day one, they were 4th. CAB 2:20.68, they were 8th, only 4 seconds apart. Barracuda, a very fast buggy. We'll see, you know, again, also with Truck Weekend being canceled last weekend, teams didn't really get to test out some of their race day prep. So some of these teams, maybe even SigEp, maybe CIA as well, may have been using day one to test out things. So we may see some improvements just on that basis alone.
Cool. And that's one of these things I think will be really fun to watch today. Who has the fastest time of the fraternities? Pika qualified fastest in 3rd place with the 2:15. SigEp was less than a second behind them, and SigNu about a 0.6 seconds behind them. So we saw a lot of dramatic changes in times on the women's side. Imagine we might get that on the men's as well. So let's go ahead and meet these teams in lane 1. We are going to have SigEp A in Barracuda. On hill 1 is Derek Ho. Hill 2, Jay Shaw. Hill 3, Tyler Schweitzer. Hill 4, TJ Patel. Hill 5, Andre Da Silva. And the driver, Miyamoto. And in lane 2, CIA B in Starling. Hill 1 is Gavin Lynn. Hill 2, Anson Lee. Hill 3, Thomas O'Brien. Hill 4, Jordan Fonsing. Hill 5, Perry Sano. And the driver, Ezrin Flowers Carrier. And this is another one of these, right? CIA B rolled a 2:20 yesterday. SigEp a 2:16.72. So no matter how these heats are put together, things are going to be close, and that could be interesting just in terms of SigEp's really fast in the free roll, but what's it going to look like getting up over into Hill 2? Could be some excitement there.
Yeah, and especially considering, you know, pacing is a DQ in Buggy. You really can't run up the sidewalk. But these two teams have comparable Hill 1 and Hill 2 times. So them running next to each other might just give both of them a boost.
I don't know if you can give both teams a 6-second pacing violation if they're next to each other. We might have to check the rule book on that.
So one thing to point out about this heat, this is a repeat of yesterday. SigEp A and CIAB did compete against each other in the prelims heat as well. So they, I think they were close the entire way around, but these two buggies, these two drivers, these two teams kind of have an expectation of what's going to happen just based on yesterday alone.
You know, it's interesting because when they're selecting heats, there's always some a subliminal message saying, hey, we don't want to be too close to each other, want to keep the races safe. But with a flight so tight, it's hard to create that separation to ensure the maximum amount of safety. So you just hope that these drivers are well prepared and drive safely.
And here we are now. The men's races have begun. SigEp A flying out of the gate. CIA B trying to hold pace. And SigEp, is this their year? Are they finally able to take some top 3 trophies? A stumble on a huge shove from Hill 1 to Hill 2. A lot of momentum going there. CIA B, couple buggy legs behind. SigEp A, strong grab and shove into the free roll. CIA B right behind though, not too much separation here. This is going to be a fun one.
These brothers gave everything they had on those front hills, but CIAB right now is in the position that they just didn't want to be, and that's with their windshield full of somebody else's carbon fiber.
Yeah, and you see here SigEp A, Barracuda, a fast rolling buggy. We're going to come right here to the stop sign again. This time, a metric we use to measure teams against each other. 54 seconds, that is fast for SigEp.
That is very fast.
They're about 2 seconds faster than they were yesterday so far as they take the transition flag. Miyamoto here, driver for SigEp, coming down to the shoot flag. There's a much bigger gap to CIA. Here with the shoot flag coming in, taking that kind of inside line, but pretty nicely smooth through. CIA coming in much slower. It definitely looks like Ezra and Flowers' carrier braked here. Through cleanly, but definitely much slower for that buggy.
And a nice pickup right there by Hill 3, SigEp A lot of momentum. You can see the brothers here at the top of the hill. They are excited, they are cheering. Could this be their year? It is all about these back hills. They are flying. TJ Patel, Hill 4, you can see quite a bit of separation between them and CIAB. What will their time be as we get into that 4-5 transition?
His hands are up at 155-ish, so that's he's going to need 15 seconds to beat CIA from yesterday.
And let's see, he's going fast. Andre De Silva. You can see how bad they want it. 2 of their pushers stumbling on their final push. And let's see, let's get an eye on the finish line. We're crossing over 2:13, 2:14. Hand on the push bar. And it looks like that's a 2:15.63 unofficially. We'll give you that official time, but that is very fast. That is right among the tops of everything we've seen. That would put him in about 3rd place or so, considering the qualifications. CIAB, nice time, a 2:33.54. That lost about 15 seconds from yesterday, so imagine there may have been some braking there, as mentioned. That being said, with the camera and all that, I want to see what we actually say is that official time for SigEp. It is a 2:15.57, so a nice time out of them.
And you really can't knock the brothers. They gave everything on every hill. There is nothing that they left on the course, and they have the time to show for it. Let's just hope for them that it holds up.
It was a great race by both teams, and we're wondering what happened with CIAB. Hopefully it was a break due to safety concerns and that they'll get a reroll for it. But the SigEp men, phenomenal time, and we were talking about how teams were going to make improvements between yesterday and today, and they seem to be the first out of the men's division to fulfill that. They are.
Yeah, it looks like they shaved about 1.25 seconds off of their time for yesterday. You know, again, it may not quite be fast enough to be that top time. CIA had a 2:10 yesterday, SDC at 2:12, but I think there is a very big competition for maybe that 3rd place between the 3 fraternities who were only separated by about 2 seconds or so between Pika, SigEp, and SigNu. I know there's a lot of pride on the line for that as well, wanting to get that top 3 trophy. And, you know, all that said, you never know what's going to happen until they race. So they've set a very high mark as we are getting the men's races underway.
Also, not to be very clearly biased, but I wouldn't count Spirit out of that fight.
Oh, no, totally. They were within that kind of 2-second separation there. I think, too, part of that, just the storyline of the fraternities, and you want to say we are the best fraternity.
That's so true.
You know, I do think one of the interesting things, and we've kind of gone into this on the Buggy podcast we do, is, right, if you're an independent org, if you're a Spirit, if you're SDC, CIA, you can recruit anyone on the whole campus. When you're a brother of Pika, you can only recruit brothers of Pika, and that makes it a little tougher.
Yeah, recruitment is definitely a challenge for the Greek teams, but they did introduce the Greek exemption, so I think 80% of your roster has to be within your fraternity for the men's side and within your sorority for the women's side. But you are allowed to have one person pushing that isn't a member of your organization or your Greek organization. And that has allowed us to slightly even the playing field. It definitely helps, but I don't know many teams that do use it. When I was chair, I had the opportunity to. There was one, but when we were doing push practice times, it didn't come to fruition. So the door is always open for us to do that, though, and Sweepstakes has been generous to help us even the playing field.
And we saw that drop there with SigEp. Did they pass the drop test?
Oh,
it
God.
was looking,
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I saw it looked like it was a little last minute, so I wanted to make sure, just given their history.
She came to a slow, a rolling stop, but well before the line, so she had plenty of time.
Connor. And so we are rolling right along. Of course, we will re-roll the first race. There was some issues with the timer not starting, so we'll give those teams time to recalibrate and get their wheels all ready and all of that as we go into what is the third heat here. Will be Spirit B and Pica A. It should be an interesting one. Pica A will be trying to hold up that top time of the fraternities. Again, if you look at what SigEp just put up, they did a 2:15.57. That would have been 0.1 seconds behind what Pica did yesterday. So Pike hoping as well to shave a bit of time off there as we get into this race. So that's going to be a fun matchup. Pica and Spirit, anytime they're going head to head, is a good one. And let's go ahead. There was an interesting, push bar within the construction of Starling, the CIA buggy in that last race. We're going to go ahead and show you some of what makes it special. You can see used to be very high.
Yeah, they redesigned the push bar this year to shrink it a little bit. This is a pretty good photo because you can see it's the same pusher. I believe his name is Om Patel. Apologies if I'm wrong about that. But you can see on the right is the new design, so it's a little bit shorter. One of the things that teams that maybe gets overlooked is the push bar itself. You spend so much time on the aerodynamics of the buggy and all the wheel technology. The push bar is sometimes a last thought, but it's a bit harder to design because you've got both women's and men's teams. Obviously, the average height of a woman is shorter in the U.S. than the average height of a man. So if you're designing a buggy, not to mention everyone's different height. So if you have a basketball player who's 6'5", pushing along with a pusher who's 5'5", where do you put that push bar height to get everyone to push comfortably, the most fast for them? And so they redesigned it this year, but it's interesting to see from those photos the difference between the two.
And it's one of those things, so many factors you need to consider when you're building a buggy. And we are about to see two more teams. Spirit B is in lane 1 in Invisid. On hill 1, they have Edward Lay. Hill 2, out of the booth. On to the course is Amari Boxill. Hill 3, Benjamin Park. Hill 4, AJ Abels. Hill 5, Tristan Marceau. And the driver, Macy Chia. And in lane 2, Pica A. They want a top finish. Can they do it? They're going to be pushing Raptor. And hill 1 is Brandon Clark. Hill 2, Thomas Cornelius. Hill 3, Lucas Zienkuix. Hill 4, Evan Halder. Hill 5, Daniel Mas Pizarro. And the driver, Laura Whitwick.
I am very excited for this race. These are two very, very fast teams, and we don't know what to expect. It could be a very, very close race for the whole way through, so please tune in.
Yeah, and we got Spirit B qualified in 10th with a 2:26.97. Pika qualified third, 2:15.47. But again, we've seen so much variation on there. And we'll also note. Things are starting here. Pika A, Spirit B. Again, Spirit in that lane one, trying to put a little pressure on Pike, but they're starting to get some separation. Just an absolutely massive shove from Pike's Hill 1 and a big push. Beautiful transition to Hill 2. Spirit, a couple buggy lengths behind as they go here into the Hill 2 shove off. A bit high there for Pike, but a lot of power, and they have some separation there from Spirit.
Now here's where Pike is going to have a huge advantage over Spirit. If you notice, they're coming way in tighter on their lines we've been talking about all week. I know the roads are better out wide, but the distance traveled is so much shorter here that it's going to cut off a significant amount of time and lead to Lara really flying into that lower half of the hill.
There were so many drivers, especially this year, because the roads were new, they're riding on the outside. We were speaking with a few of them, and they were talking about how it was a more comfortable ride, it was a smooth ride, but does it come down to, is it a faster ride?
Lara taking the transition flag here, coming into the chute flag. That was a 54.5 stop sign, about a second and a half faster than yesterday. Taking the chute turn, coming in, has a lot of speed here, taking it nice and clean, taking it very wide, but saves it. Invisit right behind, also that's too wide. Oh, that hit the bails.
You hate to see that from Spirit. They had some challenges in the chute before. Good pickup by Pika A. They want to take the first place spot that currently is occupied by SigEp, a 2:15.57. They looked a little bit faster through the stop sign, but a wide chute turn, so it will be determined based on these back hills. Looks like the buggy is being addressed. We will let you know about safety as soon as we do know.
And if you're not on Spirit or you're not EMS, please stay clear of the buggy here in the chute.
And here we go, Pika, that shove off from Hill 4 to Hill 5. This is going to be very close. Again, SigEp A putting up a 2:15.57. The fastest time yesterday, a 2:10.75. So how's Pika going to compare to that? They're flying in towards that finish line. Going to be a very competitive time. This is Daniel Maspasaro coming across at 2:12. That is a great time from them. You compare that to SDCA yesterday, they put up a 2:12.27. So that is a very competitive time from Pike. We're going to wait to see the official one uploaded. We'll also let you know about Spirit and invested in that driver. Oh, wow. Okay, we got the time in. Officially a 2:12.07. Pika really laying down the gauntlet here. There's going to be a lot of pressure on SDCA, CIAA to try and top that.
You know, once again, we saw teams cleaning up a lot between prelims and finals, and SigEp and Pika were no exceptions. It's clear that both teams want to win and place as high as they can. I just can't wait to see the rest of these teams and how they shape up. But it was a great run by the team. We hopefully Spirit driver and the buggy are both okay. We'll relay that information once we have it.
Now, Macy, she's an incredible driver. Sorry, that was. If you're looking at the
no, Mari, you're just on the TV. How are you up here? How are you talking? Where's the oxygen tank?
I'm dedicated, man. That's how Spirit pushers are. You can't take the fight out of us, and you especially can't take the fight out of our drivers. Now, Macy Shia in the chute, their unfortunate accident. I do really hope she's okay. If you remember from earlier on, Macy Chia had that incredible save in the women's. To put them at a fourth place provisionally. Sorry.
It's all right. We can take over from that. Yeah, Brian, was there anything you saw? I noticed they were both a little bit wide, but what may have led to that?
Honestly, again, they were both cooking down here, so they were coming in pretty fast. I mean, the Spirit line was a little bit. I mean, it was more or less the Spirit line. It was a little more direct. The Spirit line is typically staying close to the inner bails and then swinging out wide, but it just wasn't enough of a turn. It might have been a little too much speed there for the angle she was taking, and she bounced off the bails, but I don't think there was anything you could have done about that.
And we have a real tag team here in the booth. Connor Hayes tagging in.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, I
Welcome
don't know
back.
how long you'll be here, but welcome back. How's it going, Connor?
Good. Listen, I'm just here to make sure that Amari can go and do his thing with his team, right? His driver just crashed. He wants to make sure that she's okay. So giving him a chance to run down to the chute. And in the meantime, you'll get to hear the dulcet tones of my voice, I guess.
Honestly, it sounds good.
And it looks like it looks like they are unloading the driver, which is a good sign. I can't tell for sure. Again, there's Spirit rolls pretty deep with the team, so there's a lot of people around.
Good.
But they do all look like either Spirit or EMS. So thank you for everyone else for staying clear of that and letting them work on the buggy and the driver in the meantime.
Perfect.
Yeah, and you do hate to see that with Spirit. Historically, they've been plagued by some spin-outs in the chute. Yesterday was a major issue. Some re-rolls granted off of that, but they still have an opportunity with their A team coming up in the next heat. We do have word the driver has been extracted. Sounds like she's doing all right. So
Yeah,
it's good to hear she's out of there.
Yep, she's sliding out now. Here's the applause from the crowd down here.
And those
gets a big hug from the team.
Overhead shots. I'm not sure if we have a drone of this one. Really just kind of communicates how fast these teams are drifting into the chute there. It would be a ticketable offense if you're going the speed these buggies are going through the chute, turning down there and trying to make that hairpin turn when you're a couple inches off the ground, lying in there Superman style is just an incredible challenge for what these drivers are doing. And, it really impressive when they're able to execute. We have word, it sounds like she's okay. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Amari.
No. Spirit has been struggling with traction both of these days. You could think maybe this is a setup issue that, Truck Weekend contributed to. It did rain between 7 and midnight yesterday. So even though these roads are warm, far warmer than previous years, they are not the same. They are not the same roads as yesterday.
Another thing to keep in mind with these Spirit buggies, I think Invisit is the exception to this because it's a newer buggy. But with some of the ones that spun yesterday, they were designed initially for a very different type of wheel. Spirit rolled on pneumatic tires, and Spirit's fleet is the oldest fleet in buggy. I mean, their A-team buggy, Seraph, which is coming up next, is old enough to be graduating CMU this year. It was built in 2004.
That is
so.
True. I'm 03.
Yeah,
Nice.
exactly. So you and Spirit you and Seraph were born at the same time. In fact, Kingpin was originally built in 2002. So Kingpin is actually older than some of its team members, probably all of its team members at this point.
Now I may have to step in and, not correct you, but just add some more information there. Because Kingpin was rebuilt in 2013.
Yes.
Some of the great Spirit, so we do actually call it Kingpin 2. It does essentially race as a completely different buggy. It's you may have seen yesterday a little bit of heartbreak with the C team finding the hay bales twice overall, but the Kingpin driver Daisy able to pull off the only pass of the day. Just because Kingpin is such a bullet in a straight line, similar to a lot of these older buggies, things like Pica's Raptor, or two of the SigEp buggies, as you've seen already.
Yeah, Barracuda continues to be one of the fastest on the course, and it was built in 2009.
And looks like we actually have that overhead shot to get another image of that spin out there. You can see they're just coming in so fast. It's a tough turn to make.
And this one is Pica coming through first, coming through cleanly but very close. And here it's just not enough time on the turn there for Invisit.
And this is something that maybe you've driven these roads multiple times, but you'd never consider is that the inside and the outside of these roads are completely different. If you drop a marble on the right side of that road, it does roll you right into the inside, and the CIA and some of those other top teams were able to take advantage of that. What that means is once you crest that, once you get over the middle there, if you're a little bit late, these roads do punish you. They have been doing a lot of punishing in Spirit this weekend, but you never know what's coming.
And, a bit of talking about kind of the chaos and unexpected. It's got to be a wild time in the Spirit truck right now, in the sense that their B team just rolled, there was that spin out, and their A team is about to come up here. And they actually had an interesting day yesterday where they were granted a reroll because a hat was actually on the course that ended up they ended up colliding with and affecting their roll, which is...
Yeah, so this is a video of it. You can kind of see it. We'll pause it here when you see the hat, but right there in the middle, right in between the two yellow lines, it flew off the person on the right side of the truck, but Spirit had to swerve around that as it was crossing over. In addition to SAE behind, also having to deviate their line, but SAE elected not to take the re-roll because they were happy with their time. They did, that's one of the things you have to deal with a reroll, is whether you give up your first time.
That is true. That is true. No, as far as I know, and just because Spirit's got back-to-backs, I've been able to give so much commentary. But those Spirit head mechs, they have some of the coolest heads. Cadence, Ching, an incredible driver. I'm sure that they're learning from this rather than causing it to, give you any trouble with your next roll.
I'm sure they're also happy that their driver is first and foremost okay, and as you said, they have very level heads, they're very capable mechs, and are doing everything they can to prepare for their race despite the adversity.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It is on all of these buggy teams, they are incredibly protective, defensive with their drivers. There is no team that would, I can speak to Spirit, but I know for a fact that there is no team that would do anything to, all of these teams are prioritizing driver safety over anything else.
Oh, of course, safety is the name of the game, and while we're here to race quickly and have a great time, we want everyone to be safe and okay as we do it.
And as it looks like we're back on the normal counter. We got about 5 minutes or so till the start of this race. And, not to lose the plot, there is some really exciting stuff coming up. You saw Pika shaving about 3 seconds off of their time. They're sitting in first place right now at 2:12.07. Yesterday, SDCA qualified in second with a 2:12.27, so about 0.2 of a second slower, and they're going to be up in this race here. Spirit A rolled a 2:18.53. Again, that was after a re-roll, a little bit of chaos. You got to imagine they have an opportunity to make up some time and improve. So I think this is going to be a really thrilling race, especially with the strength of Spirit's Hill 1, Hill 2 pushers. If they're SD, I'm not sure who was King of the Hill yesterday. Do we know?
I am not sure. What I do know is that of some of these competitive times, we've seen some changes since last year. SDC's King of the Hill from last year has been migrated over to Hill 3. Looks like they found someone even stronger. So we'll see how that pans out for them and for the King of the Hill race for the rest of the day.
Looking at my notes from yesterday, it looks like Spirit's Hill 1 may have been faster than SDC's at Hill 1.
Wow. You can really, the margins between these teams, especially their Hill 1s, are tiny, but Spirit has always been known for their incredible pushers. Hill 1, Hill 2, and the back hills.
And let's go ahead and meet them. They are going to be rolling out of lane 1 in Seraph. On Hill 1 is Kwame Asare. Hill 2, Maxwell Jones. Hill 3, Colby Oland. Hill 4, Zinachidi Achike. Hill 5, William Montague. And the driver, Cadence Ching. And in lane 2, we have SDCA trying to take the title back. It's going to be a tough one, but they have the team that can do it in Paranoia. On Hill 1 is Nathan Amani Luru. Hill 2, Nathan Brock. Hill 3, Jaden Bridges. Hill 4, Braden Morford. Hill 5, Daniel Lynn. And the driver, Elizabeth McBride.
We're talking about strong push teams. SDC and Spirit both have incredible teams. TJ Bridges, who's down the hall from me, and Donner, my first year here, and an incredible guy, very good at pushing 1 and 3, and I can't wait to see what he does now. Braden Morford, their Hill 4, is actually a 4-time Division III NCAA national champion for swimming. He won the 100 back 2 years in a row, the 400 medley relay, and the 200 IM. He's a stand-up guy and very, very fast in and out of the pool. So I can't wait to see what happens between these teams. Their front, back hills, and their free rolls are all very, very fast.
And keep in mind, these teams, you know, SDC was 2nd coming into today, Spirit was 6th coming into today. They were about 6 seconds apart, but that Spirit re-roll time of a 2:18.53, everything about that re-roll heat was slightly slower than their original heat. So I would expect, even if they did no other improvement, that time should be a little bit faster. And so we will see hopefully a very exciting heat here.
Yeah, and we got Seraph coming out onto the course, Paranoia there as well. SDC hoping to get 210 or maybe sub 210 to really put the pressure on for a title.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And here we are, Spirit and SDC, 2 teams with the title on their mind as they're flying up, and you can see these are both very strong Hill 1 pushers. This may be the battle for King of the Hill playing out in real time, shoving off very close to one another. SDC getting a little bit out ahead. Let's see if Spirit can close that gap. This is going to be tight into the free roll, deep release from both. And this is going to be about whose buggy rolls fastest here. This is close. And do we have an opportunity at a pass there? Let's see Seraph looking at the inside, maybe deciding not to. And Paranoia holding off in front, about 3 buggy lengths separating the two.
Yeah, Cadence Chignell has 2 decisions to make, and that's whether to take the inside. It is shorter, but the rolling conditions aren't that good, or to take the outside where the rolling conditions are far better, or to note that she has her wind. There it is.
And we got Paranoia coming into the shoot flag here, taking the shoot turn, coming in a little wide, a little bit of a scrub there, a nice clean turn in, going through. Although I hear the SDC rattle going through as it comes in, and I don't see Seraph. It's behind the monument from here.
Yeah, so what I expect happened there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do see Seraph. It's on the left side of the monument, so she's out in the clear, so that's good.
And that's a really fast pickup there by SDCA.
What a shove.
Yeah, they are trying to beat Pika A's 212.07. They want to get sub 210 to have a real shot at first place. We'll let you know what happened there with Seraph. Again, difficult with such a close heat, but SDCA absolutely flying there, on fire. That's a huge shove from Hill 3. That's one of the most massive shoves I have ever seen. Hill 4 looking like no joke. Braden Morford here. This team wants the victory. CIA has had it. SDCA has had enough. They say we want to be champions, but let's see how fast they're able to come in. Hand on the push bar, 2:11.01. Again, we are going to wait and see what the official time is. They came across there, but looking to be definitely faster than Pika, who had a 212.07. So SDCA going to move up on top of that leaderboard, putting the pressure on CIAA in this sort of final heat. We know for sure we're going to get a reroll of DGA SDCB. Spirit may have case for a reroll there as well. I don't know if you think Cadence maybe slowed down there, just given how close things were.
You know, the big swerve at the transition flag is a pretty good indication that she grabbed the brake, because sometimes the a brake handle is often like a bike handle, right? So it's one of the 2 hands. So sometimes when you grab that brake, especially if you have you're holding onto that front wheel. When you grab the brake, that will instinctively turn the wheel as well. So when you see that big swerve to the right like that, it's usually a sign that someone applied the brakes. Though it remains to be seen. We'll get some confirmation from Sweepstakes at some point.
That is what I expect.
Yes.
Yeah.
We did see something similar to that Spirit C team a few years ago with Laura Whitwick, who's now the driver for Pika A. where you get your windshield full of another buggy, and you just have to make that decision in a split second. My guess is that Cadence Ching made that decision to hope for a reroll and pull the brakes, come to a controlled stop. That's what I have my fingers crossed on. But I do want to give a shout out to SDCA for putting up an incredible time.
Yeah, we have that officially in now. That's a 210.95.
Wow.
So crossing under 211. They got to be very happy with that. If we look at qualifiers, again, everybody's been shaving time, but CIAA qualified with a 210.75, so not a lot of breathing room there. The pressure is on for them to equal that time, hopefully cut some off, but that's one of those things, again, it is such a game of inches. Anything a little bit too wide somewhere in the free roll or the shoot, a little bit of a stumble somewhere, a little bit of a slow pickup, and you're going to lose those quarter of seconds, stuff like that. So really interested to see here what CIAA is able to do. And not to mention, Spirit A was a little bit behind SDC there, but because of the break, Cadence was potentially gaining ground there. They were putting up a really fast time, so if they do get the reroll, what's that going to mean for the leaderboard? So all kinds of excitement, all kinds of chaos. We did get word the driver has been extracted. Sounds like she is all right. So we'll be updating on that. Tough to see the two DNFs for Spirit A and Spirit B, but looking at that leaderboard, again, pretty tight. SDCA, a great time. Pika, really nice job shaving some seconds, separating themselves from SigEp. CIAB sitting in fourth. Again, the top 6 teams will go home with hardware.
So we can look to the heat that's coming up here. Is this the final heat?
This is sort of in the sense that
final schedule.
Yes, the final scheduled heat. So CIAA, SigNu A. Again, a really interesting one, especially as fast as SigNu has been rolling. I think that Jaeger was the fastest buggy time yesterday.
It was, yes, but it was not significantly faster than Kingfisher CAA's buggy. Yesterday, the 2 shoot speeds, we had a trap out yesterday. The trap is out today, but I think Wi-Fi signal is making it difficult to actually get those speeds today. But yesterday, Jaeger, SigNu's buggy, was the fastest of the day with a 36.89 miles per hour coming into the chute, but CAA was very close behind at a 36.17, so both will be motoring down here today.
Yeah, and let's see, we have the overhead chute, so we can actually see SDCA's chute turn there. I do not believe that angle necessarily is going to have Seraph in there, but we can look at Paranoia and what was a very good chute turn here.
Yeah, and this is kind of a traditional SDC line. There's a bit of a wobble there, a bit of a skid, kind of losing a tiny bit of speed, but overall a very solid line. SDC kind of goes for that middle of the chute, like apex, not the team, the apex of the road sort of line, and a very consistent run. They're experienced drivers. That was Elizabeth McBride doing that one, who has driven for several years at this point. So not unexpected, but a very clean turn and a very potentially winning time.
Yeah, it's very hard, as you were saying earlier, these buggies are going so fast, 36 to even up to 40 at the fastest speeds, miles per hour, and they're having to take this turn. It's incredible what they can do. They can hold on to the steering and hold their line so effectively. I guess that's why they practice so much to be able to do this on race day at full speed.
Yeah, and there's no letting down in just these races and the speeds. Very fast teams. SigNu A is in lane 2 in Jaeger. Gonna see what they can do. If they can cut off some seconds, maybe move into that top 3 position. On hill 1, they have Mike Allion. Hill 2, Josh Wang. Hill 3, Chris Nam. Hill 4, Colin Sherlock. Hill 5, Manny Minerva. And the driver, Dylan Bonanno. And SDC, we just saw them put up a great time, but your reigning defending champions are CIAA. CIAA, and they have an opportunity here to take that top spot. As mentioned, they're going to be rolling in Kingfisher. On Hill 1, Arden Ryan. Hill 2, John Liu. Hill 3, Trey Dubose. Hill 4, Kevin Chian. Hill 5, Om Patel. And the driver, Lucy Knox.
Now, I consider this, for both of these teams, a little bit of a dream team, but keep your eye on Om Patel. He's put up many races over the years that I've been here, the years that we've both been here. A bit of a buggy journeyman. He brought Spirit to some victory in my early years. He's been at SDC as they've been topping the charts, and now he's at CIA. Let's see if he can reproduce what he's done for those other teams.
Is there like buggy NIL? Like, why is he switching around like that?
He's hit the portal a few times, but the one thing is he's a hot commodity for all these teams. He's very fast on 5, and you'll see he's got great pep in his step. He gets his knees up pretty high. I don't run track, but I don't know. He's fast, so I like to watch his game.
Yeah, and so we'll see if he's able to get a victory here. He came just short last year. SDCA came in second place. They had a 2:12, wrong race. SDCA came in second place last year with a 2:15.86, so they've already shaved 5 seconds off year to year. Their time today would have been winning last year. Obviously hard to apples that, but they have the number to beat for CIAA here. A 2:10.95 is what they've got. We are about 2 minutes to go into this race. The final scheduled heat, but again, after that, we will be re-rolling Heat 1, DGA and SDCB. Wouldn't necessarily expect either of those teams to be a winning time, but definitely potential for trophies. And just excited to see DG rolling after that. But again, we are under 2 minutes here to go for this final scheduled heat. CIAA, SigNu A, and SigNu quietly having a very nice race day for themselves.
Yeah, they were coming in, this is the first place team from yesterday versus the 5th place team. You got about 7 seconds between them, but this was SigNu's fastest race. Yesterday was SigNu's fastest time in, over a decade, I think.
Yeah, I think, maybe more, I think 2 decades.
Oh, you're right. 2009, I think, was the last one. And that's 2 decades ago. Will, you and I are old.
I know. It's, in default, it's just always 2015 or whatever, but no. Oh, God. I can't wait till I retire.
You guys are just trying to say SigNu has a lot of history, and we've seen that then their experience on full display this year is they didn't make it out in the fall, and they found their driver Dylan in the spring, and they were able to piece a fast push team together and a fast buggy together very quickly, and they're displaying that they still got it, even though they didn't make it out on the course too much.
Well, they've got their work cut out for them now.
They are off. CIA trying to defend their title. And coming out fast on Hill 1, Arden Ryan. But SigNu A not letting up. SigNu has found themselves some pushers. And CIA, I don't know if they're expecting it to be this close as they've got that transition. A little bit of a missed shove there. SigNu A allowing CIA to separate themselves into the Hill 2 push, but not by much. And again, Jaeger was measured as the fastest buggy on the court yesterday. Kingfisher, very fast in its own right, but this is going to be interesting as we come into the shoot.
And I'll tell you what, Jaeger shaved off about 2 seconds on that front hills from yesterday. So SigNu is cooking here, but CIA in the lead.
Think we'll see a pass?
Yeah, I doubt it, but it might get close.
53, very fast at the stop sign. I think the fastest of the day, about 55 for SigNu A as we head here to the shoot.
Yep, they're coming to the transition flag. They're both taking them here. We got Lucy Knox and Kingfisher in the lead. Jaeger is gaining here, but isn't going to pass in the shoot. And here's the shoot turns for both. Kingfisher through cleanly. Jaeger coming up behind. A bit of a skid for Jaeger in the back. I don't know if they'll catch him on the re-roll, on the rollout, but it'll be close on the back hills.
Incredible work from Dylan there.
Yeah, and a great pickup by CIA. CMU as well picking it up. You got to think CIA has a bit more of a talented back heels push rusher, but CMU not going away quietly. CIA, great transition. That was like a 2 or 3 push, hill 3, absolute perfection. Again, the time they're trying to beat a 210.95. That's what they need to repeat as champions. SDC on the edge of their seat. Can they hold on? It's going to come down to this hill 5. Oh, Patel, as mentioned, the journeyman looking for a victory here for CIA. Coming up towards that finish line, 210.95, the time to beat. Are they going to be able to beat that? We're crossing 2:09, 2:10, hand on the push bar, 2:11.8, and it's looking like SDC is going to hold on. CMU a very fast 2:19.12. Good showing out of them. Again, we're going to wait until we see that official time from the timer.
I'll tell you what, CMU was flying in the chute. They got really close in that chute turn, and there was a little bit of a skid here in the chute, and you can see just a little bit of a skid can cost you a lot of time. They were ahead of yesterday's pace. They ended up a little behind it. In fact, this is the first heat, I think, that ended up just in general behind yesterday.
Yeah, and so again, we do have the time posted for CIA. SDC had the 210.95. That was the time to beat CIA. The official time coming through, a 2:11.73. So that is going to put them in second place, about a quarter second ahead of Pika. SDCA looking to hold on and be your champions this year at 210.95. And let's take a look here too. Very deep shove for CIA.
0.8 of a second separating CIA and SDC, who are now at the top of the table. And you really didn't, you had no idea with those back hills. They looked incredible. I had no idea whether or not they would come out ahead of or behind.
Yeah, and pretty wild. CIA actually lost about a second. I think this is kind of what you're mentioning there, Brian, based on their qualifying time yesterday. So one of the few teams really not shaving time off. So you know they got to be disappointed there. SDC got to be thrilled, though. They've taken the top spot in men's. They had the top spot in women's. Didn't quite have the three-way sweep. Pika taking the top spot in all gender. Again, there will be at least a re-roll of the first round, maybe 2 re-rolls, depending on what all is going on with Spirit. It does look like Spirit A is going to be getting a re-roll along with CIA B. So we're going to have a couple re-rolls here, but by and large, pending some pretty remarkable magic out of one of these teams re-rolling. SDC is your champion. It's been such a battle between them and CIA the past couple years. Who's the top independent? And it looks like SDC can claim that this year with the championship on men's and women's.
Yeah, it's looking like there are at least 2 men's rerolls. If I'm reading this correctly, we got the reroll of the first heat, and then Spirit A versus CIA B appears to be a second reroll, according to the heat schedule. So I'm assuming that's correct, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. But just a reminder to the people who are in the chute that there are several more heats still to go. So just, as I'm seeing more and more people on the course, obviously it's fine now because, there are no buggies on the course. But just a reminder, we are not done just because you've seen SDCA and CIAA and Pika A come through. There are more heats still to come.
Yep, and this one will be SDC B and DGA. And I mean, even though it's a B team, last year SDC B was your third place finisher. They beat out Pika by about a couple seconds, so Pike would love to be able to not have a repeat of that. They put together, again, a very fast time today, a 2:12.07. You would imagine that's probably going to be safe over SDC, but the races need to be run. DGA, awesome to see them out there again, rolling Banta, their brand new buggy, and that'll be coming up right here. And then the one other re-roll after that. So nice to see Spirit A getting an opportunity to go back out there after the driver braked for safety. Broke? Yeah. I don't know what the right word is.
I think it is braked, but you can you can tell that was kind of the right decision. We've seen over rolls and over today that Spirit tends to take off the curb a little bit earlier and get more of that turn done later, as opposed to some of the teams that they might be racing with. And that is a recipe for disaster, especially if you hit the apex at the same time as another team who cannot see you. You really do want to just brake for safety, just to avoid heartbreak for both you and your partner, and your rival in your heat.
Yeah, and let's see, we are going to be getting underway with this in under 5 minutes, about 3-4 minutes here. In lane 1, we are going to have Delta Gamma A. They are rolling in Banta. On hill 1 is Jack Oakenfull. Hill 2, Chandler Huffman. Hill 3, Dennis Muhitinalu. Hill 4, Austin On. Hill 5, Bennett Matthews. And the driver, Inez McCann.
Isn't Banta pretty?
Yeah, there's some great looking buggies in general this year. I've been very happy with a lot of the paint jobs. And in lane 2, we're going to have SDCB in Lust. SDC gunning for a top 3 finish from another one of their teams. On hill 1, you have Poon Bodhisavarnachat. Hill 2, Tin Chi Lo. Hill 3, Andrew Jiang. Hill 4, Alex Leung. Hill 5, Braden Frund. And the driver, Lily Yang. Again, this being re-rolled because the starting gun did not gun for the first heat there. But again, this could also be a benefit for SDCB in the sense that the road is warmer. The drivers never actually pushed, so they didn't have that exertion, so it may help them get a little bit of speed too.
Yeah, this is the one time that a re-roll, you don't have to worry about, oh, did we, for the pushers who have exerted themselves, are they too tired to do a re-roll? Though they did, again, you prep the wheels for your time. Who knows how many sets of wheels they had back in the truck? If they were running on one pair and they had those pairs heated and treated for that earlier race, this could throw things off. But you got to plan for a re-roll, so they probably had extras.
2 very fast, brand new, really good paint job buggies, and 2 incredibly strong teams in this heat.
Yeah, this is going to be another one. We've seen some really exciting Hill 2 comparisons in this. A lot of buggies close into the free roll. DG and SDC, in terms of their times yesterday, were only separated by about 3.5 seconds. So another chance to see some excitement with the free roll here.
And one thing to quickly point out, for those who don't know, before the races, early in the morning before we start, teams go on a course walk. So the drivers have talked about what they expect to see. So they are kind of aware of what's going to be coming in terms of, how close they are, who's going to take what line, that sort of thing.
SDC floating it, waiting for the last second to let those wheels touch the asphalt. As of now, this is the first of 2 re-rolls.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ready, set.
And here we go, SDCB looking to join their A-team up near the top of the leaderboard. DG looking to get some hardware on the men's side and pacing a little bit faster here on the hill 1, separating themselves from SDCB. Really beautiful shove off from Delta Gamma. SDC maybe a little bit behind on the pickup of that hill 2, and let's see, Delta Gamma, nice and deep shove. SDCB right behind. This is going to be an interesting free roll.
And I think DG is about 2 seconds faster on those front hills than they were yesterday. But Lust is a very fast buggy, had been the fastest free roller through the spring.
And let's see, Lust trying to get around that buggy, maybe going to the inside line, didn't want to get too close to the curb. Now going outside for the pass, and here we go. It looks like right around the stop sign, we might have Lust passing. This is going to be an interesting one. Here we go, and they're around as we come into the shoot turn. Brian, this is going to be an interesting one.
Yes, it is. Here they come to the transition flag. You got SDC trying to make the inside pass. Oh, they bumped. They're bumped, but they're both sticking to it. They got the tight line. DG passing on the inside. SDC has braked, I guess. This is going to be an awkward line, but Banta making it smoothly. Enos McCare, a very experienced driver, getting through nice and cleanly. Lost a lot of speed on the bump. SDC lost his stop at the transition flag. That was a controlled stop. My guess is the driver is maybe shaken, but okay. As the buggy heads up to Hill 3, Banta.
Yeah, and you can see how much momentum was lost right there for Banta. Tough job for the Hill 3 pusher, having to put a lot of force into that, not riding as much momentum. But nice to see DG coming out of that, and some great driving by Inez there, just to take that impact and to keep going, to keep driving, get through the chute. You know, for them as a younger team trying to establish themselves, just being able to finish and get a time is really exciting. Here we go, 4 to 5 shoving off for DGA. Here's their Hill 5 coming through to get a trophy today. The time to be 2:33.4 pusher. That is where CIAP is sitting right now. Of course, one more goal to come after this, but this is going to be a competitive time by DG here. And staying on that push bar, 226.14. That would put them up into 6th place right now.
And this is going to be a bit of an awkward situation for Sweepstakes to try and figure out, because this is technically a re-roll because of the false start, or the timing issue in the first heat. But it's technically a re-roll, but it's also kind of not a re-roll. So it's a weird, you don't usually get a re-roll for a re-roll, but this is really just the first heat again. So I apologize in advance to the Sweepstakes and the head judge, who have to figure out what to do with this one.
Yeah, just a lot of. This is the second time that these two teams have experienced a little bit of bad luck. As you can see, Banta and Lust coming over the top there. Now, there is very little for that leading buggy. She's got no idea where Lust is until it is right next to her. So it is some incredible driving to keep both of those buggies on course and out of each other, except for that.
It's incredible by
Ian is taking that hit and keeping the buggy in control and stable like that. That is incredibly impressive. But look, she's a senior. I believe she's a senior driver. She's been doing this for years, so that certainly helps. But excellent control by both drivers, keeping those buggies safe. Lily.
Yeah, it sounds like Lily has been extracted from the buggy.
Yeah.
Doing all right there.
Yeah, and again,
good news.
Even Lily applying the brakes, but keeping it controlled, because she was on the inside there. So and there's a curb there, and there's some danger on that side. So managing to come to a controlled, nice, slow, safe stop. Impressive driving by both drivers here.
Incredible technique from both of them, for real.
And so we'll see what exactly is going to happen there in terms of if CIAB gets, SDCB is going to get a re-roll there or not. CIAB is who we're about to see going up against Spirit A. And this is another one, two teams with pretty close times yesterday. Spirit A at 2:18.53, CIAB at 2:26.8. Could be some more chaos in store, and like we've been saying all day, there's just no good way really to stack these teams together. It's gonna be close, just necessarily, given the times we've been seeing.
Again, yeah, a second between that Hill 1 and that Hill 2 at shoot speed means basically half of the buggy length. And a lot of these teams are 1 or 2 seconds apart. They're going so fast.
One thing I did notice, I don't know if anyone can get some intel on that, I do see a SigEp A listed, or is that... I don't know what that means, but...
I believe they may have requested one. I don't know if it was granted.
I see it on the heat schedule.
Well, if it's on the
after a couple of exhibitions.
I believe, yeah. So the reason for the reason for that might, in terms of being after the exhibitions, the reason for that might just be, giving the team a chance to recover. It's one thing to get a re-roll, but to push a re-roll like 10 minutes after you just raced is a much tougher situation.
And that being said, not a ton of time off for these other teams, especially Spirit A. They were in men's heat 4. They stopped there with things so close coming into the chute. Some smart driving by Cadence Ching, so they're going to have an opportunity to go here again. But one of those things we mentioned, right? You've already exerted yourself so much on those top hills, depending on what's available for wheel treatment, all that, and then they're going up against CIAB, who has been quite fast as well, and was granted a re-roll here after putting up what was a 233.48. They just got bumped out of 6th place by DGA. So depending on what Spirit A does here, CIA really needing to put up a lot faster time to be able to get some hardware, but the potential is there.
And they should be able to. I mean, their re-roll was due to they braked behind SigEp, so they definitely lost a lot of speed in that one. Like, there was no question about that. So, you know, don't think that the 2:33 time that they have is indicative of what they can do.
Right. They rolled a 220 yesterday, as we were saying. So that would put them back into the top 6 again. The top 6 teams go home with trophies.
And the follow truck is now coming up the back hill. So if you're on the road, please clear the course. The follow truck is on its way up. They are extracting the driver from Lusk now, and she is out. And so they will head back up to the top of the hill for whatever comes next.
Yeah, Spirit A in this next heat getting a reroll. Cadence Ching, both yesterday and today, with the caps falling in her line and then having to brake behind another buggy. She's been playing Mario Kart this weekend.
And I would have to do the math. I'm not sure, but with this roll for Cadence today, Cadence might end up with the most total rolls on a single race day. I think this will be 4 men's rolls. I think there were 2 women's rolls, 1 all-gender roll, so that's 7. I may have missed one.
Cadence did also do a couple of exhibitions.
There you go.
Yeah, she just can't stay off the course.
Who can blame her? I mean, as you're driving Buggy, how often do you get to do that?
On get weather like this too. Oh, it's a once in a every few year event. You don't get 2 days of racing and perfect conditions very often. I think the last time we saw this was maybe 2023.
I believe 2023. Yeah, and even those conditions weren't as nice as these.
There were 2 days, but they were not 2 warm days. I think.
Well, no, actually, I think one of those days was too warm. I think that was. I believe that was one of those days. That was the year where they had to do drops without hatches on because drivers were like cooking inside their buggies.
They all blend together, but yeah.
I could be wrong as well. Anything in the 2020s is just one long year to me. So who knows?
Right. One of those years, I just remember there's a picture of me very miserable up in the booth because I didn't bring the right jacket or something, and questioning all my life choices as I'm freezing. Not that I'm always not questioning my life choices. We have the lead truck, haul truck coming back down, so please do clear off the course. It should be a couple minutes away here, a few minutes away from this re-roll. And then, of course, after this re-roll, we are not done. We got a beautiful day out here. We have the road closed till 2. We're going to take advantage of that. So we will have a couple exhibitions. Looks like Robo Buggy will be doing a roll. We got a couple other exhibitions, CIA Alumni, SDC 50. Congratulations, SDC, on their 50th year. And what better way to celebrate it than so far taking the titles in the men's and women's. Really great stuff out of them. DG has an exhibition. Not sure if maybe that's their women's team, which was DQ'd. Going to be able to just get out on the course and see that. We do have the CMU re-roll still. And then to close out the day, everybody's favorite, the real reason we do this, the Buggy Alumni Association versus Sweepstakes Chairs race, which is always electric and a lot of fun.
I hear that one might be a blowout this year. I think the BAA has a pretty stacked lineup, but that's to come later.
Word on the street. We got 3 minutes here until the start of this race. Again, it's going to be Spirit A and CIA B. CIA trying to jump up get into position for a trophy. Spirit as well, hoping for a top finish. You know, they had speed that could get them maybe into the top 3, but definitely they want to be top 6, get a trophy here. This is going to be another one where it's really interesting seeing how the teams get up and over into that free roll.
Yeah, no, up and over is where Spirit has excelled this weekend. Maxwell Jones, some of the heart and soul of Spirit Buggy, he's been here years. He's been doing Hill 2s. He's been putting up incredible times, incredible shoves since I was a freshman. And Kwame, who I believe is king of the hill, assuming that hasn't changed since the races have been run today. But king of the hill yesterday, going up against Abe. I have to give credit to CIA this year for coming out so deep, so strong, from A to D, both men's, women's, and all gender.
Yeah, no, this is 2 stacked teams. This is going to be a fun one. Let's see. Spirit, as mentioned, has been having just some challenging conditions for their driver, Cadence Ching. Will this be an opportunity with her, with some open road, to put up a time to get them a trophy? They're rolling in Seraph. On Hill 1, they have Kwame Hasare. Hill 2, Maxwell Jones. Hill 3, Colby Uland. Hill 3, Zena Chidi Achike. And Hill 5, William Montague with Cadence Ching driving. And in lane 2, in Starling, we are going to be seeing CIA Men's B. On Hill 1, they've got Gavin Lynn. Hill 2, Anson Lee. Hill 3, Thomas O'Brien. Hill 4, Jordan Vaughn Singh. And Hill 5, Perry Sano, the driver, Ezrin Flowers, carrier. CIA wanting to get some more hardware for their team. Spirit looking to have a team in the top 6 after their B team did not finish here after a tough roll through the chute, and that's really the key for them. How are they going to look through the chute? Who's going to get up and over Hill 2 first? This has been a day of some really exciting races, and can expect this one will be nothing short of that as well.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Another shot for Spirit. CIAB looking to improve a lot off of their 233, trying to get themselves a second trophy. And a lot of speed being shown. Kwame Asare flying up Hill 1. Neither of these teams looking too tired, despite the fact they've already done this once today. Maxwell Jones, deep push off, nice push by Spirit there. CIAB as well, pretty close behind, and good looking front hills for both teams.
It's like what we've heard all morning, Spirit having a dominant front hills, and this is no exception to that rule. Let's see how they perform in their free roll.
Now I'm looking at CIAB, and this might be a little bit of deja vu. She's got her windshield full of another driver yet again. We'll see what decision she makes.
Yeah, 54-second stop sign time. CIAB maybe a second behind that. This is going to be a tight one again in the chute.
Yeah, coming to the transition flag. We got both buggies taking them. We got Spirit in the lead here, coming down to the chute flag. The chute flag being taken now by Seraph. CIA looks like has braked again. Here's the chute turn, coming in nice and smooth, although it doesn't look like it has quite as much speed as the last time. We got CIA coming into the chute now, but the Hill 3 pusher might want to come down here for CIA. This buggy's not going to make it to Hill 3.
And maybe one of Spirit's best chute turns of the day. They're picking it up here with Hill 3. Lost a little bit of momentum, but Spirit wanting to get one of those top 6 spots after what has just been a bonkers race weekend for them. You can feel the adrenaline, you can feel the energy, the whole team cheering up here at the top of Hill 2. CCIAP picking up that buggy a fair bit behind Zena Chidi Achike here on the Hill 4, pushing with speed for Spirit as they transition into the Hill 5. William Montague.
What a pickup.
He's moving.
And again, Spirit, you want to be faster than a 2:26.07 to guarantee yourself a chance at a trophy. They're looking to do that, but let's look and see what they're able to finish at. Pushing through here, hand on that push bar, 2:20.67. So a nice finish out of them. They're going to bump DG out of that 6th spot. They're going to be right behind CMU A, who had a 2:19.07. They will get a reroll. CIA B here coming across. Looks like there may have been some braking with things looking close getting into the chute. They're going to cross at a 2:41.49. Again, with the reroll, you only that is the time you get, right? There aren't multiple rerolls.
Well, exception today.
Yeah, yes. I mean, I believe the general rules are that, though I don't know what's going to happen today because this has been a bit of chaos, which I guess is not unexpected the way Truck Weekend has gone. You know, again, this is the first year we haven't had a Truck Weekend since probably at least 2001. As far like it may have been even earlier, like it's been a long time. So we expected coming into this year that we might get some chaos. I think we expected it more yesterday though, where things were pretty clean as opposed to today, where it's been an interesting free roll here and time down in the chute here for this men's team, for this men's division.
And if I'm reading this, and you can see just absolutely crazy going into the free roll there. I'm looking at the updated heat schedule, and I see in the 1:03 p.m. reroll now listed CIAA.
Yeah, so I think I've heard this. I don't know if this is true, but I believe that heat. I think that's just a rerun of the final men's heat with CIAA and SigNu A. Is that right?
Well, now it's saying DGA in there,
okay.
So I'm not really sure what all's going on. But that means CIA still has a chance to take the crown back?
Yeah. So I think what happened was in the final heat, the CIAA SigNu heat, there was something. There was either a bike or a pedestrian or something in the road. That affected both drivers, so they were giving both teams a reroll, I believe. At least I saw both teams on the heat list before. But DG obviously because of the collision with SDC on that attempted pass, would requested a reroll as well. So I think just on the basis of CIAA and SigNu A being close in their heat, you may get a bit more separation by putting DG with SigNu with CIA. So again, this is all speculation. I don't have any proof or confirmation of this, but I believe that at least logically is the reason why it would be set up that way.
Yeah, and again, I don't see SigNu on here anymore with the reroll. That doesn't mean that doesn't exist. I just read what's in front of me.
Yeah, so they may have initially requested one, but then removed that. I'm sure we will hear more from Sweepstakes or from the judges or whoever at some point. But yeah, we'll stay tuned to the cmubuggy.org/heats. That will have whatever the correct updated heat schedule is.
So the drama not going away. We are going to have a couple exhibitions ahead of that, giving those teams an opportunity to get their buggies ready. So, SDC right now looks like your winner, but the fact CIAA gets to go again, it's not often you pick up speed on a reroll, but who knows? So this is not over, yeah.
We've seen a lot of surprises so far, so what's one more, right?
Yeah. And sorry, go ahead.
The day is getting hotter. The pushers they're a little warmed up. And CIA, if they do get a reroll, now has their work cut out for them. They've got a time to beat.
Yeah, and we're going to see Robo-Buggy rolling right here. Always awesome to see they're fully autonomous. And let's go ahead, get a little bit of an introduction to them and one of the coolest teams out on the course.
Yeah. Robo-Buggy recently have been so consistent that they're able to take up a spot in the roll order. So every weekend we've been able to see Robo-Buggy put on a show for just us at Rolls, and now for everyone who's here today.
All right, and let's go ahead, watch a little behind-the-scenes video about this Robo-Buggy team. Okay, we are going to hop on right there.
And we had we had some drama here in the chute as the Berg Bites truck was coming back down and people were screaming for some hot dogs, but they just drove off. So if you didn't get a hot dog, you missed your chance.
And here we go. We got Robo-Buggy, and again, they've been. We actually have a member of their team here, but let's go ahead and introduce. They're putting together a full push team. So you have Mehul Gol on Hill 2, Misha Krenov, Hill 3, Teddy Rapalia, Hill 4, James Waters, Hill 5, Alan Wu, and there is no driver because the buggy is the one doing the driving. It will be short circuit there in lane 1, and then in lane 2, we have...
should be Nan.
Should be Nan. Looking here to see if we have a roster for that. We do. On Hill 1, Sanjay Ravishankar, Hill 2, Sarnash Argawal, Hill 3, Peter Elmer, Hill 4, Anna Delale O'Connor, and Hill 5, Rishi Kumar. And if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, who do we have up here in the booth?
Hello, so I am Carson. I am a very recent Robo-Buggy member. I was a firmware lead last year, and so I'm back here to fill you in on what's going on.
Awesome. And right, both these buggies are running fully autonomous today, is that correct?
Yes, so we're running it back on what we did yesterday. So yesterday they were supposed to be fully autonomous the whole time. We had a small hiccup with the communication between the buggies. So the goal is we want Short Circuit to be able to pass Nan fully autonomously in the free roll. So this is a much harder problem than getting them to just navigate the course by themselves because you need to do some like real-time calculation of where the other buggy is, and you need to formulate a path in order to be able to do the passing. So you'll note that Short Circuit is going to have a little bit of a delay on it. That's because we wanted to start behind because it's the faster buggy, and so it's going to pass somewhere in
and so Nan is the yellow buggy, Short Circuit is the blue. We'll be looking for a pass there. Nan coming out a little bit crazy here, wobbling around.
So at the beginning, the control loop sometimes has a little bit of trouble converging because it doesn't like sitting still, you know? They both love to go fast.
Gotcha. And so here, again, we are looking for a fully autonomous pass. And, you know, these push teams Robo-Buggies got out are no joke. These are some solid times getting up over the hill.
Yeah, it's actually funny. The robotic buggies, we need to. Most buggies have a problem with removing weight. We need to add weight because there's no person inside, giving it a bunch of ballast. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. So we tuned the loop to be a little bit more aggressive than last time, and you can see that it's Nand is pushing Short Circuit a little bit out to the side.
Oh! A swerve, but Short Circuit still rolling there a little bit behind, and now we might have the pass over on the left side.
They might be on the right side, the left side, yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Again, fully autonomous, no drivers in these. And we're looking for a fully autonomous pass. Short Circuit swerve there. Unsure exactly what happened and lost some speed on that one.
Right. So there's, you know, any number of things that can sort of trip you up when you have a robotic buggy like this, because there's the positioning systems, there's communication to base stations that help you like narrow down the accuracy of your GPS. There's communications between the buggies. There's communications like telemetry going between the buggy and the follow car. There's all sorts of different signals, and you know, try as hard as you can to make it robust. You know, there's always going to be a couple little demons that, you know, never quite show their face until...
Sure.
And Nand coming in here to take the non-shoot flag. Looking to start the turn. Making a nice, clean, little wobble there. But, you know, an overall clean turn coming in. Nice and smooth right down the middle. And
now this is what we like to call the Hill 2.5.
Yeah, you got the Hill 2.5 for Nand. Short Circuit coming in now. Short Circuit coming in much more smoothly than Nand was. You know, slow from all the swerves to get around, but also through cleanly.
How do they communicate with each other?
Yeah, so we've got a short-range 433 megahertz radio link. It's very similar to the kind of thing that you'll find on the same sort of frequency range-ish that you'll use on the radios that we use for safety communication, except it's digital, of course. And so that basically just sends like the last GPS location of NAND and over to short circuit. And so the sort of delay in that loop is very important because, if they're all moving at, 20, 30 miles an hour, right? If you're behind by maybe half a second, the buggy might be 10 feet to the left of where you last checked. And so there's all of these things need to be very, very low latency, and it's quite a tough problem.
What do you do to minimize those delays?
Right, so we try to keep the data sizes as small as possible, and the firmware team has done a lot of work into making sure that of course, I'm a little bit biased on my takes here, but the firmware team has done a lot of work into keeping the sort of loop time of the control loop very short, and so you try to refresh data as quickly as possible and, minimize the amount of computational work you have to do.
And I mean, this wasn't the free roll pass, but still interesting to see just how they're able to, on the Hill 5, maintain their lines and allow for the pass, which we did have at that point. So nice to see them both finishing.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
For joining.
Appreciate you explaining that. And congratulations to Robo-Buggy. Nice seeing them out there for 2 days. And let's see what we got here. CIA Alumni versus SDC 50. Next exhibition coming up. And then we have the DG women. And as I understand this, Brian, feel free to correct me on this. This is actually a re-roll from yesterday that will count for a time for today. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. So yesterday, DG Women's A got out to the starting line late. The reason for that was a clock malfunction down at the bottom of the hill, and so they were ultimately given a re-roll that is, I believe, going to take place as part of this. So I believe this time this DG exhibition heat is actually the women's A time. It will be an official time, so DG can earn a trophy with this heat.
The surprises are never ending today. This is amazing. It's really great to see that the DG women get the chance to compete for a trophy. They've worked so hard to put their new buggy out on the course, and it's amazing what they've overcome. Even in the last hour, having a collision, their pushers were looking phenomenal, and then Inez powering through and being able to finish that race with a very solid time. It's no small feat what this DG team has had to overcome this year alone.
It does also mean that I believe you're going to have your DG Women's A team followed immediately by your DG Men's A team in both those re-roll heats. So the team is not going to have a lot of time to get that buggy, reworked for the second one. I believe that's correct, but tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm looking at the wrong schedule.
That's what it says on the schedule. So again, I can only Ron Burgundy read what's in front of me, but it does have them going back to back, and if they're both in Banta, I don't know, something will happen. Somehow they'll make it work. So really cool. It's sometimes exhibitions are fun. Here, not that they're not fun, it's just a lot of contingencies and different options for exactly what's going to happen. No leaderboard is safe. Still, you're looking at an exhibition leaderboard. SDC men's C.5 putting up a blazing time of a 2:22. Interesting to see that there. NAND short circuit improving over yesterday. Spirit Mechanics, a very respectable 2:43. Nice to see out of them. Barely edging out their Alumni on the 2:44. So again, these exhibitions, a lot of fun, but some more meaningful races yet to come in a little bit. And, Buggy, been around for a long time. Some alumni back pushing in these exhibitions. I don't think we have alumni quite from this far back, but let's go ahead and check out a little video of some stuff from Buggy all the way back in 1930. cool archival stuff there. I don't know, Brian, if you had any hand in that.
Yeah, well, all credit goes to the Carnegie-Mellon University Archives as part of the CMU 125th anniversary this year. They put up a digital archive of a whole bunch of videos from all of CMU in the past. They happen to have one in there that was about student life in the 1930s, and so I happened to be watching that, and I'm like, oh man, there is Buggy footage in here. So that was the 1930s. That was the 1930 finals with Beta A winning that race in a final time of 2:57.50. And thanks to that video, not only do we have the final times for the first 4 teams, we also now have photos of all 8 buggies that raced in 1930. So that's the earliest year that we have basically complete information about, and you can find all of that on the cmubuggy.org website.
And also on that website, if you are feeling a little bit confused with all these scenarios, what's coming up, you can see the heat schedule. Again, this is a purely exhibition CIA alumni, actually, it's all one word, versus SDC 50 team. Not sure if there are going to be 50 pushers, but I do see quite a few SDC folk out on the course. Then after that, the next race will have the DG women's A-team reroll. That will count as a final time, along with an Apex driver exhibition, and then a men's reroll, CIAA, and hypothetically DGA, and then closing things out with the Buggy Alumni Association versus Sweepstakes.
I'm still also confused. It remains to be seen. It is not on the heat schedule right now, SigNu A reroll, but it was on the heat schedule before. I don't know if that means they decided not to take the reroll or what the deal is, but we will find out, and we will pass that along once we know.
It really looks like there are 50 pushers out here for the SDC 50. There might be more, but on Hill 1 alone, it looks like they're getting close to 25 or 30.
If you'd like to play a game, Spirit 40 was last year. I think maybe 12 of those people touched the buggy at all. So if you want, count how many people get a hand
does the bear count?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, I give up.
It's way more than 50.
They look like they're committed to getting everybody on it.
Yeah.
CIA alumni.
They're putting up a real time.
Who are these guys? They are flying. This is, what the heck? This is like a sub 30-second cross time.
I mean, that's a 28. Yeah, that's a. I mean, they're competing for a men's trophy. Meanwhile, I'm sure SDC is on the pusher, aren't they?
And they have finally made it to Hill 600 or whoever that is, pushing up there into the free roll.
I can't wait to see that on the back hills. They probably got one pusher to Ironman the entire thing.
Yeah, well, 54 seconds or so for the stop sign for Kingfisher there for CIA alumni.
Here comes Goldfinch into the chute, taking the chute flag now. Turning in, nice turn. I mean, it has a lot of speed here for an exhibition. It is flying. Meanwhile, still waiting to see SDC come over the hill. I will have my eyes out, and when I see that, I will let you know. Oh,
yeah, they're hitting this stop sign just now.
Yeah.
Minute 20 as the CIA alums. Really great, Hill 3, that was fast. Right now, the leader for the day of exhibition is a 222.71 by SDC men's C.5. Let's see if the CI alumni are able to top that. This is the first year I think we've had a tracked exhibition leaderboard. So they will be setting a top time here as they get into their Hill 5. Oh, and a bit of a tumble on the 4-5 transition. Let's hope they're all right.
SDC does just have one Hill 3 pusher. They may have just stacked the front hills. I hope there's a Hill 4.
I think they just stacked Hill 1. Hill 2, they have their own hill.
And,
they have more of the back.
Let's look at CI alumni coming through again. The top exhibition time today, 222.71, and they are going to beat that 221.56.
I'm going to create my own rule that every organization is allowed to select one of their exhibition teams to count as one of their real times.
Were you a CIA alumni?
I was not, but you know, I could be. Who knows?
A pie. But yeah, you know, in the battle of SDC CIA, continues in the exhibitions with them having a slightly faster exhibition time than SDC C.5.
I wonder if the aside from the Hill 1, if this is like maybe this is the SDCC women's team? Is that possible? Because they spun out yesterday, so I don't know if the back hills ever had a chance to push.
You know, that may have been, and I get a thumbs up from someone over there. So that is the back hills of the women's SDCC team. So you're right on point there, Brian, giving them an opportunity to touch the buggy there. So that's awesome for them to get that opportunity.
That's a nice way to get all, you know, your 50 alums and the celebration involved while still getting your real pushers a chance to actually push your buggy because they unfortunately weren't able to do it yesterday.
And so great out of that. We are rolling right along. Coming up next, DG Women's A for a reroll from yesterday that will qualify as a final time for today for their women's team. So a little bit of drama there. If you're looking at the women's, again, top 6 get trophies. CMU with a 248.68, holding on to that 6th place spot. So that's what DG needs to beat if they want some hardware today. Definitely a time they could get.
It may be worth running down the entire women's leaderboard because again, this is a race that will count for DG Women's A. So this will be an official time coming up here. So we should probably run through that leaderboard just to let people know where things stand right now and where they might slot in.
Yeah, no, totally. So if we can get that up on display, but CMU A in 6th place, getting that 6th place trophy with 248.68. Pica with a 246.07 in 5th. Spirit A, a 244.33. SDCB holding on to 3rd place, 242.14. CIA a 235.47. And then an excellent performance by SDCA, a 232.34. So congratulations to them on that victory. But again,
and
Delta Gamma an opportunity to maybe jump in there.
And a reminder from yesterday, DGA's time was a 249.11, so they're only half a second behind that CMU A time for that last trophy, and they were out on the starting line as the beep was going off. So you expect they can definitely improve upon that, and if they can, this might be the first time that a sorority-built buggy has ever earned a trophy.
Yeah, the opportunity is there, so that's some pretty exciting stuff. And then again, the heat after this is a men's reroll. I'm seeing CIAA and DGA, so that's going to be an interesting turnaround for them. And an interesting gambit for CIAA. They are 2nd place in the men's finals with a 211.73, just behind SDCA. But your reroll time counts as your final time. So if they lose a 1/4 of a second, all of a sudden Pica would jump up into 2nd place if I understand the rules correctly. So, obviously you want to win 1st place, but that could be an interesting storyline as well.
That's correct, and it's an interesting dilemma this year that you don't. There's a new twist to this that you don't normally have, which is, if you're in 2nd place right now, you think you can win, then go for that re-roll, try to get that win. But if you if you get a slower time, you might lose that place, fall to 3rd. But this year, there's now the 6-second penalties for certain violations. So we don't know if maybe SDCA, who's sitting in 1st right now, might have a 6-second penalty. In the past, it's either a DQ or it's not. Now, their time might actually be a 2:16, and you might be giving up the win here. So there's a lot of things behind the scenes in trying to decide, do we take the re-roll? Do we stick with our time? And it's an interesting thing to see here that CAA is going for that re-roll, but they want the win.
Maybe they know something. They know that they've committed a potential violation and are looking to remedy that and put up a better time, whether they're very confident that they could perform better than they did yesterday. And given the conditions today, pretty sure that they'd feel more of the latter.
Yeah, I mean, that is an interesting question. If there were a DQ in the roll before the re-roll, but then you have the re-roll, is the DQ negated?
It depends on what the DQ is and when it occurs versus the issue. So, for example, in the past, again, taking out the 6-second thing, if you had a 5-second violation and you were DQ'd for that, it doesn't really matter what happened in the heat. You were going to be DQ'd anyway. But if it's a push bar violation, but the issue happened, in the chute, that's the sort of thing you can get a re-roll because you wouldn't have been DQ'd at that point.
Interesting. And one of the teams facing one of those kind of confusing DQ scenarios was Delta Gamma, their women's A team. So again, they're rolling here, and whatever this time is will be their time for the day in the women's final. So let's go ahead and look at that roster. They are going to be pushing Banta. On Hill 1, Maya DeSisto. Hill 2, Grace Fugino. Hill 3, Ariana Martinelli. Hill 4, Josie Clayton. And Hill 5, Molly Coyne. The driver, Ines Becaire. And she's had a very interesting day already. We talked about Spirit, their driver, going through a lot. Inez as well has had a heck of a race day.
Yeah, Inez and Banta, who's brand new, they have certainly been put through their paces on their very first race day.
Yeah, and again, the time for them to just get on to a trophy is a 2:48.68. They were right in that neighborhood with a bit of a wonky start yesterday. So we'll be taking a look at that, see if they're able to knock CMU out of there. CMU obviously wanting to hold on after what's been quietly a very nice race day for them.
Yeah, as they sit, they'd be taking home 2 trophies. So assuming that they have a very fortunate next 2 rolls, they might be. I know that these brothers are crossing their fingers and hoping that they can hold on to their women's trophy.
We will find all that out in under a minute. I believe the buggies should be getting onto the course shortly. I do not have a roster, but they are going up against Apex drivers, and you can see they're out there. It looks like they're in their safety gear. Here are the buggies. DG is there on time. Is it their time to take home a trophy? We will find out. Delta Gamma looking to make some women's buggy history here. This is the first year they're rolling their home-built Banta. Will it take home a trophy? There's an opportunity. And the Apex drivers putting up a pretty competitive Hill 1. Whoever that is pushing.
That's Maggie Blair. And this is close.
Yeah, the whole theme of the day has been close Hill 2, close free roll, and it looks like we're not getting away from that here, even in an exhibition deep late into the day.
I'm expecting a little bit of separation here. Molotov, a solidly built buggy for Apex, but not the fastest buggy that they have. But also, convenient for the drivers to push, and it gives another driver a chance to roll, because I think each driver's qualified in one buggy this year.
DG, like you say, getting some separation, but Molotov not too far behind.
Once again, we're seeing both drivers opt for the newly paved road. You can see the contrast in the road conditions with the right side of the road.
And here we have the taking transition flag, Ines Becaire coming in nice and clean so far, coming down to the chute flag. The pink anchor is out, making the chute turn a little wide, a tiny scrub there, but otherwise through cleanly. Molotov right behind, coming through just a tiny wobble at the end there, but also cleanly through.
Both teams some good momentum. So here are the back hills for this DG team. 2:48.68 the time that they're going to want to beat. And these Apex drivers, a really nice rollout from the chute there too, getting in pretty close. Looks like they may have some extra back hills as well for them there. DG shoving off and getting into that transition. Again, they want to get faster than a 2:48.68. That's going to allow them to get a trophy. Apex drivers just giving their drivers an opportunity to push, to have some fun out there. But what will DG do? Is this a way to cap off a historic year for them after they built this Buggy Bantha? They make that 4-5 transition. They got about 30 seconds to see if they can bring home a trophy. And Hill 5 is blasting there. She's going fast. She wants to help etch her name in the history books. So let's see, again, a 2:48.68 as they're approaching that finish line. This one is going to be close. CMU clenching, seeing will they be able to hold on? They will not. That is a 2:44.84. Congratulations to Delta Gamma. That's just not faster than CMU. That was faster than Pika as well. That'll put them into a 5th place spot, a little bit behind Spirit. Again, looking for that final time. Apex going in under 3 minutes. Let's take a look here as we get that time, because again, there is always a little bit of room for variation, what we see on the screen versus what that time is. So trying to see how that comes in. And yeah, they gave him the 2:44.67, so that is faster than Pika. Just behind Spirit, though. So Spirit 0.43 seconds ahead of that. So a really nice time for Delta Gamma. They're going to be your 5th place finisher. Pika holding on in 6th, 2:46.07. Obviously pending drops and any random DQs that there may be, which is always the case. We don't fully know until after chairman's and judges' reviews and all that. The trophy ceremony will be today at 4:30, I believe. But it's great to see that from Delta Gamma. I just love that story and everything that team has put into this program.
Yeah, incredible work by DG. I do want to very quickly mention Apex here. Didn't make it to finals by a hair, but they are out in full force supporting their drivers.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting heat because it's both the real reroll for DG, but also the exhibition for Apex. And you know, it's one of the things a lot of teams will let their drivers push like a D team. I think Apex is probably too deep to have that. So it's nice to get them to come out and do an exhibition, and they put up a solid time. But it's very exciting to see DG. I mean, DG's only half a second behind 4th, but finishing with a top 5 finish. Again, first time, you know, if that time holds, which we'll find out later today, this will be the first time that a sorority-built Buggy will have ever earned a trophy.
Which is very exciting, and it's been all kinds of excitement today on WRCT Pittsburgh 88.3. For those of you tuning in, watching on the or listening on the radio, or watching on the live stream, we've got just a couple more. This next one, a pretty wild gambit by CIA. You know, it is looking like SDC are your men's champions. They put up a 2:10.95. CIA able to be granted a reroll. I guess there was someone on the course may have affected them a little bit. Again, your reroll time is your final time. They're sitting in 2nd place with a 2:11.73. Pika in 3rd, a 2:12.07. So whatever happens here with CIA is going to be their final time. An opportunity to move to the top of the leaderboard, also an opportunity to fall a little bit further down, but you only get one race day a year. They want to make it count. They want that trophy. They want to take it away from SDC. What could be a moment of heartbreak for them. Can CIA put it together?
And keep in mind, this is also DGA men re-rolling. They're in 7th right now, but they had the collision with SDCB in their previous roll. So they're looking, you know, they're one spot out of that trophy spot right now. If they can shave that 5 seconds off, looks like 5.1 seconds off, they can pass Spirit A and they can trophy on both the men's and women's side.
It's interesting because even at the top 3 right now, it's about a 1.25 seconds separating SDCA from Pika, and CIA is smack in the middle there. And they have the opportunity, as Will was saying, to move up or potentially fall out of that top 3. It all depends on how this reroll goes. Is your reroll time, is your final time. We saw from DGA, they had a very, very, very fast front hills, and we can expect to see some close racing as they go into the free roll, and it'll be interesting to see what happens then. Hopefully there are no stops and it's a clean race. but we can expect something very fast to come of this.
And I think, again, this is just speculation, but I think you can see the decision-making process here, because again, this is CIAA getting a reroll because of, I believe, a bike in the road. CMU A was also affected by that, and I believe also initially requested a reroll, but looking at that leaderboard right now, they're sitting in 5th right now. If they take that reroll and get a little bit slower, they might fall out of a trophy spot, whereas right now, if DG happens to pass them, CMU is still in 6th. They're still in that trophy spot. So, you know, part of the thought process here is just, you know, CMU's got that trophy wrapped up pending any DQs or 6-second penalties or anything like that. You take that reroll, you put that at risk, so they probably just said, all right, we're not really going to move up from 5th to 4th and 3rd, so there's no point in taking that reroll. We'll just take that time, take our trophy, and celebrate what was probably the most successful race day that we've had in 15 years.
It's a very fast time. I totally would agree with that call. I mean, the CMU men should be very proud of everything that they've accomplished this year, and even in such a short amount of time. With very little downside here, I would have probably done the same had this rule been enforced when I was chair of PICA.
Yeah, got to imagine that, and it's exciting for them to get a trophy after, you know, they built some great buggies, but now they got a push team. And talking about push teams, DG Men's A are going to be in lane 2. They are in Banta. The women just got some redemption and got a trophy. Can the men's slide in there as well, get a top 6 time? We'll find out. On hill 1 is Jack Oakenfull. Hill 2, Chandler Hoffman. Hill 3, Dennis Muhin Tinalu. Hill 4, Austin On. Hill 5, Bennett Matthews. And Enos McCare gonna be getting right back out there and driving. Just a whirlwind for her. And now CIA, they're in lane 1. They want the title. They know the time they have to beat. They got one more shot at it. Can they break SDC's hearts? They're in lane 1. They're in Kingfisher. Hill 1 is Arden Ryan. Hill 2, John Liu. Hill 3, Trey DeBose. Hill 4, Kevin Chian. Hill 5, Om Patel. And the driver, Lucy Knox. So this is a heck of a gambit from this CIA team.
And this year, over other years, it is imperative that they keep it clean. A lot of those DQs now get you 6 seconds. With a field this tight, 6 seconds puts them into, if they run their previous time with a 6-second violation, that'll put them in 4th place.
So a lot at stake for both these teams. Delta Gamma wants their first male trophy. CIAA wants the first place trophy. They were sitting in 2nd place, but they're throwing that away. They're saying, we want it all. And let's see both Hill 1 pushers very fast. Delta Gamma looking to be slightly ahead there. The pusher maybe beat a little bit. This is going to be really close as we get here into the shove off into the free roll. CIAA pulls ahead. Delta Gamma maybe a 1.5 seconds behind.
You know, it was really close there with the Hill 1 to 2 transition, and except I think the DG pusher got a little bit burned by the great shove the Hill 1 gave. CIA capitalized on it, and it looks like they're doing well in the free roll right now.
Yeah, and this is looking like it's gonna be close.
It was a 54 in the earlier one at the stop sign. It's about a 54 now. They're right on pace with where they were before. So we'll see what happens here as they take the transition flag. Lucy Knox and Kingfisher coming down into the shoot flag as DG taking the transition flag now. And here's the shoot turn for Kingfisher. Coming in, looking clean so far. Smooth inside line, very tight, nice and clean through. DG also cleanly through, maybe scrubbed a little bit of speed, but still a solid turn as they're both rolling up to the back hills.
And a lot of momentum right there. Great pickup by Hill 3 on CIAA. Again, the time to beat a 2:10.95. And a great shove from 3 to 4. Looking to redeem. Kevin Sheehan taking that Hill 4 shove. This is gonna be a close one. It was a matter of less than a second separating them beforehand. And It's looking like it's going to come down to that again into the 4-5 transition. Old Patel, the Hill 5 pusher, 2:10.95. That's what they want to beat. Will CIA be able to sneak in, take that top place finish? We're going to need a camera right on the finish line here. Old Patel giving it everything he has. Look at that finish line, hand on a 2:11.38 is what that's looking like. Again, we want to get that final time. And DGA, they needed to just beat a 2:41.42. They're coming across a 2:23.46. That looks like that is going to be a 6th place time for them, knocking out CIAB. So great stuff right there.
I think
Delta
that's.
Gamma.
I think for DG, this was the DG men's team, not the DG women's team.
Right. No, but that would still put them in there.
That's the right time, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
right.
my bad.
Oh no, sorry. They took CIA out from before. That's what I was seeing. What would have got them there? So sorry. I will clarify all this. But first off, again, we now have the official CIAA reroll time. They needed to beat SDCA with a 2:10.95. They got a 2:11.3, so they will remain in 2nd place. Piker remains in 3rd. DGA had a 2:23.4. That was 3 seconds behind Spirit A, so they sit in 7th place. I got a little confused because they took CIA off the leaderboard as I was reading there. So ultimately, the standings do not change after that. But so close. That was crazy. About 0.35 seconds separating SDCA and CIA. They still cannot quite overcome it. They're taking home 2nd place, but a valiant effort from them once more.
Yeah, it was a really nice roll. It was the typical tight line for Kingfisher. Saved a lot of speed. Had a great pickup on Hill 3, and ultimately, I mean, part of this is just your pushers pushed less than maybe half an hour ago. So was there half a second of pusher tiredness here? Either way, incredibly exciting, incredibly close finish. Half a second in Buggy. I mean, look at those top 3. I mean, that's a second separating the top 3 teams.
It is also notable that they slotted right back where they were. That is some incredible consistency from these CIA pushers and that driver to put that time right back up. Even if it was just a little bit of insurance.
And so if we go through those men's finals times now, so your winner, and keep in mind that these are unofficial. There is a chairman's meeting later today to determine if there's any 6-second time penalties, if there's any DQs. But as of right now, your men's finals winner, SDCA with a 2:10.95, CIAA 2nd with a 2:11.30, Pica A 3rd with a 2:12.07, SigEp A 4th with a 2:15.57, CMU A 5th with a 2:19.07, Spirit A 6th with a 2:20.96, and then rounding out the field, you got DGA with a 2:23.40, CIAB with a 2:41.42. I believe Spirit B was a do not finish, and I forget who the last one was. SDCB, I believe, was also a did not finish.
Do not finish for SDCB too. So congratulations to all those teams. We thought today was going to be crazy. Today was crazy, and there's one more bit of chaos left here. So do please stay off the course, because we have the biggest race of the day, Sweepstakes versus the Buggy Alumni Association. Connor hopping into the booth because Christian is going to be pushing for BAA. But this is always a fun one, and probably fun for Sweepstakes after all the stress and pressure to just let off a little steam, shove a Buggy there. So this will be a fun one. So again, do please stay clear of the course. We're going to be going in about 5 minutes.
What I can tell you is every year somebody comes up with the suggestion of doing a roast on Friday night or even Thursday night so that the alumni get out the anger at each other and don't take it out on the students. And I actually think that this is even better than a roast, because the BAA representing all of the alumni, the students representing obviously the student body, and every year it comes down to seemingly a less than 1 second gap. So
now you might say that this race constitutes that roast, but I can't say that none of these people are jawing at each other. Hill 2, Hill 3, Sweeps and BAA, even if this is an exhibition race, this is a real competition.
There was never a race that I wanted to win more than when I was the BAA president.
I was going to say, the one time I pushed in this, I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders. Like, you know, I've been on a microphone in front of like 15,000 people. It's like, whatever, that's cool. But like, this had me nervous and freaked out, so it means a lot.
Are we in front of 15,000 people?
No, this has been a different scenario than this.
But yes, we're in front of the entire world right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's the live stream numbers. I think maybe
We got about 5K yesterday, so that's a pretty good amount.
There you go. So you know, maybe cumulatively 15,000. But yeah, no. Anyways, not to make this about me. I am excited to see these folks race. Again, our cup runneth over with just crazy races, good buggy and all that. Do we know who the two buggies are going to be in this race? Don't tell me Banta's going again in another one. Do you know though, Connor?
Last I had heard, I believed it was going to be Zook, I think, on one of the teams. Is that right?
Yeah, so Zook is here. We did do a few exhibitions in it earlier, but whether or not this exhibition is Zook, I'm really not sure.
Yeah, here's what I can tell you. Outside of the BAA getting shafted one year by a certain team that will remain unnamed, giving us a buggy that had brakes that were intentionally rubbing so that we would lose. And we still almost won, so we almost got you guys.
Well, when Balsa appears on the starting line as the BAA buggy, we know that it'll be fixed.
I will say the last couple of years have been a lot more fair, but also a lot more random. We'll think we're getting one buggy, and then about 5 minutes beforehand,
I think
we're being told that somebody else is
I heard
showing
a
up.
rumor about Vice at some point, but I don't know. I guess we'll see when buggies show up on the hills. I think we do have the actual the push rosters, but I don't know that we have the buggies or who was driving them for which teams.
Which could be interesting. Again, a lot of these sweeps members, well, all of these sweeps members are ex-members of these teams. So you could be pushing a buggy you drove, you built, you mech'd for. If it's an Apex buggy, then we'll see Sam Green from Sweeps pushing a buggy that he was the chair for.
Yeah, here we go. We at least have the rosters. We're under 1 minute to go, so I'm going to go fast. But on Hill 1 for Sweepstakes, Sam. Hill 2, Aiden Chang. Hill 3, Rebecca. Hill 4, Jasmine. Hill 5, Victoria. And for the BAA on Hill 1, Lewis Rockwell. Hill 2, Christian Lunza. Hill 3, Cynthia Zhu. Hill 4, James Wong. Hill 5, Dan Becerra.
It looks like Raptor's going to be going for the students. But no buggy.
Oh, you know what? That makes sense because Laura's driving Raptor, so it makes sense that she would drive a sweepstakes buggy.
Yeah, this is a six-person team full of BAA.
And it is Zook. It is Zook for the BAA.
This is a little bit of deja vu. Did Zook and Raptor race yesterday? Or am I thinking of another buggy?
We'll take a look.
Let me see. Viscid and Raptor raced today twice.
I remember.
In fact. So I'm not sure yesterday.
What's very funny to me is both Sam and Lewis, neither of which pushed on teams that regularly had their shirts off on race day, are pushing with their shirts off on race day as if they were on Spirit or Pika, who both regularly do that on race day.
So they're matching to the buggy, not their own team.
Yep.
All right, and we are close about going to hear that 10-second call in just a moment.
That is hilarious. These two classmates, Lewis and Sam, same graduating class, along with me and Christian, who's in the booth earlier. This is an age rivalry.
Here we go. Who will reign supreme? Sweepstakes or the Alumni? A whole year worth of training, dedication, nights of lost sleep, all paying off here. And it looks like Lewis coming out a bit ahead of Sam as that transition goes from 1 to 2. Little bit of a rough handoff though for the BAA, allowing Sweeps to make up some distance as we're into the free roll. Zook going first, but Raptor not too far behind. A really deep shove. I don't know, we might want to look at how deep that shove was potentially. And Raptor might be having a pass here. Let's see. all weekend. Pike has been taking that inside line, and it looks like Laura is going to honor that. And wow, they are neck and neck, and it looks like with that saved distance of using the tighter line, Sweepstakes is starting to pull away, hitting that stop sign at 1 minute. BAA about a 1:03 as we're getting into the ever important shoot turn.
Yeah, here comes Laura in Raptor taking the transition flag. Zook right behind him there now on the shoot flag for Lara. Raptor coming in, has a lot of speed. I wonder if they did something with the wheels on that one, but through cleanly. Zook coming in right behind, also making a clean shoot turn. A little bit of a wobble there, but overall, through cleanly is what you want to see in an exhibition.
All right, and BAA has their work cut out for them, but maybe helped a little bit. Rebecca getting slightly burned on hill 3, so having to pretty much push from a near stop. That is a really tough hill there when you're losing that momentum.
But Cynthia was not prepared for where Zook was going to end up and had to come way down into hill 3 to pick it up.
Yeah, I don't even see Sweepstakes on the same screen as BAA. Things are looking safe for them, pending a near miracle for the Alumni. Perhaps a crushing defeat, looking them in the eyes, trying to make up some ground there with James, Wong, Jasmine pushing hill 4, and James making up some distance. He does not want to go away quietly, but the transition has been made to Victoria on hill 5 for Sweepstakes.
Keep in mind that the BAA ringer is Dan Becerra on hill 5, who came through with the pass last year right at the finish line. Can he do it again here? It's going to be
a tough one. He is going to have to run like he has never run before, but Dan does have an opportunity. Victoria on hill 5, trying to maintain the lead, trying to maintain bragging rights for the students. Will Sweepstakes be able to do it? Will Dan be able to pull off a miracle? No, he will not. 2:51.86, BAA crossing. Excuse me, Sweepstakes crossing, and BAA clock going over a minute here, a 3:04.99. So congratulations. I don't think any controversy there. The students won, youth defeating beauty.
Yeah, the students won fair and square. Yep, we all believe that one.
But here's the thing. While that was a interesting race, maybe not so much for the Alumni, the one thing I will say from that is I do wonder, are there going to be more teams next year going in that tighter line that Raptor took, as she used it to get a nice pass on the teams that were going on that wider line? We shall see.
It is, and you know, there weren't really many passes. There were a lot of opportunities for passes today. That was maybe the first actual pass we saw.
Of the day, I believe.
Yeah, and so nice driving. Again, everything has delivered and more, and here we get a replay of Laura there with that pass. Just great driving, taking that tight line, and props as well to the Spirit driver, you know, probably seeing that buggy coming flying out of nowhere and doing a great job with it.
Yeah, no, this is really interesting. The strategy that you can have even in these exhibition races, though I don't know how many of the Alumni would consider this an exhibition race. This was the fight of their lives.
Everybody gonna get some well-deserved beverages and hopefully snacks after this. A bit of a rough hill 3 for both teams. And that's just a painful one for whoever that pusher is, and something where if you haven't been training all year to pick up the buggy on hill 3, not an easy thing to anticipate as it's coming screaming up there, especially as much speed as Raptor had.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, look, we got 2 days of races in, great weather. If you love buggy, we got a lot of it today. Which, you know, I'm never going to complain about getting to see more buggies roll around the course. So, yeah, let's take a look at those final leaderboards here. CIA alums look like they won the exhibitions.
Yeah, no, again, this CIA-SDC rivalry showing up in pretty much every race we've seen today. CIA alum, of course, getting the most heralded of all the victories, the fastest exhibition time. If we look at the men's, I believe this is let me see, yeah, here we go, the women's finals, SDCA, a great improvement. They're going to take home the first place CIAA, second place SDCB getting a third place trophy, pretty close with Spirit A in fourth. DGA, their first ever trophy as an organization in the first ever time they have built a buggy. Really awesome to see that, taking fifth. And Micah A, just nudging them, SigEp A for that last trophy.
I want to add one quick note on the DG thing. That will be the first trophy won by a sorority ever as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
What did
I guess
I
so.
say? Fraternity? Or?
No, you said that was their first as an org, but it's also the first for a sorority
that is
ever on
correct.
campus.
For a sorority with a buggy that they have built as a sorority, period. So great job to the Sisters of Delta Gamma. Looking at all genders, this was another electric race. Pica picking up their first ever first place in all gender, barely nosing out SDCA. SigEp A getting third place there, a great showing from them. Delta Gamma taking another trophy in fourth place there. Fringe A, a 2:38.81. Spirit A, a 2:48.49. I'm not sure how many trophies they give out there.
I believe it's just the top three
It's
for
just
all
the
gender.
top three. Okay, so DG not getting a trophy. I lied there. But great job to them anyways. And on the men's side, in what was a thrilling race, CIA getting 2 cracks at beating SDCA. They could not do it. SDC is your champion with a 2:10.95. CIA just behind a 2:11.3. Pica, very happy to be back up in the top 3 with a 2:12.07. SigEp A, one mini race day, was not able to replicate that performance, but they're getting a trophy at 2:15.57. SigNu getting trophy for the first time in forever. They are not frozen out of the leaderboard with a 2:19.07. And Spirit A getting in there, a 2:20.96, a trophy for them as well. This has been a thrilling day of racing. Like you said, we have had our cup runneth over just so much buggy today after a few years of barely being able to get races in, freezing weather, all that good stuff. So, I just really want to thank everyone who's been up here in the booth with me today, helping make this possible. Want to thank everyone behind the scenes, the people at Viewpoint, people at WRCT, making us sound good, all the camera operators, W3VC facilitating communication, letting us know that drivers were healthy, the lead truck people, the follow truck people, CMU EMS, everybody who came out and attended, Buggy Alumni Association, who put up CMUBuggy.org, who are live streaming this, who give all this information and prep to make me sound like I know what I'm talking about. So it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to go ahead and call it a day, but this has been a blast. Race Day 2026. We'll catch you next year right here at Sweepstakes.